little trip and see. Take a little trip, take a little trip, take a little trip with me. Take a little trip, take a little trip and see. Take a little trip, take a little trip, take a little trip with me.
This T. Most time. Good morning.
Colleagues, for months, the United States has tirelessly pushed toward a goal that all of us should aspire to: a sustainable resolution of the Gaza conflict so that Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side and enjoy equal measures of security, dignity, and freedom. To build towards that future, the United States is working on a hostage deal between Israel and Hamas, along with Egypt and Qatar.
Hey, Mark Bass.
This hostage deal would bring an immediate and sustained period of calm to Gaza for at least 6 weeks, and from there, we could take the time to build a more enduring peace. President Biden has had multiple calls in recent days with Prime Minister Netanyahu, as well as the leaders of Egypt and Qatar, to push this deal forward. And though gaps remain, the key elements are on the table so that if an arrangement is reached, it would help create the conditions for sustainable cessation of hostilities, which I know all of us would like to see. Of course, we want this deal to happen as soon as possible, as is shown by our exhaustive efforts. But sometimes hard diplomacy takes more time than any of us might like. Believe me, I understand the desire for the Council to act urgently, to positively shape the situation in line with the Security Council's mandate. Still, that desire cannot blind us to the reality of the situation on the ground. And it cannot come at the expense of undermining the only, and let me repeat, the only path available towards a longer, durable peace. And that is why you've heard me say over and over again, any action this Council takes right now should help, not hinder these sensitive and ongoing negotiations. And we believe that the resolution on the table right now would, in fact, negatively impact those negotiations. Demanding an immediate, unconditional ceasefire without an agreement requiring Hamas to release the hostages will not bring about a durable peace. Instead, it could extend the fighting between Hamas and Israel, extend the hostages' time in captivity, an experience described by former hostages as hell, and extend the dire humanitarian crisis Palestinians are facing in Gaza. None of us want that. And so I reiterate the United States' belief that while numerous parties engage in sensitive negotiations, this is not the time for this resolution, which jeopardizes these efforts. Colleagues, I communicated our concerns publicly and privately over the last several weeks. We've submitted numerous rounds of edits. All were ignored. And so for that reason, the United States has offered an alternative resolution that would do what this text does not. Pressure Hamas to take the hostage deal that is on the table and help secure a pause that allows humanitarian assistance to reach Palestinian civilians in desperate need. Again, there's much more we all agree on, and the alternative resolution put forward by the United States is rooted in those shared beliefs. To start, in line with President Biden's comments last week, our text calls for a temporary ceasefire in Gaza as soon as practicable, based on the formula of all hostages being released. Last I checked, no one here opposes this. A majority of us also agree that it's time for this Council to condemn Hamas. We know because you provided that feedback to Russia on its PRST and to Algeria on its resolution, a feedback that was inexplicably ignored. Should the U.S. resolution be adopted, it would be the first to condemn Hamas for the abhorrent attacks of October 7th, including the sexual violence documented that day. The U.S. text also makes clear that Hamas has no place in future governance of Gaza, nor does Hamas represent the dignity or self-determination of the Palestinian people. Again, all things I believe we agree on. In addition, our draft states there can be no reduction of territory in the Gaza Strip and rejects, as we have before in Resolution 2720, any forced displacements of civilians in Gaza. It also highlights the concerns many council members have regarding the fate of civilians in Rafah, making clear that under current circumstances, a major ground offensive into Rafah should not proceed. Colleagues, this is not, as some members have claimed, an American effort to cover for an imminent ground incursion. Rather, it is a sincere statement of our concern for the 1.5 million civilians who've sought refuge in Rafah. Civilians must be protected and have access to humanitarian assistance and basic services. On that note, our text outlines a path for implementation of Resolution 2712 and 2720, including provisions that call for the expansion of aid at scale. It also further clarifies and strengthens the mandate of the Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator for Gaza, Sigrid Kaag, whose plan I know we all support. As in previous resolutions, it places an emphasis on the protection of civilians and humanitarian workers, and it calls for lifting all barriers to the provision of humanitarian assistance, opening additional humanitarian routes, and keeping current border crossings open. Our draft also aims to support the Secretary General's effort to investigate those UNRWA personnel who directly participated in October 7th, and it supports the work of the independent review group led by Catherine Colonna, focused on ensuring UNRWA's neutrality. These and other steps are necessary to restore donor confidence. Finally, and as always, the draft reiterates our unwavering commitment to the vision of the two-state solution, where two democratic states, Israel and Palestine, live side by side in peace, within secure and recognized borders, under a revamped and revitalized Palestinian Authority. Colleagues, this resolution reflects the many ideas that have been shared over the past month, but which are not reflected in the text before us today. And we believe it will both support the ongoing negotiations and lay the groundwork for a sustainable peace in the region. But in addition to getting the what of this text correct, we also know it's critical to get the how and when of it right, too. We will work in earnest in negotiating this text, and indeed intend to leave time for everyone to comment rather than impose an arbitrary deadline for the vote. Colleagues, we're at a pivotal moment and a critical one. Critical for the hostages who've been held captive for nearly 20 weeks in Gaza, and critical for their families who are desperate to be reunited with their loved ones. Critical for Palestinians whose homes and families have been destroyed and who now wonder where they'll find their next meal. Critical for Israelis, many of whom are still displaced or face barrages of rocket fire. Critical for Palestinian civilians in the West Bank who are at heightened risk of extremist settler violence. Critical for humanitarian workers and journalists who put their lives on the line every day to do their jobs. And critical to everyone who desperately want to see sustainable peace in this region. That includes, I believe, every single person in this room. And so let us commit to doing this the right way and at the right time so that we can create the right conditions for a safer, more peaceful future. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the United States for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Госпожа председатель,
Madam President,
вот уже 5-й месяц
for the
в
fifth
Газе
month
I don't care what he has to say.
Incredibly, colleagues, thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, over the past few
Why does
weeks,
she talk
we
again?
have made incredibly clear that the resolution before the
This
Council
new?
would not
Oh.
achieve the goal of a sustainable peace and may in fact run counter to it. Proceeding with a vote today was wishful and irresponsible. And so while we cannot support a resolution that would put
Probably different.
sensitive negotiations in jeopardy, we look forward to engaging on a text that we believe will address so many of the concerns we all share, a text that can and should be adopted by the Council so that we can have a temporary ceasefire as soon as practicable based on the formula of all hostages being released. This temporary ceasefire is critical to getting aid into the hands of Palestinian civilians who desperately need it.
God, they say that a lot.
We should look towards this text so that we can
desperately need it.
finally condemn Hamas for their horrific attacks on October 7th, which set this conflict into motion, so that we can empower Senior Coordinator Cog and the United Nations, because her success is the UN's success. And it is so very needed to ensure civilians get the aid that they need
Desperately.
more efficiently and
She
effectively,
wanted to say it.
and just more, period. And so that ultimately we can together help create a future in which Israelis and Palestinians live in states of their own, side by side, in peace. We're committed to engaging constructively on our resolution with you all in the days to come to that end. And we will continue to tirelessly engage in direct diplomacy and negotiations on the ground. Thank you.
Representative of the United
That's all
States
we
for her
have
statement.
there. I'm not gonna just watch the UN, dude. What the hell is this? What are you doing?
By this country. You know the saying, it's better late than never.
Hey, God bless you for the work you're doing.
What
In the Patriots lab.
in the
Democratic
actual
Party. Donald Trump is done with no other discernment. We need people that are faith believers that are going to do right by the
He's not even on the
Good morning,
fucking-
Daniel.
He's not even on the stream anymore. What are you doing, dude? Maybe people will just come and watch the videos I'm playing.
I'm doing stuff about. Alright,
What do you want to do?
My camera doesn't need to be here either, does it?
Tell everybody how much bullshit climate change.
We could do that.
I'm Piers Corbyn, I'm here to file the sergeant, you know.
Here by the big drum. Right by the big drum.
You are holding the box, tell that.
What the fuck is a Palestinian flag there, dude? Fuck England, dude. It's England's fault all this shit's happening anyway. I see a Palestinian flag in England, it just pisses me off. They're the reason that all this shit keeps happening. Because they did what they did by leaving. They should have stayed there and kept the peace. They already had it. They couldn't afford it, apparently, after World War II. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Okay. There's not much happening. This.
Respondent is suggesting House Republicans have blood on their hands for blocking a foreign aid package that would have sent more money to Ukraine. Listen to this question.
Mr. President, would you go as far as to say that election involving blood is on the hands of House Republicans right now?
I wouldn't use that term. They're making a big mistake not responding.
Joe Concha, a Fox News contributor, and Joe joins us now. And Joe,
Not interested.
I want to take a good look at your screen right now. Just a short time ago, police released surveillance video, this one showing the 3 people behind an armed robbery of a Gucci store in Manhattan's meatpacking district. They are still on the run this morning. Eyewitness News reporter Phil Tate live there with more on what that video police want you to see. Phil?
Does anybody really give a shit if Gucci is being stolen from? I'm sorry, I don't. Steal all you want from Gucci. Fuck Gucci. Who cares? All the fucking high-end stupid brands that people are willing to spend on fucking $500 on a t-shirt, steal all you want from them. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Make them actually go bankrupt. I don't care. It's not gonna happen, but... Now when you're stealing from Walgreens and CVS's and causing them to shut down in small communities that people don't have good transportation, and that was their place that they were able to go to near their house. Now they gotta take a bus down to Walmart or something. Yeah, that's a fucking problem. Leave CVS and Walgreens alone. What are you doing stealing deodorant? Go get the big boy shit. Go get the, you know what I mean? Who gives a shit if you're stealing from Gucci? Nobody cares. Steal all the Gucci bags you want. I don't give a shit. I don't care if they're fake. I don't care if they're real. Sell them. Woo! I'm never gonna want one. And if I'm lucky enough to be married, not that I give a shit about it right now. If one day I want to be married and I got a wife that wants a Gucci bag, I'm gonna be looking at her like she's fucking retarded. You know what I mean? Just buy a fake one. Give a shit. Actually, fuck that. Don't buy one at all. They're stupid. Women are addicted to buying expensive purses. A lot of women are addicted to that shit. They're like, oh my god, look at your purse. Oh, let me stick it in my pants. I'm taking it home with me. And they steal it. The fuck? It's stupid. It's like, I don't know, man. Whatever. Because like once, like the whole point of it is like they can last a long time. But once they start looking dingy, you know, because they're going to last, but they're going to start looking dingy, but it's going to stay together and it's going to last. Once they start looking dingy, though, like the whole point of it lasting is like, it's going to last. It's going to get, it's not going to look new anymore eventually. It doesn't look new forever because it's high quality. So, as soon as it doesn't look new anymore, they want a new one. That's what I've noticed. Women, you're fucking retarded. Because they want like a Gucci purse, but they're living paycheck to paycheck. You know what I mean? They can barely afford the Gucci purse or whatever purse. So they have it so that they look like they have money, but they really don't have money. That's a good way to get your purse stolen too, because people think it's going to have money in it because it's expensive looking. Oh shit, you got the Gucci purse. That's just got a wallet with some cash in it. Usually not though. That's what I've noticed. Most women that are into that kind of shit don't have much money. One thing, my mom paid good money for makeup. Apparently, cheap makeup will fuck you up. I remember she got like the Estee Lauder. She would get it whenever it would come like a free gift, a bunch of free Estee Lauder stuff. I remember that was her brand growing up, Estee Lauder. But I don't remember her really being into like the purse thing. Shit, we used to shop at thrift stores when I was a kid, man. Back when they were a good deal. Back before eBay. Now eBay and all the Mercer or whatever, all these other third-party sellers, they've ruined thrift stores. Shit, thrift stores are selling their shit on eBay. And now the Salvation Army has their own online selling platform. And they price match eBay to make sure that they're selling high enough. It's hard to get a good deal at the thrift store now, man. Don't even go to them anymore. It's like going to Buffalo Exchange. They price it like Buffalo Exchange. Like Buffalo Exchange out here It's like a level up above a thrift store. A lot of places never heard of Buffalo Exchange. They've been out here for decades. But you can take your clothes and get money for them. Like if you have a pair of pants that's decent, they'll give you a couple bucks, $5 for them. But then they end up selling them for a premium because they're known for having better stuff than a thrift store. Well, thrift stores have turned into Buffalo Exchange. They get shit for free and they sell it for a premium. Yeah, it's really cool store. If you're really like, if you're hard up and you need money and you got a bunch of clothes that you don't give a shit about, you can take a bag of clothes and maybe get $50 or something. I remember once I was really hard up, man, and my brother gets a lot of free clothes for what he does, and he gave me a bunch of clothes to take to Buffalo Exchange and get some money because he didn't want them, he didn't need them. So, yeah. It gives people an incentive to steal your clothes, though. That's only like a bum or something. Bubba in the house. Man. Dude, it was cold last night. It's been raining all night long. We're looking like... Oh, I'm so flared up too, dude. I'm not talking about it much, so I don't want to like harp on it, but I've been flared up for a while now, dude. Weeks. It keeps getting a little bit better, then it gets worse. I'm hoping that shaving's going to help. Usually it does. It's something to do with having all my, like, this hair pulling all the time. Everywhere. I'm sleeping and stuff. It contributes to me flaring up. I got one right on the corner of my lip, dude. It's bugging me. Yeah. Hey, Tara, you know what? You're a fucking troll. Leave me alone. Stop it. I see you talking in outlaw stream and shit the same way. What are you doing? What are you doing with your life? I saw you yesterday in there. You know, I don't have to say anything to see people in chats, right? All I gotta do is stop in and look. And I can just scroll up, too. You don't even have to be there anymore. What are you doing? Why are you being a weirdo? You don't have an avatar. That's strike one. That's already troll territory. You know who? Dude, remember that person I banned yesterday? I think that might have been Outlaw. I was thinking about it after I got off. That dumpling guy? That, whatchamacallit, dumpling? Why else was he bringing up? Remember when I banned him? When I banned him, it was because he said I was playing the game and I had like 9 people, which is a lot for me playing PubG. But he was talking shit about it. He was like, "Hey man, what's the deal with you only having 9 people watching now? And when you got 5,800 subs from People's Convoy, and what's going on?" Like what? It was out of nowhere. He said that. It had to have been Outlaw, dude. That dude's been pissing me off, saying weird shit for weeks now. What do you think? Think it was him? Was he live yesterday when that happened? I don't know. I wasn't looking. I think it was him there. Because it was just like, it was such a, why bring up people? He's stuck on that thing. He's stuck on People's Convoy, dude. It dawned on me after I was like, why would he? I was like, why isn't Outlaw ever popping in saying anything? Because we know he's watching. He's watching, dude. He can't help himself from wanting to see what people are saying about him. Especially when he sees Hammond and Patty popping in, both of them. He saw her yesterday. So he's like, oh, what's she doing over there? What are they talking about me? Huh? Like, I don't give a shit if people are talking about me. I'm so over that shit now. Like, if there are other channels that are restreaming, I don't care. I don't want to know about it, even. I don't go get away from me. Fucking troll. If they're telling me about it, they're just trying to get more people in their chat. That's why they're telling me in my chat. They're trying to get people over there. It just pisses me off when I see them say something about it. But like, I don't want to know what people are saying about me. It's none of my business. That's what it's one of the things they teach you, and they teach people in treatment. What others think or say about you is none of your business. Don't fucking worry about it. Who gives a shit what they say or think? Doesn't affect me at all. And that's how life should be lived. He doesn't live like that. It's like he's been through treatment, but he doesn't live like that. I'll see people post like a video about me, completely about me, and I won't even bring it up. Like, it'll get recommended to me. I won't even bring it up on stream because that's what they want. I won't comment on it. Nothing. If anything, I'll comment on it on another screen name so they won't know it's me. And I won't, like, I'll just say something like, "You're fucking obsessed, aren't you?" Are you obsessed with this guy? Who is this guy? You know, I'll say something like that. Dude, did I just pack this before going to bed or something? Holy cow. I think I only took one hit out of it. And then I got off. What is KC 36? I don't know what strain that is. Starburst mixed with KC 36. Anybody know? Let's see. KC 36. Oh man. Simon's eating good today, so I'm feeling way happier. So far today, he's eaten almost 70 grams plus 2 tablespoons of water added. So a smidgen was left on his plate. Good day so far. I have not given him the green lift muscle oil in a couple days now, and I haven't given him probiotics in a couple days now because I'm trying to rule those out. I'll add one of them, and then the other one maybe after a couple of days of him having a normal appetite. He's on the rabbit and lamb mixture at the moment. It's a canned, it comes together like that, so I don't have to mix anything. And I did get his food up to 90 something degrees though this morning. That might have had a lot to do with it. I think he likes it nice and warm. So I'm gonna have to try to figure out a way to do that. Maybe put in the microwave for a minute, or actually I'll take it out an hour in advance and then I'll add water, warmed water to it. Yeah, that's what I'll do. So at 10 or so, I'll take his food out, weigh it, leave it out, let it warm up. No, 30 minutes would probably be enough. Yeah, 30 minutes would probably be enough. Okay. I don't know what should be better, an hour or 30. By 31st. Hey, Grobby Girl, welcome. Hey, did you change your name? Are you in Croatia? Grobby? Take your names out here, dude. Let's see. I can't tell if you changed it, but I can tell if you have any dough. 18 hours. Are you girly? Croatian person? Because they're not showing up anymore. When I search them. Bro. Who are you? Who? Tell me, who are you? Who are you? Who? That person must not be here anymore. How long was that? 8:12. Fuck, man. Their attention span, motherfucker, having. You know what I'm saying? Woo, let's take it back. I think I'll take the streams ending. Some old heads would be like, what, is the streams ending already? Right. This was the ending song for like a year. If this music was playing, it meant I was leaving. Dude, remember sometimes when I get them, we get the the train, the whatever the hell that was, what the hell was that? Dono train or something? It used to only go to level 5. Hey buddy. Hey buddy. Stop opening the door though. Hype Train, that's what it was called. You still only go to level 5 though. Y'all would max it out, dude. Now you can't max it out anymore. They kind of ruined it with that. I think they ruined the Hype Train by disallowing it to reach a destination. I noticed a drastic decrease in Hype Trains when they started doing that. Actually before, but like that didn't help for sure. It kind of ruined the whole thing. Like a train reaches a destination, dude. You don't just ride it forever. But they made it so it just keeps going. A level after level after level after level. Like it still exists, it just never stops. There's no goal. The hell they did that for, man. Because the very few streamers that are actually going to get over 5 levels, I mean, maybe if they make it super easy to skip levels, I don't know, know, man. I just don't understand why they fixed something that wasn't broken. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on. Man, dude, he had a bunch of blood, like, scab in the corner of his eye on this fur. I had to pick it off with my fingernail. He didn't like it. I don't know if he's got... It's the same eye he's been having issues with, but it doesn't ever pus or look... He doesn't... Like, it looks fine. I don't know, man. If I should use those antibiotic drops or not. I don't want to just be squirting antibiotics in his eye for nothing. Come here. Come here. What are you doing? Yeah, come on. Holy shit, Simon. He's been meowing for like 5 minutes. Maybe 3 minutes, but it's been pretty consistent. The whole time I'm telling him to come up here. He's meowing at me. Okay, are we good now? Can we lay down? Are you hungry or what? You just ate. You just ate. Medication has been given, thyroid. Now we're going to 40 minutes. We do the heart medication. Okay. Gonna lay down. Alright. My buddy. My buddy. I hope your eyes are okay. So KC36 is a cross between White Widow and KC606. Alright, so the reason why I'm looking at this right now is because Joker, what's up, man? Starburst 36 is a mixture, or is a genetics of Starburst and KC36. I don't know. Starburst, I don't know what the lineage is of that either, so let me see something. I thought this was Starburst, honestly. There's a difference between Starburst and Starburst 36, though, I guess. Okay. Burst. Drain. Starburst, also known as Starburst OG and Starburst Kush, is a hybrid marijuana strain made by crossing pre-98 Bubba Kush, hey, and with Fire OG. Okay, well, what the fuck is Fire OG? Is OG mean its lineage is it's a landrace? No. I thought maybe OG meant that. Okay, so Fire OG, also known as Fire OG Kush, is an indica dominant hybrid marijuana strain made of crossing OG Kush and SFV OG Kush. Holy shit. Okay, we're going deeper. We're going deep. We haven't even done the weird other numbered strain yet. Okay, OG Kush strain is a result. The result was a wait. Why didn't the okay? I need to put strain to give me the same. Okay, here we go. Why isn't it telling me the lineage? So is it actually landrace? Kush. Boom. Originated from California, OG Kush is a hybrid Hindu Kush of of Hindu Kush and Kim Dog. Okay, so what's Hindu Kush? This is retarded. This is too much, dude. Now this one's going to be a land race, I think. I think so. I mean, this has got to be. There's no way. There we go. Land race. We made it to land race. Yes. Hindu Kush marijuana strain. It's 100% indica land race cannabis variety originating from the Hindu Kush mountain range spanning Afghanistan and Pakistan. There you go. So the other one though, is that a land race? M-Dog. I don't think so. This is wild. I've never done this before. I don't know why I've never done this. I should make videos on it. Chemdog. Where is it at? Gotta put lineage every time now, I guess. Okay, there are some enthusiasts who believe Chemdog comes from a mix of Nepalese and Thai land races. Others say it's a mix of San Fernando Valley OG and Chem 91. And then, of course, there's an origin story floating around that only says there were some random seeds obtained from a Grateful Dead concert. That's wild, man. So this one, they don't even know for sure where it came from. Chemdog. Wow. But it's so repeatable. It must be so repeatable that they're able to tell what it is by how it's growing, what it looks like, what it smells like, what it tastes like. I don't know what else, but like its structure, blood structure, its trichromes, what they look like. But that's, you know, it's one of the reasons why I kind of appreciate getting stuff from clinics and dispensaries, because I know that this is what they say it is. This is Starburst. They have made damn sure that they're not selling me another product saying that, say, remember when Girl Scout cookie was really popular? All street dealers all of a sudden had Girl Scout cookie. It was a thing. I was reading about it, reading and talking to friends that lived in other states. That became a popular thing. People wanted it because it was like the word was getting out. Oftentimes they didn't have Girl Scout. They were just selling them something and saying it was Girl Scout because that shit would sell. I appreciate knowing that this is Starburst 36, and not just Starburst 36, Starburst 36 Phenom 1. I also have a different numbered one in the fridge, and it is also it's living soil. So it was it's got a sticker on it. It says that it was grown with living soil, which is with like microbes and worms and mushrooms and stuff is actually in the soil at the same time that they grew it. So it's supposed to bring out the flavor in it, bring out the terpene profile. That's what it's. That's what they say. I kind of want to keep some of this and try them side by side. Probably gonna do that if I can. Ted Thomas, what's going on, man? You doing? You at work? Is everybody at work right now? Oh yeah, that KC one. What was that? So KC36 is a cross of White Widow, which White Widow was one of the. I think actually, White Widow might have been the first upper level weed that I bought. Like that wasn't swag. It was wasn't mid grade either. Nugged up, you know. It was White Widow, which I don't know the lineage of that either. So we're gonna get to that KC one. The Brazilian sativa landrace. What? Well, which ones? It doesn't say. It just says Brazilian sativa landrace and heavy resin heavy South Indian indica. Netherlands doesn't say there either. I don't know. They don't say. They don't know, I guess. They just show some random strain from Brazil and South India. What does it say? Oh, the strain is just controversial. Is it as famous? Here we go. The secretive says De Sajman is much more secretive about the origins of his white widow. In interviews, he mentioned that he found the seeds from the strain in a batch of handmade hash or charas. He then gave the origin plant to Arjun Roscom at Greenhouse Seeds, as well as the permission to sell the strain under that name. On the De Sajman website, the strain is said to have been created from a mix of Brazilian and Indian sativas. Okay. White Widow is considered the mother of the white family of cannabis strains, which also comprises White Russian, White Rhino, Great White Shark, White Domina, and White Amnesia. Huh. So it's from two landrace strains combined. That much we know. So KC36 is a combination of that and KC606. Why did they name it that? KC606. God. Super rare indica dominant hybrid strain created through an unknown combination of hybrid strains due to high level of breeder secrecy. Wow. Super rare. So if you see KC606, probably you want to try that, especially if it's at a clinic. Super rare. It may taste fruity, spicy, earthy, sour, piney. Super rare. Dude. Highly regarded thanks to its long-lasting high and well-balanced breeding habits. The aroma is peppery woods and spicy earth with a heavy dank overtone that intensifies the more that you toke. The bud has small rounded dark olive green nugs with thin orange hairs and a coating of tiny amber crystals, trichromes. See what I mean? Like a bit. The trichromes have a certain color to them. The hairs have a certain color. The nugs have a certain structure. The color of the nugs, size, thin orange hairs. Like, it's interesting. They keep some strains secret, isn't it? Isn't it? What is that? KC606. That's so weird. Anybody's reviewed it on Reddit. Seed finder. Is this? I don't even know what I'm looking at, dude. You? I think I buy seeds from there. Ken Dog's hard to grow too, huh? Oh wow. Ken Dog's dense buds are susceptible to mold, so proper air circulation is crucial. I feel like the people that grow weed, like that's all they do. That's like, because I feel like I'm getting vertigo with all. There's like so much information involved. I just want to dab it. What? I'm glad you're feeling better, Patty. That was rough. Hopefully you get to feeling better. I know it's probably still rough. But well, I guess that is it for that. Does it taste like motor oil? Oh, Palestine's talking.
The court's order appealing.
Palestine's talking, dude, right now. I'm curious to do it there. Send us the stuff. Oh
and
shit!
we thank you also.
Depends on a peaceful.
For your. Madam President.
They went live just for him to start talking.
We thank you
on this
and your friendly country,
station. Look.
Guyana, for your leadership of the Security Council.
Interesting, isn't it?
We thank Algeria for all its efforts and its statement that my brother Ammar delivered a few minutes ago in bringing forth the draft resolution on behalf of the Arab group that has just been voted regarding the grave situation that continues to be faced by the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip as Israel, the occupying power, carries on with its genocidal war. We also thank the 13 members of the Security Council who voted in favor of the draft, and we thank you also for your intense engagement with the Arab group, led by our brother, the Ambassador of Algeria, during the course of the last 3 weeks, negotiating in good faith, of trying to save the Palestinian people's lives in the Gaza Strip and not to allow the looming catastrophe flying over our heads in having a further catastrophe on the Gaza Strip. We sincerely thank you for that effort, for your principled position, and for your determination that a ceasefire has to be demanded, implemented now to save lives, to save the Gaza Strip, to save the 1.5 million Palestinians in the Rafah district. This draft resolution was brought to the Council precisely because Israel persists with the onslaught, persists with every single grave breach it has been committing, despite the near unanimous calls by the international community for a ceasefire, and despite the ICJ provisional measures ordered to Israel to cease all acts of genocide and incitement to genocide, and to ensure humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people, who every day are facing death and destruction and the torment of starvation and repeated forced displacement. It has been nearly 3 weeks since I last addressed the Council following the court's order appealing for action to be taken to ensure the implementation of the provisional measures, to ensure a ceasefire that would protect the Palestinian people and avert the further ravaging of their lives by the Israeli onslaught. But our appeals have regrettably been to no avail. Between our last Council session on the 31st of January and today, the casualty toll has risen from 26,000 Palestinians killed by the Israeli occupying forces to now almost 30,000 people killed and more than 69,000 people injured. This means that in just the past 20 days alone, Israel has killed nearly 4,000 more Palestinian children, women, and men in just 20 days. This is a deplorable consequence of inaction. It means more than 200 Palestinians killed every day. It means that by the time this Security Council session ends, more than 25 Palestinians will have been killed. It means more babies will be murdered, wounded, amputated, and orphaned. More children will die of hunger and hypothermia and disease. It means the continued threat of the further forced displacement of families, the looming danger of a mass expulsion or worse, slaughter of the nearly 1.5 million people in Rafah who have nowhere to flee, no protection whatsoever. It means the continued deprivation of the entire population of Gaza, left without food, water, medicine, and shelter, essential to alleviate suffering and ensure survival. It means that the human lives that could have been spared and saved are instead being forsaken to Israel's genocidal war machine, deliberately, knowingly, by those who oppose a ceasefire. We all know this. We know the staggering figures. We have heard the warning from the Secretary General, the heads of all UN agencies on the ground, dozens of independent special rapporteurs and humanitarian and human rights agencies the world over. We have seen it with our own eyes in pictures and videos that have seared and stained our collective conscience and broken our hearts and our humanity. In the face of Israel's brazen violation of the ICJ order, the court sent another warning, issued another decision on 16 February, reminding Israel that it is bound to fully comply with its obligations under the Genocide Convention and all the provisional measures ordered by the court on 26 January. The court also had to remind Israel that its obligations are immediate and should be effective. The call for ceasefire should have been agreed to long time ago. What threshold needs to be crossed for this Council to finally demand a ceasefire? What could be more serious than the crime than genocide? History, as my brother Ammar said, is going to judge the Council harshly. It is already doing so, impairing its credibility and authority in the eyes of people all over the world, perhaps irreparably. But we will not be complacent in this inaction. We have a duty to our people to seek every possible pathway to bring an end to the slaughter, an end to the trauma and terror, an end to the threats to expel them from their land. We will not be silent, and we will act with every legitimate means to uphold our sacred obligations to defend and protect our people and to pursue justice for them. That is why we have come back to the Security Council over and over again, imploring it to act to protect our people. That is why we will not relent in seeking accountability, calling on the Council, the General Assembly, and all states to act in line with the Charter and all obligations under international law without selectivity, without exception. We will not stop demanding accountability for the war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide that Israel is perpetrating against the Palestinian people. But accountability must move beyond words in these chambers. It must mean real consequences for the occupying power for its criminal behavior. To this end, I just have returned around midnight last night from The Hague, where the State of Palestine stood before the ICJ, appealing to the Court for Justice after more than 75 years of Nakba, 56 years of belligerent occupation, 17 years of blockade, and nearly 140 days of vindictive, punitive siege and massacres perpetrated by Israel in Gaza, which is a genocide. What crimes has Israel not committed yet? We have gone to the court, along with an unprecedented number of countries, to confront the Israeli impunity that has made life a living hell for the Palestinian people, appealing for an immediate and complete end to this illegal colonial occupation and apartheid regime, the root cause of all the ills our people are suffering, including this genocidal war. The court has undertaken its solemn duties, acting swiftly both in response to the case brought by South Africa against Israel under the Genocide Convention and in response to the General Assembly's request for advisory opinion, which we hope will be a true turning point in the quest for accountability and for justice for the Palestinian people. When will the Security Council finally undertake its solemn duties? When will the Council act to demand the ceasefire that has been demanded by the rest of the international community majority for months now? The veto of this draft resolution is not only regrettable after weeks of consultations with every single Council member and after endless patience by the State of Palestine, the Arab states, and nearly the entire international community that for months have demanded a ceasefire. It is absolutely reckless and dangerous against shielding Israel even as it commits the most shocking crimes while exposing millions of innocent Palestinian civilians to its wrath and more untold horrors. It is not Israel that should be protected by the veto. It is Palestinian children, women and men who must be protected by this Council acting now. Only with a ceasefire can we give a chance for life, for Resolution 2712 and 2720 to be implemented, as the President of the Security Council has indicated correctly. Ceasefire would allow these two resolutions to be implemented for humanitarian assistance to reach the millions of desperate people in need, for UNRWA and other UN agencies to deliver life-saving aid, and a chance for our collective efforts to chart a path for justice and peace. And as long as the Council fails to demand a ceasefire, it will be considered not only derelict in its duties, but an enabler of the most horrific crimes we are witnessing in these days in Gaza. The message given today to Israel with this veto is that it can continue to get away with murder. Israel cannot and should not and will not get away with it. We will not allow it. This veto does not absolve Israel of its obligations, nor of those who shield it. Not here in the Security Council, not in the ICJ, and not anywhere. Even if the Security Council continues to shirk its responsibilities, to be obstructed by the veto of a permanent member over and over, the other organs of the international system are upholding their responsibilities. And one day or another, Palestinian children will not be viewed as a demography threat, but as children with the right to life and to fulfill their hopes and dreams. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the permanent observer of
Madam President.
I thank the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Madam President. Since October 7th, this Council has voted upon numerous resolutions constructed around the same flawed theme, the concept of a ceasefire. This word is constantly mentioned in the Security Council, in the General Assembly, and by UN officials and agencies, as if it is a silver bullet, a magical solution to all of the region's problems. For the past 137 days, the only solution discussed on the international stage is this absurd notion of a ceasefire. Will a ceasefire bring home the hostages? Will a ceasefire eliminate Hamas? Will a ceasefire disarm Hezbollah, the Houthis, and all the other Iranian terrorist proxies in our region? Will a ceasefire end the genocidal ambitions of Palestinian terror groups aiming for Israel's annihilation? We're still waiting for President Abbas to condemn the October 7th massacre. What exactly will this silver bullet ceasefire achieve? A ceasefire achieves one thing and one thing only: the survival of Hamas. A ceasefire achieves one thing and one thing only: the survival of Hamas. Exactly the opposite. The opposite of how it's portrayed. A ceasefire is a death sentence for many more Israelis and Gazans. Supporting a ceasefire means supporting the survival of jihadist terrorists that will continue butchering Israelis and endlessly spilling the blood of innocents. There is a reason, dear colleagues, that the ICJ unanimously and rightly rejected South Africa's attempt to undermine Israel's right to defend itself by calling for a ceasefire.
I don't think there's going to be a ceasefire.
The very idea that Israel would be denied this fundamental right, while Hamas would be free to continue its terror and hold hostages, is morally unthinkable. Because, as you know, Hamas is not going to even read your resolutions. So why are some on this council so determined to impose harmful measures that the ICJ refused to take? You all know the answers. Colleagues, a ceasefire is the epitome of a kick-the-can-down-the-road policy. A ceasefire today means immunity for baby killers and rapists. It's an easy way to make this problem an issue for another day. With a ceasefire in place, Hamas will regroup, rearm, and their next attempted genocide against Israelis will only be a question of when, not if. Hamas has sworn publicly to commit the atrocities of October 7th again and again and again until Israel is annihilated. So why is the Council, charged with security, is so fixated on aiding these monsters to stay in power? Just yesterday, Israel exposed footage proving that Shiri Bibas and her two children, 4-year-old Ariel and 1-year-old Kfir, were taken to Gaza alive. So tell me, distinguished council members, a 4-year-old and a baby were taken hostage by Hamas, among others, and most of you choose to support a ceasefire? Why do you want to leave them in Gaza? Do you not see how immoral that is, and what kind of precedent this would set for terrorists around the globe? Did you think about baby Kfir when you voted on this resolution, a resolution that would ensure that Kfir, along with 133 other hostages, remain in dark terror tunnels? Did you think about Noa Argamani? Noa's look of sheer horror as she violently separated from her boyfriend Avinoam Or and taken to Gaza on the back of a motorbike has become a symbol of the hostages' plight. In the heart-wrenching video, you can hear Noa screaming and pleading with the terrorists not to abduct her. Noa's mother, Liora, born Chong Hong Lee, a Chinese-Israeli citizen originally from Wuhan, is terminally ill with stage 4 brain cancer.
Damn, Kirby.
All she asks is
I'm not
that
laughing at her situation.
she can hug Noa, her only daughter, one last time before she succumbs to her illness. To my Chinese colleague, I ask you, in the name of Liora Chong Hong Lee, rather than pushing for a harmful ceasefire which will keep Noa in Gaza, I urge you, pressure Hamas to release Noa so that her mother can see Noa one last time before her death. Colleagues, jihadists around the globe see that the body mandated to uphold international security is willing to allow murderous Hamas rapists to continue their reign of terror. Your calls for a ceasefire empower Hamas, giving them hope to stay in power. This does not ensure security, it prevents it. You truly want a ceasefire? Well, Israel also wants a ceasefire. Your children are not the ones that are falling in battle against bloodthirsty terrorists. They are ours. If Hamas survives, it will be our children that Hamas will murder in cold blood again. Israel seeks a ceasefire, but there is only one formula that we are willing to accept. All of our hostages must be released, and Hamas must turn themselves in. Colleagues, the Algerian resolution not only empowers jihadists by calling for a ceasefire, it also fails, again, to condemn Hamas for their heinous crimes. Not condemning Hamas's atrocities has now become a tradition here. It's tragic. Hamas Nazis invaded Israel, deliberately murdering families, raping women and girls, and destroying everything they could get their hands on. They are brutal terrorists who took pride in their barbarism. Yet, not once, not even once, since October 7th, has this Council or any UN body condemned Hamas and their violence. One day, we mentioned history here, when historians studied the reasons why the UN lost its standing and influence, the inability of this organization to condemn terrorists that slaughter children will be one of the driving factors. Mark my words. But the impact of this Council's decisions spread much further than this room. If this Council is incapable of condemning Hamas, UN officials feel like they have further legitimacy to whitewash Hamas. Mere days ago, Under-Secretary General Griffith stated that Hamas is not a terrorist group, but a political movement. Is the intentional, brutal murder of hundreds of civilians not terror? Is the systematic rape of women not terror? Is beheading and burning children alive not terror? We all know Hamas is a terrorist organization, yet by staying silent in the face of Hamas's crimes and not condemning them, you allow such lies to perpetuate. Your politicized decision of silence promotes the falsehoods that Hamas can be reasoned with, that they are not the bloodthirsty terrorists that they are, and this is the stance that the UN adopts and promotes. Condemn Hamas as a council, condemn their atrocities, rid this institution of its shame. Do it for the sake of those butchered, for the sake of the hostages, for the sake of morality and truth. It's in your hands. Colleagues, some of you have approached me and asked me why Israel is so critical of the UN and its agencies. The recent event over the past weeks have hopefully made it clearer to you. 1 week ago, Special Rapporteur Albanese libelously stated that the victims of October 7th were not murdered for their identity, but in response to Israel's so-called oppression. This is victim blaming and a clear justification of terror. But for some UN employees, even poisonous words are not enough. Dozens of UNRWA employees took active roles in the October 7th massacre, while many more praised the savage attack. Faisal Ali Musallem El-Naami, an UNRWA social worker, stuffed the body of Jonathan Samerano into a truck to be taken to Gaza. A Hamas data center was located directly underneath UNRWA headquarters in Gaza, connected to UNRWA's power supply, and terror tunnels have been found running underneath various UNRWA facilities, schools, everything. Out of UNRWA's 1,300 employees in Gaza, 12%, I repeat, 12% are members of Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and at least 236 of them are active terrorists in these organizations' armed wings. UNRWA has been proven to be an instrumental part of Hamas's terror machine, which makes UNRWA itself a terrorist organization. Yet, rather than take responsibility for the weaponization of this murderous UN agency, Commissioner General Lazzarini has chosen to say that he had no knowledge of Hamas's hold on his own agency. This is blatantly false. Israel exposed terror tunnels under UNRWA schools and supplied evidence of Hamas's exploitation of UNRWA.
Medicine.
You can see it in my Twitter account. I personally sent letters to the Commissioner General and the Secretary General. We implored them for years to carry out a comprehensive search of all UNRWA facilities in Gaza. Yet not only did they refuse, they chose to bury their heads in the sand and ignore the reality. This is why every report, every statement or number provided by the UN cannot be trusted. In Gaza, dear colleagues, Hamas is the UN and the UN is Hamas. Distinguished Council members, this ostrich tactic, burying one's head in the sand, is the modus operandi among UN leadership. Yet, no matter how deep one's head is buried, it will not change the reality on the ground. A terrorist is a terrorist. A terror organization is a terror organization. And a law-abiding liberal democracy will remain as such. Even if here at the UN, for political reasons, light becomes darkness and day becomes night. This is also the case with the escalating situation on Israel's northern border with Lebanon. For years, and you heard it here, for years Israel has called for this Council to impose the implementation of Security Council Resolution 1701. Yet, for years, the UN has opted for the ostrich tactic. Tragically, this is no longer a situation that can be ignored. The clock is ticking. It is not a matter of years, but weeks before Israel will be forced to implement Resolution 1701 ourselves. Just yesterday, a Hezbollah drone was downed while flying over the Sea of Galilee, deep inside Israel. Over 2,000 Hezbollah missiles and rockets have rained down on the cities of Israel's north. 2,000. And nearly 100,000 residents of northern Israel have been displaced due to the threat posed by Hezbollah, with, of course, Iran's backing. A ceasefire in Gaza is not only destructive for Israel and the Palestinians, it also ensures that a blind eye is turned to what is unfolding in the rest of the region. Be it the Houthis' relentless attacks on maritime trade, pro-Iran militias targeting even American service members, or Hezbollah's constant bombardment of Israel's north. The clock is ticking, and sadly, we will be forced to take decisive action. Terror will never be tolerated. Madam President, this Council must put politics aside for the sake of its mandate. A ceasefire that allows Hamas to remain in power means ensured death and destruction. Ignoring Hamas's atrocities and not condemning them means empowering terrorists worldwide. And focusing only on Gaza while looking away from the terror aggression across the region will lead to a future that none of us seek. The Security Council must fulfill its mandate. It must side with Israel against the forces of evil, and it must face reality. Reality is not found when one's head is buried in the sand. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Israel for his statement. I shall now give the floor to the representative of Qatar.
شكرا لكم السيد الرئيس. I would like to thank you, Madam President, and I'd like to thank your friendly country on your presidency of the Security Council. It is a pleasure for me to deliver a statement on the behalf of the Arab countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council. My country, the state of Qatar, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, the Sultanate of Oman, and the Kingdom of Bahrain align themselves with the statement to be delivered by the Arab group. Madam President, today's meeting is being held under extremely difficult circumstances. The situation in the Gaza Strip has increasingly deteriorated, and we are facing the worst humanitarian disaster the world has seen. According to UN reports today, there is no safe place in the Gaza Strip. Almost all residents of the Gaza Strip, whose number is more than 2 million, these 2 million people are now refugees and people faced with the risk of starvation. At a time when the aggression by the Israeli occupying power against our Palestinian brethren has been ongoing for 5 months, the GCC has cautioned against the increased frequency of military attacks against our Palestinian brothers. We caution against the increased number of victims, the majority of whom are women and children who have been killed, wounded, and people under rubble. We call on the United Nations to assume responsibility. The UN officials have said that never seen a situation such as that taking place today. The UN Secretary General invokes Article 99 of the Charter, warned about the dangers of the collapse of the humanitarian system and of public order in Gaza. He also called for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. There's a need to fully implement the resolutions 2720 and 2712 of the Security Council dating 2022. Madam President, the Arab states of the Gulf Cooperation Council condemn in the firmest terms the Israeli threat regarding the launch of a military operation against the city of Rafah. In the city of Gaza, we caution against the fact that these threats portend an increase in violence levels and destabilization. These threats represent a danger to regional stability. We firmly condemn the attempts at forced displacement of civilians, and we firmly reject any military engagement in the city of Rafah. We caution against a new humanitarian disaster in that area. This is the last refuge for hundreds of thousands of displaced persons in the Gaza Strip. In the same vein, we profoundly regret the suspension by some donors of their financing for UNRWA, specifically in the light of the dangerous humanitarian situation which we are all bearing witness to. 5 million Palestinian people depend on the agency, especially in the Gaza Strip. We align ourselves in this regard with what was said by the SG in his call for countries who have halted their support to UNRWA to reconsider and to reinstate their financing for the agency to end the humanitarian disaster in Gaza to prevent it from worsening. Our countries reiterate their steadfast position in support of the just Palestinian cause and the legitimate rights of the fraternal people to establish an independent state on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as the capital. Madam President, Arab states of the GCC extend their appreciation for the ongoing negotiations around a framework agreement for a new humanitarian truce in Gaza. My country, the state of Qatar, has been facilitating these efforts alongside the Arab Republic of Egypt and the U.S. to free hostages and detainees, to guarantee greater deliveries of humanitarian assistance and to rescue efforts in Gaza to protect civilians. The Arab states of the GCC have profound regrets regarding the failure of the Council to adopt a draft resolution submitted by Algeria. This was supported by the Arab group and the overwhelming majority of members of the Council. This draft is humanitarian by its content and aligns with IHL. We wish to emphasize in this regard that our country will continue efforts alongside partners at all levels to guarantee the achievement of an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. Let us end the...
Simon's in my lap, and he heard me start eating. He was just staring at the bowl. He was just staring at it. He wouldn't even look at me.
bloodletting of the Palestinian people, and let us deliver adequate volumes of humanitarian assistance and relief to Gaza, and let us protect civilians. Thank you very much for your attention.
Qatar for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Tunisia.
Thank you, Madam President. It is my honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Arab group. Allow me at the outset to congratulate you and your country, Guyana, for presiding over the Security Council this month. We thank you for holding this session. We would like to thank Algeria, the Arab member in the Security Council, for taking the initiative to table the draft resolution and make every effort during the negotiations to preserve the unity of the Security Council and reach consensus on a call for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. This is the most urgent measure during these catastrophic circumstances in the Gaza Strip and the horrible humanitarian suffering of the Palestinian people. This is caused by the occupation forces' continued aggression, war crimes, genocide against the Palestinian people, which continue unabated. The occupation forces also continue to impose a collective punishment and prevent humanitarian, medical, food, and fuel assistance to be delivered to Gaza. Madam President, the Arab group would like to thank the Council members that positively contributed and constructively participated in the negotiations on the draft resolution and voted for its adoption. At the same time, we regret that the Council failed to adopt the draft resolution. It failed once again to shoulder its moral and legal responsibility as the main organ entrusted with the maintenance of international peace and security. We reaffirm, like other countries and members of the Security Council and UN and humanitarian organizations, the need for an immediate ceasefire, the need to prevent the occupation powers from implementing their schemes which target more than 1.5 million Palestinians in Rafah, the need to prevent yet another forced displacement of Palestinians and emptying of Palestinian land. It is unacceptable by any standard for the Security Council to continue to work at the whim of political calculations and narrow interests at a time where daily attacks continue on Palestinian people, deepening their suffering and killing thousands, including children, women, elderly, and sick people. The Security Council failed today to speak in one voice and put the principles of international law and international humanitarian law and the right to life first. This sends the wrong message once again to the occupying power and gives it a carte blanche to continue its crimes, disregarding international legitimacy and considering itself above the law and above all accountability. It worsens the lack of trust in the credibility of this important UN organ. In this vein, we reject, once again, the policies of favoritism of the occupation schemes and its protection at the expense of thousands of Palestinians who are being killed and their land that is being stolen based on the schemes of displacement and settlement. We reject the double standards that only protract the Palestinian question, that lead to the non-implementation of any relevant resolution. This has caused massacres and abuse of the rights of the Palestinian people. We call for dealing with all situations and questions with the same level of commitment and with the same standards. We call upon the international community and the Security Council to provide protection to Palestinian civilians and accelerate the unimpeded entry and delivery of humanitarian assistance to Gaza in implementation of Security Council Resolutions 2720 and 2712. We fully support the efforts of the UN Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator in Gaza, Sigrid Kaag, and her efforts to address the current catastrophic humanitarian situation in the Strip. Madam President, the current efforts to agree on an exchange of prisoners, detained persons, and on a truce do not go against the call for an immediate ceasefire, because the ceasefire can only facilitate such efforts. Nothing can justify the insistence to reject the draft resolution calling for a ceasefire and allowing the international community and the Security Council to speak in one voice, except the occupation government's attempt to continue its military operations and displace Palestinians. As we see the attempt to steer the Council away and prevent it from shouldering its responsibilities set out in the UN Charter in such catastrophic situations, we cannot help but wonder, what exactly is the role of the Security Council? When will it be allowed to play this supposed role? How many innocent lives should be killed before this actually happens? Are 28,000 people killed, 70,000 injured, and 1.3 million displaced not enough? Is the destruction of all the infrastructure, homes, hospitals, schools, worship places, and UN offices not enough? Is the killing of dozens of UN and humanitarian workers and journalists not enough?
I think he has the answer.
Madam President, the Arab group strongly condemns the repeated attacks by the occupation power on Syria and Lebanon and its violation of their sovereignty, the killing of innocent civilians and anything that threatens peace and stability in the region and the world. We will continue to make every effort at all levels and in all fora so that the international community shoulders its responsibilities without any selectivity or political considerations, to compel the occupation power to respect the international law and international humanitarian law and end its criminal schemes and blatant violations of the rights of the Palestinian people. Thank you, Madam President.
Tunisia for his...
Dude, I normally wouldn't have cared about Tunisia, but he said he was speaking on behalf of the Arab group, and the Arab group is 20 different countries. Actually more than that. Algeria, Bahrain, Comoros, Djibouti, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Libya, Mauritania, Morocco, Oman, Palestine, Qatar, Saudi Arabia. I don't know, but Palestine talked. Why did he say that at the beginning? He was speaking it on behalf of them. The United Arab Emirates and Yemen, Arabia, Syria, or Arab Republic. I don't know why he said
statement. In accordance with Rule
Do you know why he
37
said
of the
it?
Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representative of Egypt to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. I now give the floor to the representative
Okay, I guess
of
Egypt matters. Just let them live with you, Egypt.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished members, today morning we have witnessed once again a stark example of double standards. The U.S. delegation, for the third time, has obstructed the adoption by the Security Council of a ceasefire resolution on Gaza, despite 13 votes in favor of the draft resolution submitted by Algeria with
America
full
blocked
support
it again, huh?
by the Arab and Islamic groups in the United Nations. We are grateful for Algeria, the Arab member of the Security Council, for putting forward the draft resolution.
Bruh.
We are
Who the
grateful
hell's
for all those
Algeria?
who voted in favor of the draft resolution. Yet the delegation of Egypt expresses its disappointment and frustration as a result of the obstruction by the U.S. of endeavors for ceasefire, by obstructing this main body entrusted with maintenance of international peace and security to assume its duties. Distinguished delegates, where would this U.S. vote stand in the face of the humanitarian suffering that reached the catastrophe level after the 20th week of the war in Gaza? How can we call for a rules-based international order while when we call for the implementation of these rules, we are met only with deaf ears? When the Secretary General of the UN invoked Article 99 of the Charter of the United Nations, wasn't it an indicative of the measure requested from the Security Council? Isn't the ICJ order indicating provisional measures indicative of the urgent need for a ceasefire? The reports from OCHA, WHO, and UNRWA on the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza, in particular along the borders with Egypt in Rafah, aren't they enough to convince the U.S. delegation to vote in favor of ceasefire? 140
Well,
days
apparently not,
after
asshole.
the onslaught of the conflict and after more than 30,000
Oh my gosh, Simon, I gotta do it
persons
again.
lost
I'm
their life,
sorry.
women and children, as a result of the war in Gaza. Distinguished delegates, Egypt was the first Arab country to have peace with Israel. Egypt is more keen on the stability of the Middle East region. And Egypt will continue to bear the heaviest brunt politically, security, humanitarianly as a result of the crisis. And despite the failure of the Council, Egypt is committed to work tirelessly to put an end to the bloodshed, to put an end to the destructive war, to restore political horizon, to achieve the aspirations of the Palestinian and Israeli peoples in peace and stability in line with international legitimacy resolutions, with the establishment of the independent Palestinian state along the lines of June 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital. Mr. President, Egypt negotiates and mediates meaningfully and seriously in coordination with the U.S., Qatar, Israel, and Palestine to expeditiously release the Palestinian hostages and to deliver humanitarian aid at scale to put an end to the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza, to save the Palestinian brothers from the unjust siege imposed on them by the Israeli occupying power, and to stand in the face of all attempts by Israel to impose forced displacement on the Palestinian people to liquidate the Palestinian cause. Egypt calls on the Security Council and all responsible international powers to save the choice for peace by immediate implementation of ceasefire. This will not impede the ongoing mediation efforts, but rather will create the conducive conditions for its success. Let us negotiate and mediate in an environment of smooth flow of humanitarian aid and restored calm and healing the wounds of the wounded, instead of negotiating and mediating in an atmosphere of war and destruction caused by the destructive Israeli war machine. Madam President, Egypt's call for all of you is plain and simple. Cease fire now. Let's not mistake this noble and direct message as anything as having political calculations. It aims only at saving the civilians. Egypt warns once again against the catastrophic risks looming against the Palestinian people as a result of the declared plans of Israel to have ground offensive in Rafah. And we warn the international community of the consequences of this destructive war. Thank you, Madam President.
For his statement, the representative of China has asked for the floor to make a further statement, and I now give them the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Earlier, we heard the representative of Israel raising a question to the Chinese delegation. In response, we'd like to say, every life is precious. Every life has the right to be protected. Regarding your reference, the Israeli citizen Noah being detained, her mother was once a national of China. Recently, our diplomats here in New York, at the request of the Permanent Mission of Israel, met with the friends of Noah. Like the friends and family of Noah, we hope she can return home early. In fact, China has never stopped calling for the early release of all those detained. Therefore, we hope that Israel, with the mediation of Egypt and Qatar, there will be progress in negotiating a deal. As we have repeatedly emphasized, collective punishment for the Palestinian civilians is not the right response. It will only be counterproductive. The only way towards the peace between the two countries is the two-state solution to avoid a bigger disaster. The pressing priority is immediate ceasefire. We hope Israel will listen to the overwhelming voice of the international community, and after listening to the voices of the council members and other countries, you should make the correct judgment rather than changing the subject. Thank you.
For his statement, there are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
Come here. Come here. You know I want you. Come on.
You know, every council member, almost every council member will say that in their statements. We think it should be reflected in a resolution, even a humanitarian resolution. And let me just say, every life matters, And so it is important that we find a solution that will stop the killing and deaths and suffering of the Palestinian people. And that's why we're on the ground 24/7. No one else is putting their people out there. No one else is putting skin and boots on the ground to find a solution to this situation. And we'll keep working on that every single day.
Hi, Ambassador. China described your position that the Algerian draft would undermine regional efforts at the hostage deal as completely untenable given the situation on the ground. Explain then, Ambassador, how the Algerian draft would have placed those talks in jeopardy, given that the Algerian text also called for the immediate release of those hostages.
Yes, but they also call for an immediate ceasefire, which would give Hamas the cover of not releasing the hostage. Part of the ceasefire that we're working on requires that they do exactly that, and this resolution did not make that connection. And it was our concern that it would send the wrong message to Hamas, that this resolution, which actually gives them something that they have asked for without requiring them to do something in return, would have meant that the fighting would have continued. Because without the hostage releases, we know that the fighting is going to continue. Thank you all.
You keep wanting to do this in front of the cameras, in front of the state, but you're affecting your ability
I need to address
to defend this case.
I need to address the court. I need it on record. Speaking of the record, Your Honor, there are transcripts that aren't even transcribed properly. Clerical error or not, it needs to be addressed. I've been told my attorney this stuff for the longest, and it's beating a dead horse.
Okay, file a motion for a Young hearing, and we'll address that outside the presence. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Page 9, Tyshawn Tillman, C378339. Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Tillman, welcome to DC2. This looks like our initial arraignment and status check trial setting. Mr. Meningo, you are counsel of record?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
All right, and Ms. Mercer has been on this case.
I don't think they've gotten to him yet.
We already have a trial date that we're going to have to give you. I understand that might be difficult, and I understand that you might need some time to get up to speed, but we'll give you that date, and I understand that once we get everybody together, we can address that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So it's set for a trial date of 6/24/24.
It's not over, is it?
6/18/24. We'll do a status check
Let me
about.
make sure this wasn't it.
Let's do of everything that's going on. You've talked to Mr. Arnold about
Discovery to Mr. Arnold, so that caused us to then start redacting it. And so I hope this week he'll at least get what we gave the SPD. The 21st of
Okay, if that's something that either parties want to discuss, but other. When did Mr. Arnold sub in?
Can I make sure that
I can't tell.
April 23rd. And you're being charged with first-degree murder, 4th, 2022.
Whoa!
Life. Right and understand. And
Hello.
So I'm.
That lady's being charged with first-degree murder?
President in custody. Hi, sir. Do we have? What's on this list? Mr. Patrick, there he is. Okay.
No.
All right, we have Mr. Patrick appearing for Mr. Hensley, and we have Ms. Wackerly appearing for the state.
Oh,
this
no,
case
right.
appears to have been
That's the
negotiated. Is
state.
that accurate?
Yes,
Go ahead and state the negotiations for the record.
I should have made a copy of my own.
Okay, well, I can read it then. All right, it looks like he's pleading guilty to 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of attempt murder. The agreement is as follows.
Guilty.
The first-degree murder will be a sentence of 20 to 50 years.
Oh.
Defendant agrees to a sentence of 30 months, 80 months for each count of attempt murder. The sentences on each count will run consecutive to each other for a total combined sentence of 25 to 80 years. Nevada Department of Corrections. All remaining counts which were bound over to district court will be dismissed when he's adjudged guilty and sentenced. It'll be concurrent to his present case.
Correct.
Is that all accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, great for you, Mr. Patrick. All right, Mr. Hemsley, is that your understanding of the negotiations?
Yes.
What's your true and full name?
Billy DeRay Hemsley,
How old are you, sir?
56.
How far did you go in school?
Graduated.
So it's fair to say.
56 years old and probably going to be in jail for the rest of his life now.
You graduated high school. So is it fair to say then that you read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
Are you under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication today? Is that a yes or a no?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand you're being charged with first-degree murder and 2 counts of attempt murder?
Yes.
How do you plead to those 3 charges? Guilty or not guilty?
Yes.
Is anybody forcing you to plead guilty? Are you pleading guilty of your own free will?
Yes.
Do you understand that count 1 carries either 20 to 50 years in prison, 20 to life, or life without the possibility of parole? Do you understand those potential penalties for that charge?
Yes.
Do you also understand that count 2 and 3 are identical, and they each carry 2 to 20 years in Nevada Department of Corrections? Do you understand those potential penalties?
Yes.
Do you understand that sentencing is strictly up to the court, so nobody can promise you probation, leniency, or special treatment? Do you further understand that count 1 is not probationable? Let's see. I do have a copy of your guilty plea agreement in front of me. On page 6, your name is signed. Did you sign this document?
Yeah.
Before you signed it, did you go over it with your attorney?
Yes.
Did you understand it?
Yes.
Did your attorney answer all your questions that you had about this case?
Dude, this is interesting. Most people take a murder case to trial, you know, and they draw it out. This dude's like, ah, you got me, I'm guilty. Boom, let's get over with.
Signed off on this document.
Wow.
Did your attorney or anyone else force or threaten you in any way to make you sign off on this document?
No.
Do you understand that you are giving up the constitutional rights that are listed in this guilty plea agreement by pleading guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea could result
You think
in
they're more
negative immigration
lenient
consequences to
on
you?
him?
Did you
because of
discuss
it?
your case and your rights with your attorney?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me regarding your case or your rights? Is that a yes or a no?
No.
She's just writing down everything that's said, so I just want to make sure we have an accurate legal record. All right. The amended information in this case reads as follows. On or about August 4th, 2022, in Clark County, State of Nevada, contrary to the form, force, and effect of statutes in such cases made and provided, and against the peace and dignity of the State of Nevada. Count 1, you did willfully, unlawfully, feloniously, and with malice aforethought, kill Arcturus Milner, a human being, by discharging a firearm to the body of Arcturus Milner. The said killing having been willful, deliberate, and premeditated. Count 2, you did willfully, unlawfully, feloniously, and with malice aforethought attempt to kill Octavia Milner and or Marielle Mapa, human beings, by discharging the firearm at and into the bodies of the said Octavia Milner and or Marielle Mapa. And count 3, did willfully, unlawfully, feloniously, and with malice aforethought attempt to kill Octavia Milner and or Marielle Mapa, human beings, by discharging the firearms into the said body of those 2 people. Are those the facts that caused you to plead guilty today, sir?
Yes.
I find there is a factual basis for this plea, and it is freely and voluntarily entered. At this time, we are going to refer the case to the Department of Parole and Probation for preparation of a PSI, and we'll set it down for sentencing.
I don't even know if he's able to take it to trial if he would be. I don't know if there's witnesses of the murder and then he shot them too, and they're still alive. Like, isn't that enough right there? Or 2 people getting shot with a story, with a bullet in them, with him, maybe they found the gun on him or something, or I don't know, man. I mean, he wouldn't have had a case. It would have definitely wasted much time. Or so. Is he still able? Because I know some cases are decided by the judge, and they're like, I don't know why sometimes the judge is able to be the jury. They had a choice. You think that they couldn't take it to trial? That they didn't have that option because of all the evidence that was mounted against them. And this could even be different depending on what state you live in, whether or not they have the ability to do this in court, right? I'm just wondering because it's interesting.
Following date.
That'll be April 2nd at 9 a.m.
And this was on for a status check trial setting, so that won't be necessary any further. The only date that remains will be that sentencing.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. We'll see you back.
Sentencing date, I didn't hear April 2nd. Thank you.
April 2nd. Man, he's got to think about that for.
Moving to page 3, Javon
What is
Trevino,
that, 12 days?
C358426.
We're wondering what's going to happen with the rest of his life.
In custody with Mr. Kane. And this is your case, Mr. Giordani?
Yes.
Okay. All right. This is on for a motion or status check trial readiness. You did file a motion to continue. Is that accurate?
Is he in here now?
It was anticipated. I'd announced at the last status check that I'd probably be filing it. By Mr. Giordani.
A good one.
Who do we have for state? Oh, as well as Mr. Montefiore. Sorry.
Good morning, Jen. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. And we do have Ms. Fleck for this.
I don't think this guy's gotten here yet.
Okay.
The one
We
for
are on
Tupac.
for a status check
Why
trial
else would this
readiness.
still be on?
Additionally, this was initially on for the motion to dismiss. However, my indication from the party.
Okay.
Sounds good.
It's not very
At 9
exciting.
a.m.
We have two tablets. That
My witness.
all of that has been available.
Your ability
Cameras, I need to address the
defend
court.
this case.
I need to address the court. I need it on record. Speaking of the record, Your Honor, there are transcripts that aren't even transcribed properly. Clerical error or not, it needs to be addressed. I've been told my attorney this stuff for the longest, and it's been a dead horse.
Holy shit, homie's freaking out in court right now, man. Woo, holy shit. Dude, I know what it's like being locked up and feeling like you just want to tell the judge something. I straight wrote a letter once and I showed it to my attorney. He was like, I'm not going to give that to the judge. Are you crazy? And I highly recommend you not give it to him as also. So, I don't know, man. I'm all the better for it, probably. He seems like he might be making a mistake right now by being a little crazy with it.
Okay, file a motion for a Young hearing, and we'll address that outside the presence.
But
All right, thank you.
he didn't really get to do anything.
Page 9.
She shut
Page
him down.
9,
No, file some
Tyshawn
shit. We'll talk about it later. Get him a
C378339.
face. She shut him down. Pretty much. He would have probably. They would have probably told him the same
Mr.
thing.
Tillman, welcome to DC2. This looks
Lawyer.
like our initial arraignment and status check trial setting. Mr.
Now he looks like a loose
you are
cannon.
counsel of record?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
All right, and Ms. Mercer has been on this case. So we already have a trial date that we're going to have to give you. I understand that might be difficult, and I understand that you might need some time to get up to speed, but we'll give you that date, and I understand that once we get everybody together, we can address that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So it's set for a trial date of 6/24/24 with a counter call of 6/18/24. We'll do a status check about, let's do like
Another boring one.
Okay, we are on.
Your Honor, can we move the calendar call 2 days because I'm going to be out of
If
the
you're wondering what's going
jurisdiction
on,
the
Tupac
23rd.
Shakur's
So I
killer
only have,
is supposed to be here
Tuesday dates for
seeking
homicide,
bail
calendar, or criminal at all.
for house arrest.
I could move it back a week.
Where's he at?
I'm going to be out of the jurisdiction. Leave it that day.
So you're free to appear via Blue Jeans if that works better. Or
Okay,
sorry, Zoom. We don't do Blue Jeans anymore, but
Right.
the same
The
electronic.
21st. That's a Monday or Tuesday?
The Tuesday.
Blue jeans.
Are you missing anything that you want to put on record?
I don't believe so. I mean, I think we have everything.
I believe that's accurate as well. We should have everything this week, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there anything additional that we need to discuss today, Mr. Yampolsky?
I don't believe so. We're planning to do a settlement.
It feels
conference, but we
good
have
watching
plenty of
court
time to
from
do
the
that.
outside.
Okay, I'll do
If
then a
you've
status
ever,
check about 1
it's
month
different
out
if
from
you've ever
trial,
been in this
which
shit.
gets us to April 16th at 9 a.m. That'll be our final status
I've
check.
had to sit there all day
calendar
before,
call
hung over
and going
from
forward with the
blow and
trial.
acid the night
Okay.
before.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And sitting there all day, still kind of feeling
Thank
both
you,
of them, you know? And they
Are we ready
wait
on
till
Coleman
to
and
call
Cater?
me last. All I had to do was
Page
show
1
them my
and 2,
certificate for
C355-642.
completing drug and alcohol rehab.
Mr. Dean Coleman and Mr. John Caper, both present in custody. Mr. Coleman is present.
They
with,
kept me there all fucking day.
Mr. Scro's office, remind me of his
I go to sleep.
So sorry about that, Mr. Beck. And then Ms. Allen for Mr. Caver on page 2. We have Mr. Palal from the state. This is on for a status check trial readiness. Let's start with page 1. You are fairly recent to the case. Any discovery? Have you gotten everything from prior counsel?
Yes, I got prior counsel. We did a file review a few weeks ago. There was going to be, I think, a check-in with the detective to see if there's anything about CIs. I think Your Honor had granted a discovery motion a long time ago, so I think we're still looking into that. That is much.
Okay.
That's correct. We did a file review in my office. I want to say like 2
We'll take them
weeks
out,
ago.
maybe.
And
I
that
saw
was
that
the
comment.
looked like from our review that was the one outstanding issue. So I will check with the detective. If there is any CIs, the state's plan going forward is to present that information
Man,
in
it
camera
sucks
for the court to review and to determine whether or
Bro,
not
it
that
sucks so
speaks first.
bad.
Okay.
Being in
We'll
there.
address that as that comes up. Ms. Allen?
At this point, I don't believe there's anything
Knowing how much power
outstanding.
that judge has, man.
there's been discussions with my client about some motions we're going to file, but other than that, that's not obviously related to Mr. Blau. So everything that I had requested previously, he provided.
Oh,
and so if there's anything else, obviously I'll reach out to him, but I think I have everything.
I think at some point you had filed a discovery motion. We'd adjudicated a few of the issues, but other than that, it seemed like you guys were working well toward a resolution.
And then you're like
of the city.
sitting here looking at these people.
My specific requests on the discovery
Like, this is
motion.
the-
Now, obviously,
the
I joined
plaintiff.
in anything related to a CI, obviously, but yeah, everything else. But I think that was addressed in my motion as well.
It was.
And obviously, just a record, anything I turn over to Mr. Peck, I'll turn over to Ms. Allen and vice versa.
Perfect. All right, let's do a status check.
I don't know how they have any
for,
friends, dude.
Trial of August 20th at
Plaintiff
9 a.m.
attorneys.
Obviously, if there's motions and other
For,
things that come
for
up,
the
that'll get us on calendar much sooner.
Thank you.
Everybody, that's it for calendar.
How do they have friends? How did their friends trust them with anything? You know, I mean, you're having a couple beers at your friend's house, and they're like, "Hey, man, you sure you should be driving that?" Oh yeah, that's right. You're the fucking DA. I thought we were cool, man. He's like, yeah, we are cool. We are cool. I'm just playing. Fucking riding home. He get pulled over because he called his boy. Hey, pull over, Bob. He's drinking. He's making me nervous out there. I don't know. I would never trust him for anything. Right? Can you? Because their job is to try to find shit on people so they can prosecute them. That's all they care about. I think one of the cases that happened, probably the first one, I don't know which one it was. Apparently I missed it. Oh shit! The Dalai Lama. Oh, never mind. The Arabs. It's probably the Arab group. No, if it's going to be that long, I'm not going to watch it. Now they talking to. Do she got up there again? No. Oh, they got up there shortly after she left. Man, they've been talking for like 10 minutes. They're saying the same shit that they said that when they were in there, though. That's the thing. There's nothing different. Free Julian Assange. Newborn found at Sky Harbor.
Baby Skylar was examined by the Office of the Medical Examiner.
Lived for just
on
24
October 12,
hours.
2005.
What?
The medical examiner ruled the death a homicide.
Fuck, I'm looking at
and the
man.
manner of death being suffocation.
Phoenix, you're bringing up some old shit. Alright. Oh, time for that. No better time, no better time, no better time for that. 20 years, yeah. Dude, I'm sorry, but that was for the people. Because you're not a person, then I'm truly sorry. Was this Palestinian protest? Was this today? No, it was yesterday. Never mind. 4 arrested in Palestinian protest, New York. Oh, that Gucci store, that was actually in a robbery?
Developments this morning
Oh,
in
it's
a
a
brazen
different
armed
one.
robbery at a Manhattan Gucci store.
was
The
in
whole
New York.
thing captured on video.
The thieves made off with more than $50,000 worth of luxury goods. CBS News' Christina Fan is live in the meatpacking district with the story.
Wait, no, it's the same one. So they did it at
Chris and
gunpoint.
Mary, good morning. Surveillance video we just received
Oh,
from
it's a little
police shows
different.
the entire heist captured on camera. Investigators say in a matter of minutes, 3 suspects made off with about $51,000 worth of stolen merchandise from this Gucci store. Now, this robbery happened at the meatpacking district location on West 14th Street. Police say the trio walked into the store around noon Monday, one with a gun in hand, and proceeded to raid the shelves, grabbing
What the
suitcases,
fuck?
handbags,
Okay, the gun
stuffing
part,
whatever
I
they
didn't
could
notice the
into a
first time.
bag. One of the thieves even trips and falls while trying to escape. Police say the
Yay.
suspects consist of 2 men and a woman, and after leaving the store, they got into a black Honda CR-V and drove through the Lincoln Tunnel back into New Jersey. Officers say fortunately no one was injured, but they do need your help to identify these 3 suspects. If you have any information, you are asked to give them a call. Reporting live from the Meatpacking District, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
Okay, Christina, thank you. The NY
fuck is the meatpacking district? Is that the gay district? Oh, then what's a Gucci store doing there if it's actually meat? If it's real meat, if it's like beef, it's gotta be. That's another way of saying the gay district, dude. That is hardcore. That's freaking hardcore. Ha! I hope they're gonna keep it like that forever. But they're illegals? Probably. The meatpacking district. They call it Hillcrest in San Diego. Hillcrest neighborhood. All gays. Whoa. This. The truckers in Greece. They're still there. I guess it's not that bad here because we're not doing shit like this yet. Dude, we'd have way more viewers if we were doing this. This only has 828 viewers. But if this were the Washington National Mall, full of like John Deere's and whatever, tractors, it'd be a much bigger deal, dude. Yep. A lot of the world eats our grain, eats our produce. They eat our food because we have so much land and the land here is fertile. If we did this, that would affect way more than just America. Jeez, some nice looking tractors out there, boy. Looks like the Doe Show. The Doe Show is a tractor show, that'd be a yearly tractor show. Fucking horns are about to immediately though. Phoenix police arrest mother of newborn. This is the thing I was just watching.
Between interstate, it can take time. There's
she just now got arrested
for
it.
Move on things.
That's what's.
She's in custody right now. We know that she's going to be coming to Arizona. She has her rights in order to.
It happened in 2005. Dude.
Appeal, but we believe that she will be brought here in due time.
Crazy. Yes. What? Dead infant case. That's a pretty long time. Is she hiding, maybe?
So, like I said earlier, we didn't know if there was more than one suspect. So, yes, we do know who the father is, but based on the totality of the investigation, we have no reason to suspect he has criminal culpability.
I know that mugshot rules and laws in Washington are a little bit different. Do you know how soon we could get a picture? I think many of us have seen kind of the composite that we've been given before.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll have to work with Sergeant Shear to see. I don't really have that answer, so
what is she,
we can
she
work on that.
Had
We'll
it
get back with you.
Must have strangled it or something, thrown it away. did something.
To answer that last one, I would assume when she is extradited here and then booked into Maricopa County, I would assume those same rules would apply. Again, thank you guys very much for coming. I would like to commend all the officers. This is obviously one that us as law enforcement will look at, and this will stick with a lot of officers that have been involved in this. This is 18 years of an investigation, 19 years of an investigation that touched many people at many different levels of this department and beyond. And it touched.
Who's the guy that knows what happened?
This crime laboratory for all their hard work on this, wrapped in newspaper.
Here we
the
go.
Sky Harbor Airport, 2005, for all their hard work on this tragic incident. On October 10, 2005, Phoenix police officers assigned to the Sky Harbor Airport responded to a call of a dead baby in Terminal 4 restroom. When they arrived at the scene, they discovered a female newborn wrapped in newspapers and a white towel, stuffed in a plastic bag with red Marriott lettering, deceased. This terrible incident was originally signed to and investigated by Detective Sandra Rodriguez, Detective Thomas Kalesa, and our crime scene specialist, William McMahon. The evidence on the scene indicated that the birth likely did not occur at the airport, and the bathroom was where the baby was abandoned by the suspects or the suspect. Detectives passionately worked the case, including scouring the Marriott hotels in the Phoenix metro area, looking for additional evidence and leads, but were ultimately unsuccessful in identifying a suspect.
Damn, that's crazy they found
DNA
her.
evidence collected at the scene that was identified as being from the mother was entered into the combined DNA index system,
that's how they
or
got
referred
her.
to as CODIS, by the Phoenix
She
Crime
got
Laboratory,
arrested.
which runs suspect DNA against
Probably.
samples from other known
Or
suspects.
23andMe.
But that also resulted in no match being identified. Baby Skylar was examined by the Office of the Medical Examiner on October 12, 2005. The medical examiner ruled the death a homicide in the manner of.
She was, it says here she's 51 now, so subtract 19 years, so 32?
Death being suffocation. The investigation continued throughout the years, with the original detective working leads up through 2016, including some that led detectives to California, but ultimately those leads too were unsuccessful in identifying a suspect. Detective Michelle Cervantes of the Homicide Cold Case Squad continued working the case after the original detectives retired. In 2019, the Phoenix Police Department and the Federal Bureau of Investigation partnered together to explore the potential of investigative genetic genealogy as part of the FBI's Violent Crime Task Force. Detective Cervantes and Special Agent Krause spent countless hours working the case and ultimately identified a suspect, Annie Anderson of Washington State. When confronted, Annie Anderson identified herself as the mother of the victim and provided an account of what occurred. Annie Anderson was arrested for the homicide of baby Skylar and is currently in Washington State awaiting extradition.
Did they say how they caught her?
Cold case homicides are challenging.
How the fuck did I just miss him say how they caught her? Did anybody hear it? Nobody heard it.
Time is not often kind.
They didn't say that though, did they? They didn't say anything about. And all I heard him say is that they didn't take him up with nothing from the DNA.
Do investigations as our leads dry up, leaving detectives few options to move a case forward. This community that we serve rightfully expects that all of our victims are never forgotten, and cold case homicide detectives like Michelle Cervantes carry that responsibility on their shoulders. Additionally, advancements in DNA and other forensic technologies in use by the Phoenix Police Crime Laboratory are getting better every year, which allows law enforcement to reevaluate evidence and find new leads that were not there previously.
DNA
Our collection methods are constantly getting better, our processes are becoming more effective, and our partnerships are becoming more essential. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, and specifically the FBI Violent Crimes Task Force, is a force multiplier that allows local police departments like the Phoenix Police Department to partner with federal law enforcement like the FBI.
Probably 23andMe, dude.
Expertise
they don't want
to bring justice
to
to our
get
victims.
the word out.
We would be in a much
People
different
are ratting on
situation
themselves
without
with
Special Agent
23andMe.
Jim Krause, as his partnership was invaluable. And on behalf of the Phoenix Police Department, I want to thank Jim and Detective Cervantes for their tremendous work in bringing long overdue justice to baby Skylar. Now,
My
Supervisory
DNA
Special
is in the
Agent
system.
Dan Horan and myself will hang around and answer some questions if you have any.
I've been swabbed.
So you mentioned IgG and how that was used as a lead in this case. Mr. Ferran talked about that. But what other leads, what other investigative evidence do you have pointing to the suspect at this time? Can you talk about that?
Well, obviously, we have DNA evidence of the mother. So, and we have the examination of our victim that showed our victim died.
Where
as a
did you
result of
get the DNA from the mother? He's not saying that part, dude. He said, obviously, we have DNA from the mother, but you didn't tell us how you got it. So, no, it's not obvious. And you're making sure it's not.
So there's other child, we have an identified mother, and we have her statement. So there's other little bits and pieces of evidence, but that's the main bulk of our evidence.
Can you talk at this time what that statement mentioned or said?
At this time, I'd rather not. I do understand why you'd want to know that, but this is a long overdue case that we're trying to successfully prosecute, and I don't want to harm any prosecution. So in that regard, I'm not going to talk about what she specifically said. I'm sorry, miss.
Do you have any reason to believe that the suspect had ties to Phoenix? Were they just passing through Sky Harbor, catching a flight? Do you know?
Yes, there was the suspect was here on business. It was a real estate boot camp. Miss?
Who was the genealogical match to? Was it a sibling of Anderson?
Yeah, that can happen too.
Child of Annie Anderson's?
I don't believe we can really get into that.
That's what happened, maybe. 23andMe.
We can't get into exactly who it was.
A sibling.
As we do our work, our
Dude,
genealogical
our
work.
government is using all this stuff, man. 23andMe's got like a contract with the federal government to where as soon as they get someone's DNA, it's accessible by the feds. It's pretty wild, dude. It's in their small print or something. It's actually fucking crazy that's a thing now, because like usually you gotta do some shit for them to be able to get your DNA, and now people are just freely giving it to the federal government. It's interesting.
And the DNA work with that. Through the genealogy, we identified someone in the family tree. That person consented.
Once your DNA, I'm sorry, you're saying it right there. But once your DNA is in the system, it doesn't really matter. Like I said, mine's in the system, so I can go do the 23andMe, and it doesn't fucking matter, really. But I just haven't done it. Kind of curious about it. But yeah, it is kind of crazy that they did that and created some sort of loophole with DNA collection.
Through the genealogy, we identified someone in the family tree. That person consented to the sample, and
what's wrong with his
led the
lips?
investigation further to Miss Anderson.
That person uploaded their DNA to the system, and that's how you first got to it?
No, we actually approached the person, explained what we are doing, and they consented to their DNA for a one-time use.
How did they find them then? How did they? How the fuck did they know to go up to her relative and be like, "Hey, can we get your DNA? We think your relative threw away our baby 20 years ago."
Not that I'm aware of, but I don't have her complete criminal history in the state of Washington, so I don't have that answer. Yes.
What was the manner of death? Asphyxiation? Was the baby dead when they were abandoned, or did they die because they had been stuck with all this other stuff?
The baby was born alive, and the baby suffocated.
So do we know how the baby suffocated?
I don't, but even if I did, I wasn't going to go into that specifically. Yes, sir.
Just confirm that she did admit to the murder.
Yes.
Well, she admitted to it.
Do you know how long before she is transferred here?
No, that is a process. That's a business process between interstate. it can take time. There's deadlines that the courts have in order to move on things, but she's in custody right now. We know that she's going to be coming to Arizona. She has her rights in order to delay appeal, but we believe that she will be brought here in due time. Yes.
Do you know who the father is in this case, and was the investigation always looking into the mother as the prime suspect for baby Skylar's death?
So, like I said earlier, we didn't know if there was more than one suspect. So, yes, we do know who the father is, but based on the totality of the investigation, we have no reason to suspect he has criminal culpability.
I know that mugshot rules and laws in Washington are a little bit different. Do you know how soon we could get a picture? I think many of us have seen kind of the composite that we've been given before.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll have to work with Sergeant Shear to see. I don't really have that answer, so, but we can work on that and we'll get back with you.
To answer that last one, I would assume when she is extradited here and then booked into Maricopa County, I would assume those same rules would apply. Again, thank you guys very much for coming. I would like to commend all the officers. This is obviously one that us as law enforcement will look at, and this will stick with a lot of officers that have been involved in this. This is 18 years of an investigation, 19 years of an investigation that touched many people at many different levels of this department and beyond. And it touched a lot of the citizens back in '05. So I'd like to commend everybody from the original responding officers to ultimately the place we're at now in this investigation. Every one of them added a piece of that puzzle or a piece of the puzzle to ultimately get to where we're at today. Again, when I get that information and when she's ultimately extradited here, I will update the media advisory. For those that didn't get the media advisory, I will push it out to all the desks here in the next 20 minutes. And then when she is extradited, I'll get you the information like we usually do to hopefully be able to generate that picture for you guys. So thank you guys very, very much. We appreciate it.
Could we get Dan Hernandez?
Dude, Gaza's fucking popping off right now. It's party time. Tuesday night in Gaza. Look at this guy. Look at this guy joking around. He's like, here's your stuff, bro. Got what you need. These pipes. He's like, you had the pipes. These are what I want. Delivering clean water for every American. The vice president's going to be talking about getting everybody clean water. Including communities that have too often been overlooked.
فيها السيارة حركها من عند الله
Boy, it's like a freaking an event when an ambulance comes in. Everybody parts the sea and yalla 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 yalla. Does not look well. That's because they're not bombing this area, bro. What the fuck? It doesn't look very bombed. It's the last hospital they have. I think Israel's showing a little bit of a restraint, maybe. It just goes to show how accurate the bombs are. I'm tired. Do you having tacos too? Let's have a tacos. It's raining here. My neighbor's yard looks so bad because of what she did to it. Like, it made it worse. She cut it with a weed whacker on its edge, so it was like an edger, and she beat her entire yard one morning at like 7:30 when it was still wet. Beat it so bad. She beat it. Just beat it. And now looks even worse. It's half dead and half overgrown. Never seen anything like it. I feel kind of bad. I haven't seen that dude over there in forever. He must have finally. Maybe he was like, you know what? She's kind of a bitch. Because I bet that fucked with him. The fact that I had heard their arguments through the wall. And I said that she was a bitch. I wonder if he was like, you know what? He's right. I planted a seed that day. I still believe, dude. I haven't seen him in weeks. And then the fact that she was out there trying to cut the grass. And I haven't seen him. Yo, what the heck was that dude just carrying in a blanket? Why's this guy coming around here? What's going on with this? That's a little sus. He's got his face covered too? I don't know about that one. Oh, is that a gun? Wait. Wait a second. What is that? A baton. Okay. I like that their ambulance looks like Inspector Gadget vans. Go, Gadget, go! Go, Gadget, go! Dude, I watched the shit out of some Inspector Gadget was pretty cool. It was like Columbo meets MacGyver or something, or I don't know. He just had all these gadgets. It was like 007. It was like the cartoon Gumbo detective cartoon. He had all them gadgets. I wanted his gadgets, didn't you? Whatever. Y'all can't relate. All of them around here do look pretty rounded bodies. Maybe just have a really slow metabolism. That's it. Mr. Gadget. I would tell you.
بدنا اثنين يا شباب هذا ساعدوا معنا يا شباب.
ايش بدك يعملوا معك؟ كلهم تعالوا تفرجوا، تعالوا قف طريقنا. بس والله نفسك، والله نفسك.
Oh shit, he's bringing out a body in that blanket, I think. Damn. Dude, young people are just like surrounded by death in Gaza. They have to see it at a young age. They want them to see it. It helps to make them soldiers when they get older. Well, that's enough cleaning, he said. Oh, the dude probably told him to move it and clean somewhere else. You're in the way. It's your bloody van. That's what he said. Good training there. Let me see. There's a lot of people at this location. Damn. There's the cops in the front of them. This is in Madrid, I guess. Oh, Inter Atletica. It's something to do with football, dude. In Spain. It's really kind of weird how they rally behind their teams like this. What's happening?
World-renowned college swimmer. She was forced by the woke NCAA to swim not only against and beat women, she was forced to swim against a man who identified as a woman. That is outrageous.
Get out and vote event.
Today at a location called the Angry Elephant. Because I know we're gathered amongst a bunch of elephants, the Republican Party elephants, and there's several reasons for you to be angry. You know, I'm here today to support Mark LaHood. For the reason that you're angry, I'm angry. And that is what you deserve. You deserve that when you go vote in a Republican primary, you're going to vote for someone who not only stands for your values, but will go to Austin, Texas and vote for those values.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
You've had in Steve Ellison, a guy who's a nice guy, no doubt about that. But a guy who, when he goes to Austin, Texas, acts like somebody in Austin, Texas, as opposed to San Antonio. You deserve somebody who's going to go to Austin and fight for you and fight for your values like Mark LaHood will fight for your values. He's going to fight with me for your pocketbook issues. Listen, what Joe Biden is doing with Biden inflation, he's bankrupting families across America. Look at the price of eggs. Look at the price of groceries. Look at the price of gas. Look at the price of housing. Everything has gone up under Joe Biden. Despite all that, the number one economy in the United States of America is the great state of Texas. And I can count on Mark LaHood working with me, not against me, but working with me to make sure that we will keep Texas the number one economy in this country. So get this, an amazing fact, and that is there are only 7 other economies in the entire world larger than Texas. The United States, China, India, Japan, the United Kingdom, Germany, and France. And later on this year, Texas will surpass France to have the 7th largest economy in the entire world.
Really? They've surpassed California?
When we do that, we'll come back to San Antonio and we will have a massive French fry cook-off to celebrate.
Go on, please.
There you
go.
go.
Food in a minute. Man,
Barbecue.
Shit,
but listen, one thing that
one
our economy does is it provided an all-time record budget surplus this past year, and we use that money because we know whose money that is. That money doesn't belong to the state. It belongs to you, the taxpayers of Texas, and we return it to you with the largest property tax cut in the history of the United States of America. But this is where Mark LaHood comes in, because I know one of his top priorities is making sure we do more to cut your property taxes. And here, let me tell you something that I want to keep this in the room, okay? Don't let it outside of here, because it's not official information yet. But the very high likelihood is that when you elect Mark and he's back in the next session with me, Texas may be sitting on another budget surplus of about $20 billion. And I know that Mark will partner with me and make sure we return that money to you with another large property tax cut. You know Mark, you know his commitment to values. And listen, one thing this whole race is about values. And it's your values that are on the ballot. When you go vote, you're voting for your values. And you're voting for someone that you hope and you expect to be voting for those values in Austin, Texas. I know Mark will join with me on a couple of issues. One is one that I fought on this last session, and that is when Riley Gaines, this world-renowned college swimmer, she was forced by the woke NCAA to swim not only against and beat women, she was forced to swim against a man who identified as a woman. That is outrageous. And then, amongst other things, Riley Gaines actually tied the man in that swim meet. But the NCAA, they gave the award to the man, not to Riley Gaines. That's wrong, and so Riley worked with me, and I signed a law saying no men in women's sports in the state of Texas. I could only wish that that's where the woke left agenda ended in the state of Texas, but it is not. Because as we gather today, these other issues continue to percolate. In the Dallas Independent School District, they have a resource guide for parents and families to educate those families about how students in that school district can change their genders. If a school district has a resource guide that should be helping families work with their students about doing better at math and science and reading and history, about educating those kids. Listen, Mark agrees with me that our schools are for education, not indoctrination. There's another school district just outside of Dallas where there is a teacher showing up at school as a man, showing up as a cross-dresser. He's dressing in a woman. And think about this. Think about the kids at that school who are exposed to this. And again, as opposed to the kids being able to focus their attention on their studies in class, they got to see this man walking around in a dress and high heels and things like that. But think about this frustration. I know that there are parents in this room here today, parents with kids in school. How would you feel if you knew that the state of Texas was forcing you to send your child to that school with the inability to move to some other school? That is wrong. That's absolutely wrong. No parent should be forced to send their child to a school where the school is allowing teachers to be cross-dressers. That's why Mark is going to join with me and ensure that every parent has the God-given right in the state of Texas to choose the school best for their child. This is something that more than 86% of the people in this House district voted in favor of the last time that we had a primary. And what did Steve Allison do when he was elected after this ballot proposition? He went to Austin, Texas and said, to heck with the 86% of the people in my House district. He doesn't care about them because he voted against school choice. Well, let me tell you something. What Mark can do, he can vote for 100% of the people in his district because, for one, he will work with me on school choice, and two, he will work on the package that I put together that will add not only school choice, but also $6 billion more in funding for our public schools, teacher pay raises, school safety, and putting an end to the STAR test in the state of Texas.
The STAR
But
test.
you know, that's not the only way that Steve Allison has voted against your interests. One thing I know that the people in this room and Republicans across the entire state of Texas, you care about, you know, the border may be your number one issue, election integrity may be your number two issue. And what Steve Allison did, he authored an amendment that would lower the criminal penalty for illegal voting. That's a crime unto itself. We need stiffer penalties for illegal voting, not easier penalties.
That's crazy. Why would they want to make it easier?
Mark LaHood will help to strengthen our election integrity laws and increase the criminal penalties for criminals who violate the integrity of the ballot box. Now, on to the border, which I will explain in more detail, but here again, your current representative, Steve Allison, he voted against Republicans on a law that would create a permanent unit to secure the border. That's outrageous. One thing is, there are two things I want to tell you. One, I cannot trust Steve Allison helping me to secure our border. I can, however, trust Mark LaHood. He will work with me to make sure we get that border secure. So here's what's going on. Listen, I know we've been under this cloud of illegal immigration for a while, but it's so easy for people to forget. It was just 4 years ago we had the most secure border in 45 years. Under Donald Trump, he put into place 4 policies. In catch and release, Title 42, remain in Mexico, and build the border wall. That led to the all-time record low in illegal border crossings. Joe Biden comes into office and eliminates all of those, and in their place, he does 3 things that directly violate the laws of Congress. Remember, Joe Biden lied to you a couple of weeks ago when he said, listen, I need more laws passed by Congress in order to be able to secure the border. Complete false. There are 3 specific laws on the books right now. 1, it requires the president to deny illegal entry into the country. He's not doing that. He's aiding and abetting illegal entry into the country. The second law is if people do get across the border illegally, the president is supposed to detain them, not set them loose and allow them to roam around the country. The third thing that Congress passed a law on is to require the federal government to build border barriers like walls and like the razor wire wall that the state of Texas is building. As opposed to building barriers, what Joe Biden is doing, he is telling his Border Patrol to tear down the barriers that the Lone Star State has built. That is just wrong. He begged the United States Supreme Court to allow the Border Patrol agents to cut through the razor wire barriers that we had erected. And when the Supreme Court sent that case back down to the Fifth Circuit Federal Court of Appeals, I told our National Guard, I do not want you to double the amount of razor wire on the border. I want you to triple the amount of razor wire that we have on the border. I ordered them to completely wire shut that park in Eagle Pass, Texas, where we've seen 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people crossing there a day. They completely wired it shut. And now,
why did it take so long to do that, though?
There's been an average, not of 1,000 people a day or 100 people a day. There's been an average of 4 people a day crossing that area.
Now they're coming to Yakumba.
And did you see what I did last Friday? Last Friday, I was down there and announced that Texas is building our own military base right there in Eagle Pass, Texas. It'll house more than 2,000 of our great National Guard soldiers right there on the border itself to make sure we keep it secure. Well, when you look at the incredible dangers that we're facing by the drug cartels that are bringing more than 8 million people across the border, when you look at some people that we've arrested that were wanted for murder, some people that we have arrested that have murdered people here in the state of Texas. You look at the deadly fentanyl that's been brought by the criminal cartels across our border. The other crimes we're facing, including an all-time record number of people who are on the terrorist watch list. We face imminent danger. We face an invasion against a federal government that's not doing its job, and that's exactly why I declared under Article 1, Section 10 of the United States Constitution, Texas has the right to defend ourselves, and I declared an invasion at our border. One minute for some constitutional education. So some people question, well, what authority does the state of Texas have to do this stuff? And that authority lies in Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3 of the Constitution. Let me explain something that people seem to not know. James Madison, the author of the Constitution, knew back then states were facing this very issue, and he gave an example. When he was seeking ratification of the Constitution in Virginia, he gave it as an example that Virginia would have the right, under Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3, to defend itself from smugglers who were smuggling stuff from the ocean into Virginia. That's exactly the situation Texas is dealing with today. We are dealing with smugglers, the drug cartels, who are smuggling into the state of Texas. The only difference is what Texas is dealing with is far worse than what Virginia was dealing with. James Madison knows what all Americans should know: a state has the right to defend itself, and Texas is standing up and defending ourselves. We have built not only that razor wire wall, which, by the way, the National Guard, they've built more than 100 miles of that razor wire wall. What they do every single day, including today, they're adding more razor wire wall to repel the people from coming in. They've turned back to Mexico more than 100,000 people that were trying to get in Texas illegally. Texas is the only state in the history of America to build its own border wall. So this is, and we did not invent our own wall. We're not like reinventing the wheel. We're using the very same wall that Trump used. The difference is this: when you look at the number of miles that we've already put up and the number of miles under construction right now, Texas will have built more of Trump's border wall in Texas than Trump built in the state of Texas.
Burn.
And you remember those big orange buoys that we put into the river, right? Those were made and manufactured and designed by the Border Patrol because they were so effective at denying illegal entry. Well, what you know, we put them in the water, and Joe Biden files a lawsuit to try to put a stop to it. Well, you know, that's finding its way through the federal courts as we speak. But know this: as we gather in San Antonio today, those buoys remain in the Rio Grande River right now. And one last thing, and that is unless and until Joe Biden does his job and start enforcing the laws of the United States, Texas will continue to bust those migrants to sanctuary cities like New York, Chicago, Illinois, across the country. Say it again. So he said a one-way ticket to Washington, D.C. Listen, so some people forget what we've done. So in the early stages of this, what I said is that, you know, the United States has a border czar in Kamala Harris, who's never been to the border. And so what we decided is because the border czar was not coming to the border, we would take the border to the border czar, and we bus migrants to the vice president's residence in Washington, D.C. But here's what I need. I showed you moments ago how Steve Allison is working against me and against you on what we want to do at the border. I need a partner working with me to support my agenda, to expand my agenda. I need Mark LaHood in the Texas House of Representatives. But here's how this works. There's only one way that happens, and that is if you go vote for him. There's one thing coming out here to an event, listening to speeches, clapping and having fun and cheering on your team. But this is not like football or, let's say, Spurs basketball. You don't sit in the stands and cheer on the Spurs. You get out of the stands. You get on the court. You're part of the team. And you need to do your part on the team. Doing your part on the team means you go vote. And when the Spurs like to run up a score. You need to run up a score. The way you run up a score is when you go vote, don't go by yourself. Get your family, your friends, your neighbor, your coworker, anybody you can find to get to go vote and vote for Mark LaHood to be your next state representative. So my job in life is, in one, to make your lives more safe and secure. Number two, to make things as easy as possible for you. And so I brought with me a card to let you know how close your next voting location is. If you go home after this without voting, you're doing it wrong. I need everybody here to go vote. And I have here a voting location that's less than 2 miles away. Is Encino Library, 2515 East Evans Road. Encino Library, 2515 East Evans Road. You can find that on your iPhone, your Samsung, whatever you use. Do that. Go vote. It's 12:30 now. You can be one and done and be done by 1:30 and move on knowing that you got your vote banked. Remember what Trump said over the weekend. What Trump said over the weekend is we need people to go vote early. Get that vote banked and get your vote banked knowing that it is banked behind lock and key for Mark LaHood to be your next state representative. But before you go vote, something that Mark is going to tell you more about here in a second. Before you go vote, I want to be able to personally thank you. I'm going to sit up here and take a photo with everyone who wants a photo to thank you for everything you're doing to fight for Mark LaHood. But join me in working to elect Mark, knowing that he and I will keep Texas the best state in the greatest country in the history of the world. God bless you all. God bless the great state of Texas.
One more round of applause for the governor. Two things. One, I was at Encino earlier, so I'm going there after this, so if you don't show up, I'm going to know. On a serious note, the photo line is starting here on the right where these red velvet ropes are, but for security and for fire reasons, there's an area right past that. Please don't step in there. If you're in this back corner, please walk around. And then I think we're going to start with this front row. But thank you so much. God bless.
You want a special picture of me, kid? You gotta promise me you're gonna go vote. Okay? You promise? Okay, now you're gonna sit on my lap. There you go. You want me to put my arm around you? I'll get him to take a picture. Here, hurry up. All right, get out of here. He patted him on the booty. Why don't they just run at him? come. They look serious. I don't think they're gonna stop. What's happening? The cops, are they moving too? No, the cops are not moving. Oh shit. There ain't that many of them. Oh no, now they're moving. What the fuck is this stupid shit? What are the cops there for? Just to make sure that people don't mess anything up while they do their stupid ritual? I don't know. Is that cops there? There might be more cops down there though. These people act like they didn't try it out for the team and they're gonna be playing next season or something. People that are there. Oh, this is what they've been doing for like an hour. 34 minutes ago they were doing the same thing. Walking with the cops in front of them. They just keep walking. They just keep walking. They're walking and stopping and walking and stopping and walking. Like, these people are still out there too. Walking. A dude almost spit on that little girl. Watch this. He spits down here right now. Like, what? I don't know, I guess not, but still, it's kind of rude. Because the girl looks like she's scared and crying out for somebody. Everybody's just ignoring her. Kind of weird. Like, why you gotta spit anyway? I never spit when I'm outside. I don't have to spit when I'm inside. Why would I have to spit all of a sudden because I'm outside? Fucking gross, dude. It's a nasty ass habit people get. It's especially nasty if they dip or chew. They're spitting out all that brown shit.
The Chinese call it a tofu dreg project, or buildings made out of tofu. It means a badly constructed building or shoddy workmanship, and there are examples of it all over social media. Tofu dreg projects could also be a symbol of China today. It might look impressive on the outside, but underneath, it's falling apart. Experts told us that this would be the Chinese century. However, Xi Jinping's China dream is dying, thanks to a series of setbacks on almost every front.
2023 was a bad year for the Chinese government in just about every way, and 2024 does not promise to be much better.
Last year was China's worst economically since 1976. A study that the government tried to suppress found that almost 1 billion Chinese may be living in poverty.
There are a lot of things that are going wrong that are fixable. but fundamentally, there are more things going wrong that aren't
$1
fixable.
billion. That's more
Josh
people that aren't here.
Birnbaum at the Foundation for Defense of Democracy says international businesses and capital are continuing to flee China because staying has become too risky.
Companies are increasingly seeing the writing on the wall in China. The environment is no longer conducive to open business, going from $100 billion in foreign direct investment to negative $11 billion over the last 7 quarters is just remarkable.
Youth unemployment is so high the government has stopped reporting it. Increasing numbers of youth have given up on the future and are lying flat, which means to be unemployed and unmarried, basically dropping out. China expert Gordon Chang.
China is right now in a state of turmoil. There's a sense of gloom which has pervaded Chinese society. People are saying, this society no longer is what I want to live in.
China's demographics are in free fall. Last year, for the first time since the 1960s, more Chinese died than were born. By 2040, China is expected to have more elderly than the entire U.S. population, 400 million.
You're having a revolution among young women who are turning their backs on society. And so they're saying, look, I'm not getting married. I'm not having kids. I'm just opting out.
China's stock markets lost more than $6 trillion in value in 3 years. China's construction and real estate sector is continuing to crash.
Dude, China used to help pump Bitcoin dramatically. Chinese people would buy into it and pump it because there's so many of them. You know what I mean? It takes like half of their population or a quarter of their population doing like $5, and that it'll pump it. You know what I mean? There's so many of them. So them being broke and shit like this, I don't know how Bitcoin is expecting to go over 100,000. Why would it with the China out of it, kind of?
On the foreign policy
They're all
front,
broke.
China's attempt to intimidate Taiwan.
And the
before
young
the
people are the brokers, they just said, and those are the ones that would be most likely to invest in the crypto.
Presidential election backfired. Beijing had ramped up incursions into Taiwan's airspace and even launched a missile with a satellite toward Taiwan right before Election Day. The Taiwanese people responded by electing a new president firmly opposed to reunification with the mainland.
And this means that Taiwan is moving away from China.
Purges in the party leadership and the military suggest Xi fears opposition. Chang believes Xi's only way out is to win a big war. Birnbaum says without a massive political pivot, China faces a grim future.
I would think that in the short term, in the next 2 to 4 years, they will muddle, and after that, they will implode.
Kind of like pieces of Chinese building materials. Dale Hurd, CBN News.
Deadly outbreak. A deadly listeria outbreak caused a nationwide food recall. Products sold at retailers like Costco, Safeway, Vons, and others have led to 2 deaths and 23 hospitalizations in several states across the country over the past month. They have a newsroom full broadcast. Sounds great. Sounds like a great show. Anthony doing.
Guys were obviously they're working. I like my discernment sometimes.
Oh, they got a helicopter up now. Jeez. They're all drunk, probably. They get drunk and they think they're as athletic as the people that they watch on the field. Like, yeah, look at this. Ah, I'm so athletic. I'm drunk and shit and clapping. Stupid. It's fucking stupid. Pointless ritual.
I mean, you guys just saw the construction crews out here laying it out.
I think we could defeat them in war if we had to.
Oh, we're gonna go this way.
Oh, never mind, we did.
Yes, we are.
Got him.
Sorry, guys.
Crypto trading mining has been banned. Yeah, they always say it's banned. They always say it's a ban.
Man, this
Tiny. They would say it was banned every other year.
Bam! That's freaking gorgeous, y'all.
It says right here, February 5th, 2024, China never completely banned crypto. Despite government crackdowns and widespread reports that crypto is outlawed in China, crypto trade is still very much alive.
Today is Tuesday, February 20th, guys. It is 10:50 in the morning. I'm out here in California.
That's what they're saying. How is that possible?
What an amazing shot this is right here, man.
But they're broke, so it doesn't really matter that much. They're kind of broke. I mean, still, they can help pump it a little bit, but if they weren't broke and it wasn't banned, it'd make it much easier. So they'll still have a small influence, but not like they could.
Look at that shot right there, man. Amazing.
I was reading. Oh wait, yeah, you're on YouTube. What am I looking at? The wrong one. Whatever that is making that jingling noise is fucking annoying. Dude, the players are coming in pretty strong today in minutes. Pretty good. Fucking tubular, bruh.
Oh, it says last year, my bad.
Enough of that. Wasn't really much to look at there anyway. Look at the wall.
They are screaming, chanting, really, no SB4. Now for the border crisis, a Texas group in Eagle Pass calling for the end of Operation Lone Star and the repeal of Senate Bill 4. The El Paso-based group called Border Network for Human Rights held a rally and a peaceful march against the controversial bill yesterday. That bill gives Texas law enforcement and the authority to detain and in some cases deport undocumented migrants. This comes as Texas waits on a judge's decision, about the constitutionality of the state's SB4. The group will be in Austin on March 9th for another rally. And along the border, the state of Texas now going to increase the amount of razor wire there in the Rio Grande since the numbers have gone down since that wire was installed. News 4's Jordan Elder breaks down the new plan and the potential legal implications.
In the coming weeks, we'll be executing a 4-phased operation to expand north and south of Eagle Pass, putting up additional barriers in order to fortify the border.
The state of Texas has been installing razor wire in Eagle Pass for years, and Shelby Park is at the center of that effort. But now leaders say even more is coming.
We've gained control of this area. Now we're going to maintain that control as we continue to expand those operations to bring that same level of reduction across the border in the state of Texas.
Maverick County Sheriff Tom Schmerber says crossings have dropped in the Shelby Park area, but they're picking up in cities to the north and south.
They're still crossing through there. Not like not thousands like in December, but we'll get hundreds.
Which is why he thinks the governor wants more barriers in those areas.
If we don't maintain and expand our defense, those migrants and the cartels will exploit those openings.
Governor Abbott says more caravans of migrants are expected this spring, and when the cartels decide where to move people, he doesn't want them to choose Texas. Do you think that more razor wire is going to bring the numbers down lower?
No, I don't think those wires will help anyone. Those immigrants are determined to cross.
Schmerber credits the actions taken in Mexico for the dropping numbers. Officials are pulling people off of trains, conducting their own deportation
I don't think as many
flights,
people are
and
actually
more.
going through
Governor
Yucumbo.
Abbott disagrees, saying it's the cartels, not the Mexican government,
we're
in
going through
control
Eagle
of the
Pass
flow of migrants.
before
Keep in mind, Texas and the
slow
federal
down.
government are still locked in a court battle over this razor wire. The Supreme Court recently ruled that Border Patrol can cut the wire while this case goes on, but they did not say
That's
that
not
Texas
razor
couldn't
wire,
continue
dude.
to add to it. It's unclear how these new developments are going to
Constantine
impact
wire.
that ongoing court case. Jordan Elder, News 4, San
They keep
Antonio.
calling that razor wire, and that's a fucking pet peeve of mine. I don't know how to spell this, but I'm sure it'll come up. Concertino wire. I don't know. It's not what I'm used to seeing. They're calling it razor wire. It's a type of barbed wire, but it's not the type that actually hurts you. It just catches your clothing in it, it seems. This type. So, let's see, versus, see if this comes up. Constantine, in contrast to the helical structure of Constantine or concertino wire, razor wire, or less commonly Constantine. Oh, alright, so I need to look up this. Constantine versus concertine. It doesn't show a picture of it. So this one, the razor part of it, this doesn't have, it's like really short and small. It doesn't really look like, it doesn't have as much razor on it, dude. Why did they change what razor wire was? See, like, look how this has a fucking long ass point on it. That's what the razor wire was when I was a kid. All this is a blade right here, sharp as shit, and this is really pointy. Much more dangerous if you get this caught up in you. It's gonna want to stab you. It's gonna want to get inside your body. This other one is kind of blunt, dude. It doesn't want to get inside of your body. It just kind of wants to snag your clothing. It's not a knife as much. You know what I mean? It's like the more humane way of having razor wire, so they don't get hurt. So if they're willing to push their baby through it, if they're less likely to actually stab their baby. Isn't that sweet? Like, this one looks like it. This one looks like the more dangerous kind. Well, this one's in Singapore, though. So it's got more razor on it, more blade. So I guess it's still razor wire, but it's the softest razor wire they could actually find and still call it razor wire. Yeah, that too. You can just throw some cloth over it. Is she finally done? Oh. Oh man, that one went down. Oh, it is so.
The amazing job you have done here at Global. Developed a long, close.
Okay, so this has to do with bringing.
Because not only is
Okay,
Tom
what
relentless in
what makes
getting
this
this all
interesting?
done.
All right, this is Holchel just talked here. I don't really know Holchel that well. Should we listen to the governor of New York? Okay, maybe we should. Right, because New York is like at the forefront of needing to do some shit about a bunch of shit, and they're doing this though right now. So this is to announce investment in high-tech manufacturing in New York, when just recently, Mr. Incredible got done saying on the news that he wasn't going to invest in any more data centers in New York. It's just apparently a big deal. And there's a lot of other people that aren't going to. And this is a data center, right? High-tech manufacturing, or some sort of, maybe not. Let's.
Yes. All right. Yeah. So welcome.
It looks
all.
crazy.
I want to deeply express my thanks to Governor Hochul, Maturity Leader.
Oh, this is somebody else.
Secretary Raimondo, NEC Director.
This is the company that's
Reinhardt,
moving in, I guess.
And Congressman Tonko, for not only being here today, but being big advocates for what we're celebrating here today. The monumental announcement further cements New York State position as a global leader in semiconductor manufacturing and the center for a more resilient industry for our nation.
Heck yes, semiconductors.
I want to also thank our esteemed and
Ukraine
state local
colors, good
officials,
catch.
university partners, and community business leaders. Thank you for your
That's here
tireless
too.
advocacy, unwavering support for GF.
Everywhere.
Your efforts will have a lasting impact on GF, our industry, and the regions we all operate in. And thank you to our amazing GF
All right,
team.
I thought he was the
not
governor,
only
so
here
we're
in
going
Malta,
straight to Schumer.
In Malta region.
We were
Turning
talking
point.
about.
Thank you for the. I don't think I need this thing. Thank you for the amazing job you have done here at Global Foundries. We have developed a long, close, not only working relationship, but friendship. Because not only is Tom relentless in getting this all done, but he does it with a smile and good cheer that you want to help him every time he asks. Let's have another round of applause for Tom Caulfield. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a landmark day for the Capital Region, for upstate New York, and for the entire United States of America, right here in Malta. A day that marks a turning point. This is a day that marks a turning point, a new beginning, the start of the next chapter for the Capital Region. I am proud to announce that Global Foundries has secured agreement with the feds to receive $1.5 billion from my CHIPS and science legislation. That is a lot of money.
Interesting.
This is the largest CHIPS award thus far in the nation, and the very first for New York State. I wrote my CHIPS and science law with upstate New York as the North Star. I wrote the bill with this very day in mind.
I wonder how many people get like
We wanted
instant
to bring a new, growing,
bonuses
burgeoning industry
because
that would
of
have
this.
a future.
Hey, we got the government money,
The
Chuck.
Capital
Here's your
Region and
100K.
upstate,
Pop,
and that's
hey-o.
exactly what we are doing. And that is why I wrote this law.
How's this work?
I wrote the law with this day in mind so
It's
that we could
100K over
announce
$1 billion. That's nothing.
that thanks to
We'll
CHIPS
feel that.
funding, there's $12 billion of new investment coming to the Capital Region, building a new state-of-the-art second chip factory, creating thousands upon thousands of good-paying jobs.
Hopefully stays here.
1,500 manufacturing jobs and thousands of union construction jobs. This is going to triple the capacity for Global Foundries here in New York. Once the expansion is completed, Global Foundries will make more than 1 million of these chips every year. This,
Hey, you
folks,
hungry?
this
You hungry?
is the future. This is the future for the capital region.
Sleeping, bro.
This is the future for upstate New York.
Sweet
This is the
shit.
future for America. That
That's
we're
a
not making
sweet
these things
shit,
overseas
bro. I
anymore.
want that.
We're not going to let
Put it
foreign
on the
countries
wall.
hold us hostage. They're going to be
That'd be
made
sweet
right
to have it,
here
wouldn't it?
in
I would
America
just look at it.
and in
I would
Malta.
get it,
So
and
it's
I
a
would just
great
be
day.
like,
Today's the day we say to the world that the future of technology will be built in the capital region, not China. It'll be stamped, made in New York, by Global Foundries' powerful workforce. Before I get into a little more substance, there are a lot of people I want to thank. Tom, of course. Secretary Raimondo, what a great partner she has been. Thank you for your amazing leadership for the nation. From our very first conversation, even before you became secretary, we talked about the importance of investments in global foundries and across upstate New York. Months after being confirmed, you jumped at my invitation to come here to Malta, and you saw firsthand what was being done. We're here today because of your commitment. Today, folks, would not be possible without the leadership of the great Commerce Department team and this great Secretary of Commerce, Raimondo. White House National Economic Council Director Lael Brainerd, attending today on behalf of President Biden. It goes without saying, but we would not be here without President Biden. No one is more committed. I've talked to him at length on this issue. No one is more committed to bringing back American manufacturing and building a modern economy from the bottom up and the middle out that will bring new life to communities like upstate New York. Communities not only here, but throughout the Midwest and the rest of the country. And of course, my partner in all of this, my dear friend, Governor Hochul, Governor Kathy Hochul. And when I mean it, and when I say partner, I mean it. While we have worked to pass the CHIPS and Science Law at the federal level, Governor Hochul has made New York State a national model. It's one of the very few states that's talked about when chip fabs and other new science technologies want to come here, and it's because they know have a governor who understands this, who knows about it, and who acts upon it. She has the drive to meet the moment and matches what I was pushing for on the federal level at the state level. Our partnership at the federal and state level is a national model for working together. And I also want to thank our partner in Congress, Paul Tonko. He's a true champion for science and energy in the House at a time when it's needed. And of course, there are many others here today who are so important in getting all of this done. So today, though, is not just for the capital region, it's for all of upstate New York, where groundbreakings and announcements like this are going to be occurring from one end of our state to the other, with so many different changes. The impact of Global Foundries expansion will benefit every corner of our state. It'll boost our workforce, help attract new supply chain companies, and secure upstate New York as the world hub for chip manufacturing. We're number one in something that's very, very important. Today, we answer the questions that many upstaters have asked. How can we bring jobs and industry back that we lost overseas for decades? How can we deal with the pain as we saw factory after factory, company after company leave, and then parents go to the airport to wave goodbye to their kids? They wanted to stay here in upstate New York, but there weren't the jobs, and they left. That's not happening ever again, because we're locating industries with an amazing future right here. And I feel so proud and good about that. So today, the federal government is taking real action to bring manufacturing back to America and ensure that this future century will be built by communities that powered New York's success last century, which upstate did. Now, you may remember 15 years ago, I was here. Remember that? I knew we could accomplish even more. And back then I said Saratoga used to be known for inventing the potato chip, a different kind of chip. But now that joke is old. These potato chips and the joke have probably gone stale. But what I said then proved to be true. We're getting rid of the old chip and dealing with a new chip that has an amazing, amazing future. So, that was fun. I only did one thing wrong. I didn't throw it far enough, you know. As people know, I was not much of an athlete. On our basketball team at Madison High School, our motto was, "We may be small, but we're slow." But anyway, seriously, the road to getting here was not simple. 3 times I stood just outside where we are today at Global Foundries, back in early summer of 2020, when I first produced my American Foundries Act and the Endless Frontier Act, which became Chips and Science. We said we were going to make this happen. We've been fighting for it together, this great team, and now we have achieved it. Global Foundries is meeting the moment, this once-in-a-generation moment, as is our Chips and Science law. So it's a great day. Again, this, by the way, something like it has 1 billion little, whatever they're called, transistors right here. 1 billion, can you imagine? It's amazing, amazing. And it's the future, not those potato chips. Although we like them too, and I still eat them. Okay, folks, so it's a great day, and we invented the chip once, and once again, we are making them here, right here in upstate. It's a once-in-a-generation federal investment, but it's only the beginning. The best days are still ahead for Global Foundries, for the Capital Region, and all of upstate New York. Thank you very much. Great to be here.
Thank you. Now, please join me in welcoming Secretary of Commerce Raimondo to the stage.
Very tough act to follow. Maybe this stool will help me out. Very tough act to follow, but now you know why the Chips and Science Act got across the finish line. Because he didn't sleep until it did. You know, and it's true, I go around telling people the Chips and Science Act passed because of Senator Schumer, which is a fact. As he said, he was the driving force behind it. But now you can see for yourself what a driving force he is. And I will tell you what I think motivates him. And you can tell me if I'm right. It's you guys. Serving the people of New York. Yes, serving the country, revitalizing manufacturing, but serving the people of the state he loves. So thank you, Senator, for your leadership. I have to say thank you to your leader, Tom Caulfield. That guy's unbelievable, unbelievable. I have rarely seen a chief executive who is as authentic and humble as Tom Caulfield. And I want you to know when he talks to me, he doesn't brag so much about the billion transistors. He brags about you. The thing that makes him most excited is to watch the people who work here grow and flourish. So thank you, Tom. Governor Hochul, amazing. Let me tell you, folks, I used to be the governor of my state. It's a tough job, and she does it beautifully, and she has supported this company from day one. So I want to thank you, Governor, for your leadership. Congressman Tonka, who is a broken record, constantly bugging me about this part of New York with good reason, so thank you. And my partner in the White House, Dr. Lael Brainard, who is an amazing woman, a brilliant economist, and serves the president so well. Thank you. I want to say this. The one person who I know cares more about revitalizing American manufacturing than anyone I've ever known is my boss, President Biden. When the president-elect called me to say, hey, Gov, will you be the Commerce Secretary? He said, I want you to work with me to rebuild American manufacturing. He believes deeply that America is a place where we should make things. You cannot be a great country unless you make things, particularly advanced manufacturing. And that is what President Biden is doing. His Investing in America agenda is about this. See, we believe America shouldn't just be the end of the supply chain. We're tired of being the end of the supply chain. We want to make advanced semiconductors right here in the United States of America, right here in Malta, New York. And that's why the president put his back behind the CHIPS and Science Act. And that's why this act became law. And that's why we are here making a once-in-a-generation $50 billion investment in semiconductor manufacturing in this country. I am so proud to work for President Biden. I am so proud to work for the president because he believes in America, he believes in American manufacturing, and he knows that we are a great nation. And with these investments, with the CHIPS and Science Act, we are ushering in a new era of American manufacturing. You guys know this. Silicon Valley is called Silicon Valley because we invented the semiconductor industry. And then we just watched. We watched it leave our shores over a period of decades and go to Asia. Well, now we're coming back. We are coming back. And decades from now, we lead now in every other aspect of the industry, but it's time to come back to fabs and manufacturing. And that's what this is all about. So as you've heard already today, we're announcing that we're a preliminary term sheet with your company for $1.5 billion investment, the biggest so far of all of our CHIP grants. And it will allow a new state-of-the-art facility and significant expansion, facility modernization here and in Vermont. I want to say just two quick things that haven't yet been said. First, you should know the new state-of-the-art fab here will be the first new foundry built to support current and mature technologies in decades. Or I'm not supposed to say current mature, I'm supposed to say feature-rich, says Dr. Caulfield. But all joking aside, it's the first. And Schumer made sure legacy was in the bill. This is the first new foundry built to support current mature nodes in this country in decades. These are the chips we need, as you well know, in cars, in military equipment, in so many of the things that power our daily lives. But here's another thing I want to highlight. We've heard about the cars and the phones and the dishwashers and everything, but this proposed investment will allow global foundries to bring the manufacturing of your 22 FDX to the U.S. for the first time ever. Now, why does that matter? It matters because that's a critical chip for our national security. That is a critical chip for the Department of Defense. So the durability of your 22 FDX makes them especially important for satellites and critical national security uses. By making these chips here in the United States of America, finally, the Department of Defense will have access to GF's advanced 22 nanometer technology, which hasn't been possible until now. Which means the DoD will finally have a steady, secure, domestic
I prefer the picometer.
Supply of these chips.
I need it smaller.
That's a big deal. That is a big deal.
Or a small deal, maybe.
Yes, we're creating 10,000 plus good-paying jobs. Yes, we're revitalizing this part of New York. Yes, we're revitalizing American manufacturing. But we're keeping ourselves safe, keeping the American people safe in the process. The final thing I'll say is this. It's all because of you. It's all because of you. fancy politicians up here, the boss over here. You guys get it done every day. We just met a few of you, Justin and Kim and Chris. Incredible, right? We met a few of the apprentices. We met some engineers. Thank you for what you do.
Dude, she's wearing an 80s color.
Thank you to my own team for your hard work for bringing us here today. But the fact of the matter is, my dad was in manufacturing. He worked at a watch factory. I come from Providence, where they used to make a lot of watches. He said there's something
What's up with the colors on this show, though?
Making your living,
She's got this super orange background.
On top of that, because
it's like the sun is raising.
To Global Foundries, you're making things that make every American safer, more secure. So, on behalf of President Biden, we're proud of you and we're grateful for what you do here. Thank you.
Good thing she didn't wear a jacket the same color as the background.
Thank you. Please join me in welcoming National Economic Council Director Brainerd to the stage.
Yay! You're awesome, lady.
Well, it's an exciting day, and I can tell you that President Biden, Vice President Harris are just extremely excited that this announcement for Global Foundries is being made today. I want to thank Secretary Raimondo for her incredible leadership and thank Governor Hochul and Congressman Tonka for their commitment to making sure that New York is the center of semiconductor innovation and manufacturing. And I especially want to applaud Leader Schumer for his vision and his determined efforts, starting with legislation back in 2020 and continuing every day to work this until we finally got the incredible CHIPS and Science Act that is bringing this announcement here today. So thank you all. I also just want to applaud all the people that work in the fab here every day for the important work that you do. Today's $1.5 billion in funding for
You're not going to get any of that. Sorry.
Advances the president's vision that we will make semiconductors
but
here
you have
in
more
America
employees
with
to talk
American
to.
workers again. Global Foundries produces the chips that are critical in items we rely on every day, from cars to mobiles, phones to satellites. These are the chips where over-reliance on global supply chains led our economy to grind to a halt with price spikes and long wait times.
The RAM.
Today's announcement delivers on the president's commitment to rebuild those supply chains right here in America, so we will never see those kinds of lengthy delays, inflationary spikes that really ground
we have
our
so much silicone here.
To
The
a
sand.
halt when he
We have so
got
much
into
sand.
office.
Dude, we
Global
have so much
Foundries is the dedicated
sand.
supplier of the chips that power General Motors vehicles made by American union workers that this administration is very proud to support. It's also a key partner to our military. Today's investment will help protect national security by expanding domestic production of chips that are used in satellites and space communications. And it will create 10,000 family-sustaining, good quality jobs that provide pathways to the middle class right here in New York and in Vermont. Today's announcement will also include a commitment to develop workforce training and sustaining services right here in this area, enabling workforce development agencies, unions, and other stakeholders to work together to provide opportunities for hardworking families to get jobs right here in their own communities. And that'll build on the important things that Global Foundries has already put in place, the project labor agreement here in New York, child care services for employees, and its maintenance technician registered apprenticeship program that we just heard about today. Today's announcement is also taking place at the start of the administration's fourth Investing in America tour. We've got people all over the country at ribbon cuttings and announcements. which are demonstrating the
gets a little
power
extra
of the
licky
president's
sometimes.
commitment,
His
working
tongue is
together
rough,
with
man.
Congress and state and local officials everywhere to bring manufacturing back to America, to invest in our infrastructure, to invest in our future. And we're seeing it
I know it's
in the
best for
broader
the cat's
economy.
penis,
When
okay?
communities like this have more people going back to work, lower unemployment rates than they've seen for years, and we do see that in this area, you can also see the broader economy. We have the strongest growth of any of our peer economies around the world.
Damn it.
We have unemployment.
Everybody
that's
says they
been
have
below
the
4%.
strongest economy. Texas just said they have the #1 economy in America, and they're going to pass France soon. I thought that's where California was, actually. So that's got me confused. She just said New York's got
economy. We have the strongest growth of any of our peer economies around the world. We have
around the. Why are so many states able to claim this? How is this a thing? We just watched Texas claim it. Governor Abbott said it. Strongest economy in the United States. Now it's New York has the strongest economy now. Everybody's just allowed to say it, even if it's not true.
unemployment that's been below 4% for 2 years now, and inflation that's getting back to 2%. So what's good here in upstate New York is also good for the country. We can see it in communities all across the country.
It's fucking crazy.
I want to just again thank all of the leaders here in this room.
Their economy is good in New York, but like where in New York? Everywhere but the city? Because New York City, I couldn't afford to live there, dude. No, dude, I wouldn't have parking. I probably wouldn't be able to keep my car. I'd have to live in a studio, probably with my kitchen inside the bathroom.
Who came together to make this exciting announcement, and we
What?
are really
If you
looking
Google
forward
it, it says
to
they have
working
the
with
best
you
economy in the
over
world.
the next months and years to bring this to
Interesting.
reality. Thank you very much.
Well, it must be true then. I don't know. That means it's true.
Thank you. Now please join me in welcoming Governor Hochul to the stage.
The AI has answered.
Good afternoon. Seriously? This is one of the biggest announcements our state has ever seen in its history. How about a little more excitement for this great day? Well, last December I stood at Albany Nanotech, where I know our leader of the Council of Economic, leader of the National Economic Council is going right after we leave here. But I stood there alongside Majority Leader Schumer and Senator Gillibrand, and I said, as clear as I could, New York State is setting the path for the future of the rest of the nation. And that was not an overstatement at all, especially in light of what we're doing here today. And today's historic investment from the Biden-Harris administration and the incredible work of Majority Leader Chuck Schumer in getting this over the finish line in a Senate that's sometimes hard to get things done. Congratulations, because this is a very
so
big deal.
Are they real?
Thank you.
Those veneers.
And Majority Leader Schumer, I want you to know,
They'll get there in the way.
your jokes will never be stale here in the state of New York, okay? So don't you go worrying about that. Don't you go worrying. But also to have Secretary Raimondo here for this special announcement. Talk about extraordinary leadership in a job where she has her eye around the globe, attracting businesses, making investments, taking care of 50
teeth are in the way, honey. I
states.
can't do it.
I'm starting to feel a little extra attention here in New York. Okay, and I appreciate that. Maybe because it's two female governors who kind of understand the world we're in, but I know she gives a lot of extra love here to the state of New York, and today is proof of that. I want to thank you for making sure that you listen to Senator Schumer, you listen to Paul Tonko, but also to our president to execute his priorities, to, as you said so profoundly, bring back the jobs and manufacturing that we never should have lost.
Nobody's going to argue with
I know a lot
that.
about this.
But That's it. This country,
I was
the company
born in
stays here.
Lackawanna,
Watch.
New York.
Watch it move in like
Grandpa,
5 years,
Dad, uncles
10
all
years.
worked at the steel plant. All of a
Gonna
sudden,
move to
one day,
China.
1982, 20,000 jobs were up and gone. You know what that does to the psyche of an entire community, upstate New York? And then we lost Eastman Kodak jobs.
You
We
can't
lost
trust
carrier
American
jobs.
companies
We
to
were
stay in
just taking it on the
America
chin
unless
for
they're
decades.
obligated to.
So those of you who are old enough to remember this, you probably have a lot of gray hair. But those younger people who don't know this,
You think that they're
know
making
that
them
with
sign?
announcements like today,
Can't leave
that
for a
will
certain-
never happen in your lifetime or your children's lifetime because we have turned the corner. We are
They must
seizing
be.
the future right here in the state of New York. So the leadership
I
we
made
have
us sign a
here,
contract to not leave the
also,
states
I
for
want
a
to
certain
thank
time.
the labor force that's here, but also the men and women of
How long
labor
do we
who
have
will be
them for,
building
Gov?
this. I want to
50
thank the
years?
building trades for them being out there during the cold
That's
days
what I
and during
want to
the
know.
pandemic
How long
and
they're
the hot
obligated
days
to
of
stay here?
doing their work.
That's the important question.
We have Mike Lyons here, the president of the Capital Region Building Trades. I want to give him a special shout out because it is your men and women who will be out there building this fabulous fab factory, and I want to thank you in advance. Also, we have my team, president of Empire State Development, Hope Knight, whose vision for bringing back the state is extraordinary, and Kevin Eunice, who makes the most amazing deals here, including this one and Micron. Let's give them a round of applause as well. You talk about the history of Global Foundries. It started with a $1.4 billion investment a long time ago, when that was an amount of money larger than probably most economies of any state. I mean, that was a big, big deal. And they promised to invest back in 2006 over $3 billion. Boy, you sure blew past that, Tom. Over $15 million investment because you saw the opportunity here. Once you planted the flag, you said, I'm going to make this flag go even higher and higher and higher. And for that, we are a nationally recognized state for the work that you and your members do. So, Tom, thank you for never giving up on New York, for believing us at a time when people stopped believing. You were there, and you're part of our great history and our great future. Let's give another round of applause to Tom as well. We've heard the story of our dependency on these chips that most people didn't even know what they were just a few short years ago. The dependency that came to light during the pandemic. And how do we know that here in the state of New York? Because when we couldn't get those chips from overseas, literally shut down manufacturing of cars in our own state. We felt this profoundly, and we said, never again can we be so dependent on foreign supply chains and all the uncertainty around geopolitical circumstances that we have no control over. We can't let our economy come down to that. So we said never again. The Biden administration said never again. And that's the genesis of building this up, working with the concept of saying, if we make those investments here, say build that industry here, invest in those who've already come before. If you do it here, the jobs will come, the supply chain will come. And we're seeing that and feeling this every single day. The energy is palpable. I was just in Rochester this morning. I was in Buffalo on Friday. Across the state of New York, they're feeling the effect of global foundries and what we're doing in Albany, at Albany Nanotech, and all across the state, the workforce development. It's happening in an extraordinary way and in a pace that's so fast you don't even feel it. It's so fast. But I'm proud of what the state's role was in this as well. Because all I knew is when we got that done and we high-fived getting that over the finish line, Majority Leader and to the Biden administration, we said, that's amazing. But I knew as the governor, there's 49 other states who want this. And I knew I had to make sure that we were competitive, that we would offer something that no other state did. So I went to my legislature. I have Kerry Werner, who represents this area. I have Pat Fahey here, who represents the Capital Region, Albany Nanotech. Other leaders who've joined us. We have the mayor of Albany here to show the synergy around here. But I said, what can New York State do to make sure they don't just stay in America or grow in America, they don't end up in California, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Arizona? Because one thing I know about our state, we are competitive and we do not like to lose. So I said, how does $10 billion sound to match that, what they're doing at the federal level, and make that available to companies that will follow the rules we set forth, to support the social policy objectives, to lift up the workforce, to get diverse background from all you, from your builders to your workers, offer child care, make sure that your programs are green and sustainable. Can you do all that? And if the answer is yes, we will support you. We'll be all in. And that's exactly what we did when the legislature passed, at my initiative, a $10 billion green chips bill to complement what we're doing at the federal level. That's why we're able to make investments like today and in future places like Micron as well. So our announcement here, we didn't do 1.5 billion. I'm sorry, I'm just one state. But how does 853 million sound? That's exactly what we're doing. Oh, I made a mistake. It's $872 million. 575 from the Green Chips Initiatives. There you go. So we're here to put our support with your investments. But again, project labor agreement, diversity targets, subsidized childcare. We say you'll get this support. You create the jobs, create your 1,500 jobs, create the construction jobs, and we're there to support you as you continue to grow. So this is a proud day for all of us. Amazing workforce. You're the most talented people in our nation. I could not be prouder to represent every one of you. And the people who just said will not give up until this gets done, President Biden, Senator Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, her involvement as well, and our Secretary of Commerce. This is the dream team. Historians will look back. What was the turning point in that trajectory of people leaving our country, taking jobs overseas, offshoring? What changed all that? And there'll be just two words. It'll be the Biden administration. The Biden administration stepped forward and says, no longer. Let's regain that mojo and that sense of accomplishment and acceptance that we always had in this great country. And I want to thank the president. I want to thank the majority. I want to thank our secretary and all those who made this happen. Because this is the day history will look back upon and say it happened here.
I bet Trump started it.
Altering the
I wouldn't be
course of history.
surprised.
And that's not even to mention what we're going to do with AI.
He was an American
I
businessman,
don't want to
dude.
take away from this, but we are going to be the epicenter of AI innovation.
Trump had to have started whatever this is,
money behind it, and
and it
everybody's
finally
so
got
excited
implemented.
as well. So it's all happening
bet.
right here in the great state of New York. Thank you, everybody.
Because that was his main thing, was to make America great again, and make fucking businesses come here again. Like, are you fucking
Now,
kidding me?
please join me in welcoming Congressman Tonko to the stage.
Crazy, man. I'm not even a Trumper. Y'all know that. But that was fucking
Well, now that you've all been warmed up, good afternoon. All right, we're doing it. What a momentous
because they took
day
polls,
for
and
our
they
region,
probably saw
for
that Democrats
job
wanted
creation,
that too.
Union jobs. and
Democrats
a
want the
great
good jobs to come back
momentous
too.
Day for innovation, which is driving our economy and allows for world leadership.
Because they don't.
This tremendous
They're not really
investment
connected.
is the culmination of many years of work.
They're not connected.
Of Democrats on the
They're
Hill
gonna
in
get told
Washington
what's
and in
going
the
on.
administration.
And now the
So,
people.
First and
That's how they
foremost, I
feel.
do want to thank our president, President Biden.
They're not regular
for his
people anymore
vision.
once they're that high.
He knows that leadership is about vision.
Yo, is that a
And it's about
chick
taking
or
us
a
to higher
man?
ground.
Look at that
Aspirational
back. That's got to be a dude, right?
That's what he's all about. And so I thank him for providing that sort of vision, honed by the whole set of concerns for supply
I
chain
want to
needs,
rewind it to see,
and
though.
by the requirement and the desire to create sound-paying jobs, union jobs, and lowering costs for consumers.
Oh, man.
So
They
this
don't
is a
give a
culmination of all of that activity driven by this vision. What I perhaps most respect about his leadership is that he embraces science. He doesn't reject it. He respects the fact that science is required to respond to the many complex issues that surround us now as common folk living on a planet Earth. We need to embrace science to address many of the concerns. So we stand here because of that vision. Thank you, Senator Schumer, for your leadership in the Senate, for your vision. I have to thank also, at the time, Speaker Pelosi, who was so determined to get something done on chips and science, that working with her and folks like Representative Doris Matsui, who's been a big champion for semiconductor chips and nanoscience activity. Myself included, with great assignments on the Energy and Commerce Committee and the Science, Space, and Tech Committee. We got this across the finish line, both houses, and landed this on the president's desk. And today, the outcome is a bill, a law, has become a law that now invests in America. Make it in America is that theme. And that rings so true and boldly. Does it not, Mayor? We love that. Make it in America.
What? Oh, this is getting weird. It's like they're almost saying
so it
MAGA.
began with investments, making certain that we invest in
Make
clean
it
energy,
in
we
America,
invest in
not
infrastructure,
make America
and so
great
much
again.
more. The
Just make
CHIPS
it here.
investment is emblematic of how that broader Investing in America Act is enabling us to invest
Don't
in
make America
infrastructure.
great again.
And
Invest in
soundness of
America.
building that infrastructure. Thank you, Michael Lyons, and the trades, the building trades, for all the great work you do. Thank you for those
You
union
guys are
jobs
great.
that are
Not
delivered
America.
into our community. I consider myself very lucky as a representative of New York 20 to be able to
You're the one
claim
that
this
figured.
plant, this facility, as the result of all of that great work.
Oh, this is weird.
Now,
you could
to the
say
leadership
great
here,
for anything except
Dr.
for
Tom
America if you're a
Caulfield,
Democrat. You
thank
can't
you
say
for your
America's
leadership
great
at GF. Thank you to
or,
all of the workers.
that you're
The
going to make
GF
it great.
team surpasses
That's
any
a big
expectation
no-no.
of
Not
greatness.
as, if you get caught as a
You
Democrat
have
doing that,
made
they'll
such a big
kick you out
difference
of
with
the
your
party.
talent, with your skill, and with your outright
Give us back
passion.
your whistleblower,
As we
bitch.
celebrate this investment, I can't help but recall history.
Fuck
here.
out of the party.
The fact that as
Bill.
we connected
Whoever this guy
the
is.
great ocean
don't
of
know.
the Atlantic with the Great Lakes, with this dream called the Erie Canalway, that was New York leadership again.
Party's not
Breaking
for you,
ground,
asshole.
Providing a vision, and not only
Party popper.
strengthening New York and her economy, but sparking
love
a
this.
westward movement. What a tremendous opportunity as we gave birth to a number
What?
of towns called
What?
mill towns
What?
that became the epicenters of invention and innovation. And eras of history have eclipsed since then. And now a grand eclipsing from work of the past to now a more futuristic, advanced manufacturing, semiconductor outcome. A tremendous shot in the arm for the sense of place of upstate New York.
That was
A
close.
fertile ground by which to invest in the semiconductor industry. You know, I think back of my days in the state assembly as energy chair,
not
when we looked
Ukrainian.
at
What are you talking
regions
about?
of the upstate New
Who's
York,
Ukrainian?
put into certain zones of technology. Here in the capital region, we focused on energy and environment. And as energy chair of the state assembly, it was a great thing to produce a lot of investment that from the state perspective allowed, again, for us to be a logical choice for that activity here today. So like those centuries-old undertakings on the Canalway, this semiconductor investment will unlock untold benefits that will continue to grow and shape our nation for the better through manufacturing of chips for cars, for EVs, for our national security, for internet, and it goes on and on. As we celebrate this momentous moment, know that our work is not done. There is still unfinished business, and we're going to continue to work in Washington, as the senator and I know, to push hard for that national center, for the Semiconductor Technology Center, that will enable us to be that visual that is of a great epicenter of involvement here. It's a logical choice. We have state-of-the-art manufacturing. We have sound investments, deeply rooted and respected in R&D. And we have workforce development programs that are so innovative and working so well. So let's go forward and march from this victory to others again. We'll conquer it because of a workforce like this at GF. Thank you, Global Foundries team, for being such a great incentive and such a great inspiration. Thank you, Tom, for your leadership. Thank you, Senator. Let's go forward and march forward, Excelsior, upward and onward.
Thank you. Now, please join me in welcoming Tom back up to the stage.
Okay, let's bring this home. Look, in all seriousness, I'm truly humbled by the amazing support and appreciation for what GF does for the world, for society,
weird.
and what our great team does each and every day, not only in Malta, in Vermont, and around the world. I'm especially grateful and appreciative of the White House, the Department of Commerce, Senator Schumer, the teams in Vermont that have all supported us through the 12 years of our existence, and I look forward to the next decade together. And thank you, lastly, for turning this great vision into a reality, and for your trust and belief in Global Foundries. Onward and upward. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us today at this special event. We have some additional press activities taking place next, so we kindly ask that our GF colleagues quickly clear the room and the lobby area as well. Now we would like to invite our external guests to join us in the lobby for a group photo. Thank you.
I want to see the photo. Oh. I'm getting just out there stuff going on. We only saw that. That was only live on one station, and it was local. It was a local New York news station that I just happened to be subbed to. Look at this though. This is what I was looking over like, what the fuck is this? How to break in your cornhole bag. I got recommended this. It has 122 subs.
Add podium potion to a spray bottle.
122 subs, dude. I got recommended this. What's going on? YouTube really knows me, man. I know I want to know
Big
how to
Center, Maryland.
break in a cornhole bag. Let's see how you do this.
Spray front and back of bags generously.
With what? Water? Podium potion.
Big D bags the dude.
That was podium potion.
Spray front and back of bags generously.
It's got a whiteness to it. It's not just water.
Spray all bags in the set.
With podium potion? Is that a thing? Can I buy podium potion?
Empty remainder of half bottle to sink or tub. Add hot tap water.
It must be
Just enough to
stretch
cover
them.
bags. Let bags soak for 60 minutes. Knead, flex, stretch, and massage bags.
I don't know why you need them stretched out, but I can kind of understand because I used to hacky sack when I was a kid.
Focus on corners and seams.
There was definitely a difference in a nice, like broken in hacky sack, and a new one was always like super round.
Do this every 15 minutes.
Bouncy as shit. You can't really catch it on your foot. But I forgot I used to play hacky sack like every day.
Flip bags over so you know which ones
I
are
would
done.
practice by myself constantly, and we play at school every day. I forgot about that.
Remove all air.
Had a couple different ones. But
drain water solution.
All the times when you get new or just too stiff to do much with.
Refill
they
tub
really
or
need
sink
to,
with clean hot water.
I remember we even took
Let's
some
soak
beads
another
out of ours
15
to
minutes.
get them broken in quicker sometimes.
Drain water again.
Take some beads out and sew it back up so that it has some flex to it. Dude, I totally forgot about that shit until now on this dude's random video on YouTube that got recommended to me. Reminded me of needing, like, I was sitting here trying to think, why is he doing that? And the hacky sacks.
Wring out excess water.
It was something that you could do, like, in between class with friends.
Press in between towels to remove excess water.
Or, like, especially a gym
Repeat
class
this
when you were
process.
standing around waiting around.
for remaining
I hung out with
bags.
a bunch of skaters, and the skaters played with hacky sacks.
Add bags and towels to your dryer.
Yeah. It wasn't easy to
Dry
get them back
on low
then either.
heat.
You'd have to go to a head shop
for 60 minutes
to get a good one. Or to get one, period, I think, really.
Remove
back then.
from dryer.
As you can order them all.
Admire your game-ready bags.
I bet you can even order broken-in hacky sacks now. I bet people are selling them on eBay, my broken-in hacky sack. I used to be pretty good, man. You stalling it on the back, stalling the front, doing tricks and shit. Bro, back in the day. That was interesting. I guess Simon's eating some more. Farmer event's over. Bro, that's sad. Simon is munching it down right now. I'm about to weigh him in a minute and see if he's losing weight. That's going to be a problem. He's getting too hypothyroidic. How is it? Man, crazy. Maybe that lamb's treating a little bit of lamb in there is treating his stomach better. I mean, it's got rabbit a little. It's got rabbit. The other one didn't have any rabbit. We're gonna have an update on the Kansas City Chiefs parade shooting today. Sentencing for man who injured Willoughby police officer. Traffic something. Oh man, this happened today. 1 dead, 1 critical after crash hits trees at Panda Express in LA. Show me what you got. 1-800-900-0000. Sweet James, accident or injury. 1-800-900-0000. Oh shit. They're trying to get that dude to think about getting commercials or something, you know what I mean? Whoever's got that billboard right there, they showed that before they showed the accident intentionally. They didn't have to edit this clip like this. It started up just like that, and they zoom in, and there's that billboard to the left, and they stopped it. So boom, boom. I mean, they didn't have to. They could have came in from the other side or something, even. Maybe or from this side and not showing these billboards like they did. They didn't have to do it the way they did. But doing it the way they did, if that guy gets wind of it, he might start thinking about getting some commercial time, especially if he sees an increase in his client base from it. If he's got money for a billboard, he might have money for a commercial. One day. I don't know, man. That was interesting. I'm surprised they would even give him that. Unless there's a way for them to make money off of it in the future. But dang. Dang, man. Which one was speeding? It must have been this one speeding, right? Because the front end's the way it is, right? Damn. That's crazy. Oh, shit. Yeah, he T-boned this dude, it looks like. Wait, is this a car? What is this? Oh, that's the truck bed. It fell off somehow. Yeah, this dude must have T-boned him. Damn, dude. Damn, this dude was traveling this way, and this dude was traveling this way. He fucking ran the light, probably, or something, or one of them ran the light, and he got T-boned and pushed over here, and the other car kept coming this way. Yeah, that's why over here. I'm a traffic detective, bro. I can't even see the tire tracks yet. Where they at? Oh, skated this way. Yup. Boom. Oh shit, it hit a gas main thing. They probably just cut that off though. How does the bed do that? Oh, because it hit the building, I guess. Damn. This dude's probably the dead dude, right? Probably hit his head on the glass. T-bone's the most dangerous wreck you can get in, ain't it? Because of the head to the glass. My car has side impact airbags. Oh, that one does too, but I don't think that truck does. He's probably the dead one. Let's see. A car crashed into a tree in commercial building in Lake Balboa Tuesday, trapping 2 people and killing one of them. That doesn't tell us which one. What is it with LA and their driving? It says. Everybody's in a hurry, man. That's what it is. Especially on LA, man. One of the reasons why I don't live in LA. Chicago's the same way, dude. I remember when I moved to Chicago from Arkansas, right? I was living in Arkansas, so it's even more drastic than some other states. You know, so Arkansas is pretty podunk, and back then even more so. But as soon as I got into Chicago, I was like, God dang, man, it's just kind of, it was intimidating how fast people were driving in the city of Chicago. I wasn't quite prepared for it, I forgot. But I mean, San Diego's not as bad as LA. I remember the one time I came up, or one of the times I came up, the first time I came up actually to LA from San Diego, I remember thinking like, whoa, man, it's kind of crazy out here, all the cars on the interstate. And San Diego's got interstates, but they're not as wide as LA. Not quite as scary. People haul ass on the interstates out here. 70 miles an hour in the city. If you get caught doing that in Memphis, you might get a pretty major ticket because the cops out there don't have as much to do. Yeah, sure, people are still getting tickets out here, but not as much. Anything else on the briefing of the Pentagon?
Leaders meeting with North Korea. Does the Pentagon support such Japanese diplomatic outreach? Is the Pentagon worried that that could undermine the trilateral defense cooperation among the 3 countries, including South Korea?
We support diplomatic outreach to the DPRK. We have also said from here that we would seek diplomatic outreach should they want to engage. We want to see regional stability in the region. If those conversations lead to that, we certainly welcome that. Yeah.
Hi. Sam LeGrand, USNI News.
I know Sam.
Over the weekend, we saw a release from the Coast Guard that they'd seized underwater drone components believed to be from Iran to the Houthis, and then we had the first report from CENTCOM of a lethal attack drone interdicted by U.S. forces in the region. Is this a technical escalation of what we're seeing in there? Are these more sophisticated attacks and new weapons? Can you give us a sense on like where these fit in the spectrum of capabilities that the Houthis are bringing to ships in the region?
I think you're certainly seeing that they have sophisticated technology and capabilities that they're getting from Iran. And I mean, yeah, of course, their attacks are getting more sophisticated. That was the first time, as CENTCOM put out, I think it was on Saturday, that the first time that they used an underwater unmanned vehicle to try and launch an attack. So absolutely, the attacks are sophisticated, their weapons are sophisticated, and we know where they're coming from. We know that Iran is continuing to supply them with what they, are continuing to launch at U.S. vessels and commercial mariners. Idris, yeah. And then
so if they're getting more sophisticated, what impact are your strikes having? If they're actually improving after you're striking them, what are the...
Well, they used a capability that was more sophisticated than we've seen before. But what are the impacts of our strikes is every single day that we initiate another dynamic strike, we are taking another surface-to-air missile off the map for them. They can't necessarily say the same for us. We are using our capabilities to shoot down, whether it be missiles or UAVs, or in this case, the underwater unmanned vehicle. We are being able to stop them, but again, sometimes the attacks do get through. And actually, since we're on this topic, I mean, one of the ships that they targeted was carrying grain bound for Yemen, for their starving population. So they're saying that they're targeting ships that have a connection to Israel or ships that have a connection to the United States. I mean, look at exactly what you're doing. You're putting your own population at risk.
Dude, this gives sonar technicians a more reason to exist now, actually. Unmanned, like UAV underwater vehicles, that's huge, dude. Like, the only way to even pick those up might be on passive sonar. You'd hear that high-pitched whine of the motor probably. That'd be it. No one else on the ship would know it's there. Because surface ship sonar techs, when I was in, no one gave a shit about us, dude. We're like, we couldn't hear. What are we gonna hear? Nobody else is gonna hear, right? But that makes it a little more. Dude, I bet they're on edge to hearing that shit now.
And so every single day,
dude.
I think
we didn't have to worry about that.
Dynamic strikes or our coalition strikes absolutely have an impact. But we at no point said that we're wiping all of their capabilities off the map.
I bet they're training on that shit now.
We know that they have a large inventory, a large warehouse, and they're going to continue to use it. Yeah, over here.
Thank you. Two related questions. As far as China's activities inside the U.S. is concerned, how much you think this building is concerned?
Can't hear. No, it can. What do you mean? No, it can hear. Dude, you could hear shrimp. We could hear shrimps swimming. So I'm pretty sure you could hear a boat that's powerful enough, underwater boat that's powerful enough to get to the ship quickly, because it would have to overcome. It wouldn't just be a small little toy boat, dude. The thing's going to be kind of big to be able to overpower the current of the water and everything, waves. It's not going to be just some small little hobby-sized. Things are probably as big as a torpedo to carry the payload and everything. Oh, yeah. Well, they would hear that. But they would be the ones, like, no one else on the ship would know it's there, though, is what I'm getting at. And before that, like, since that's fairly new, because technology has gotten smaller and smaller, before, when I was in, we didn't have to train on any of that. The kind of the scariest thing we would train on is diesel-electric subs, which are extremely quiet. And a lot of our enemies had them at the time. But when they're surfaced, they're extremely loud. But it would be like a huge diesel-electric, pretty much. Or no, like that's what a diesel-electric subs would be, like a huge one of those. Much bigger in scale than what they have now. Because those had people inside of them and payloads, and like, so there's a lot of mass there. So they're pretty loud, so almost like subs are going to be able to pick those up for a long distance. Like, the thing is, a sub doesn't get much interference from its engine. So sonar techs on a sub, if they're in a battle group, are able to pick things up much further away than the surface ships are because they don't have as much noise interfering. And so they can get away from the battle group a little bit and really just listen. But something as small as one of those, they might not be able to hear so well at a distance. And the surface ships might need to be listening a little better. Might need to be paying more attention. So did y'all take a vote? Nobody took a vote with you, Mark. I'm sorry. I don't know why.
Activity against the United States.
They still can.
Security.
They can
Is there
still
something
vote.
specific that you're referencing? Or just broadly?
Yeah, in general, I mean, because China is now in the news because there are so many hacking going on and all.
I see. So, we continue to monitor the PRC's activities. I don't have something specific to what you're asking, but just generally, we know that we don't see conflict with China, but we know we're in competition. That doesn't need to escalate anymore. You've seen conversations happening at different levels of government. But of course, we're concerned of any activities, and we continue to monitor that, and that's why we have the robust presence that we do in the Indo-Pacific.
I can see what her head looks like without all the hair.
Expansion is going on in the South Asia region. Many smaller nations are worried, and also including Taiwan. And has many times question been there that China is watching very much about Taiwan's getting help from the Capitol Hill or for in this package maybe something for the Taiwan. Where are we standing as far as Chinese?
What is this tie connected to? His neck?
Yeah, China is watching. A lot of countries around the world are watching right now at this moment, and that's why we need Congress to do its job. We need the supplemental. We need to be able to support our commitments in the Indo-Pacific while also supporting Ukraine, while also supporting Israel and its fight against Hamas. But we can't do that if we don't have the funds to do it. I'm gonna go on. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just last week, it was claimed that in a U.S. airstrike, 2 Cuban hostages were killed in Somalia. Do you have anything on us on that for us?
Yeah, no, I've seen the reports on that. I just don't have anything for you at this time. Yeah, Mike.
The European Union this week launched Operation Aspides, I don't know how to pronounce it, to protect merchant ships in the Red Sea against Houthi attacks. The fact that this mission is going to run alongside or parallel to Prosperity Guardian, is that an indication that some nations don't think the U.S.-led effort is doing the job, a sufficient enough job to protect shipping?
No, the EU is its own coalition of countries conducting this operation while running alongside parallel to Operation Prosperity Guardian only augments the goals of all of these countries, of all of these like-minded countries, which is to uphold the rule of law and to ensure the freedom of navigation is protected. So we certainly welcome this new coalition. Again, we're all working towards the same goals here, which is to ensure that innocent mariners, commercial shippers can get through the Red Sea, the BAM, the Gulf of Aden safely. As you know, 10 to 15% of the world's commerce flows right through that strait. So we certainly welcome more partners as part of, if it's not Operation Prosperity Guardian, as being part of the effort to uphold the rule of law. Carla, do you have one more question? Then we'll wrap it up.
So, just to follow up on Idris's question, is the Secretary satisfied with the current strategy against the Houthis?
Can you pull out that thread a little bit more for me?
Yeah, sure, because you said it was having an impact. You told Idris that it was having an impact, but you've also said with Tara that it's not deterring the Houthis. So it may be having an impact, but it's not giving you the goal that you're desiring. So is the Secretary satisfied with this current almost whack-a-mole strategy that's going on?
So the Secretary has full confidence in the Central Commander and the operations that he is doing every single day to ensure that our mariners, our service members are safe. Look, and I said this earlier, we never said that we were taking every single capability that the Houthis have off the map. But every single day that we conduct a strike, we are degrading them further. And so I think the Secretary has confidence that the more we continue to do this, the Houthis they are already seeing the effects. I mean, as General Ryder read out just last week, we do have battle damage assessment that we have been able to make an impact to some of the capabilities that they have. Again, it's not everything off the map, but it is steps, it is progress, and we're going to keep holding them accountable until they stop. Okay.
Is that strategy sustainable? I mean, trading multi-million-dollar U.S. missiles for couple $1,000 Houthi
well, I don't have the cost for the Houthi weapons, but what I can tell you is if we don't have the support of Congress, if we don't have a budget, if we continue to operate under a continuing resolution, if we don't get our supplemental passed, no, things are not going to be sustainable. We are going to have to look to make cuts to continue to fund our operations in the CENTCOM AOR, to continue to support Ukraine. So that's why we continue to urge Congress to give us the funding, the support that we need so we can continue these operations and continue to protect not only our service members in the region, but ensure that commercial shipping can flow through that region safely. All right, thank you, everyone.
Joe Rogan experience.
I've then dug into what's happening with Chinese buying, the Chinese government or Chinese nationals buying farmland, and I've got a map, if I can find it, of where they're buying this land. And it's around U.S. military installations. They're buying up land around U.S. military installations. And so when you look at the amount of land that they're buying, it's not all that much. I mean, it's a lot of land, but given as much land as there is, it's like maybe less than 1%. But when you look at it strategically around military installations, it's really concerning, and then when you look at what's happening at those military installations that they have land around, like B-2 stealth bomber training, drone training, and all, it's very, very troubling.
God, it's so strategic where it's all placed.
Yeah, if I can get a hold of that map and show it to you.
It's kind of crazy that the United States has been invaded. And when did that start? With the purchase of farmland?
It's been going on.
For how long? Like when did it... So this is talking about son owns 40% of Chinese-owned land in the U.S. He owns over 100,000 acres of land in Valverde County, Texas. Although his two companies, Brazos Highland Properties and Harvest Texas, through his two companies. His purchases in 2016, 2017, his plans to build a wind farm, as well as his purported ties to Chinese military, drew scrutiny in Texas several years after his acquisitions. He ultimately was denied permission to proceed with his wind farm plan. So they own the land, but they won't let them proceed with the wind farm.
Yeah, and they're building a wind farm where it's not very windy. But it does butt up against a strategic military installment.
What a coincidence. This is the best land that was available.
Yeah.
Sorry. So, how would that be possible here under logical laws? Because in China, you can't do that. They're smart. You can't just buy their land.
We absolutely cannot buy farmland there.
No.
Really?
No,
Wow.
You can't buy their businesses either.
Now, we had a man on talking about this, a farmer, and he said they also own the grain elevator where we sell our grain. The Chinese own that. The Chinese government owns that. So, and I said Chinese government. Chinese own that. Now, is it the government? Is it a government agent? Who owns it? He said it's Chinese owned and controlled. If they decide to stop buying his grain, I said, what happens? He said, well,
fucked.
We're out of business.
Yeah. And then you take that, on top of that, the topsoil crisis in this country.
Yeah.
They've got like 60 more crops left.
Yeah.
Unless they do something radical to change it.
And again, I want to be real careful about how I talk about this, because I'm not trying Look, we have so many Chinese Americans here that are wonderful people that contribute so much. I don't want to say anything to create any animus against these people or Chinese people in general. So many of these people are trying to get away from the Chinese Communist Party. They're just trying to get away from them. How they're getting out, I don't know. It's a long way and it's expensive, and you don't just wake up in China and say, I think I'll take a vacation. That's not how that works. You got to get a visa, right? You got to get permission to leave. You got family back there.
How the hell are they leaving?
I don't know how they're getting out, but I know that we've got an awful lot coming across our southern border, and
can't they keep them there?
Military-aged Chinese men are showing up at the border, and it's mostly in California where they're showing up, and it's an awful lot. You really,
Wild.
You really have to wonder. You really do have to wonder.
Did you ever think you'd be in a position where you'd be talking like this?
No.
Because it sounds conspiratorial, right?
It does sound conspiratorial, and I deal with psychological issues, but these are issues that are on people's mind now. They're saying, I'm anxious about this. It bothers me. I feel like my family is under attack here. We don't have the peace of mind that we used to have. We don't have even farmers are saying, this is troubling to us. We don't know what to do about this.
Yeah.
We don't know how to feel about it. We don't know what to say about it. And nobody's talking about this. Well, I'm talking about it.
Well, I'm glad you are. Because if not, we'll be talking about when it's too late. And we'll be saying, how the fuck did we not see this coming?
And what I want is, I think if people will start talking about it, people will hear us talking about it and say, these aren't crazy conspiracy guys. These are pretty commonsensical guys that are saying, we should just ask the questions. We should be asking, why isn't anybody asking the questions? And we're not the only people asking the questions, but we're certainly have big microphones to be asking the questions with.
It's just a complete failure of corporate media that they're not asking these questions.
Yeah, and that is the entire reason that I did this network, Merritt Street Media. Robin, and I was sitting at our kitchen bar at our house in California, and I was flipping back and forth between different news networks, and I was so frustrated. I said, why won't somebody just tell the truth? Why does everything have to be spin? Why doesn't somebody just say what's happening and let us do it? The media just won't say it straight. And she was sitting there eating, she didn't even look up. She just said, well, you are the media. And I thought, yeah, well, she said, you have a bigger audience than those last three combined, so why don't you do something about it? And it really kind of hit me hard, and I thought, why don't I do something about it? I mean, why don't I create a platform to just ask the questions and tell the truth without all the spin and let people make up their own mind? I mean, somebody needs to say, have you thought about, or did you know that last year 33,000 plus Chinese came across the border illegally? Did you know that? And I just want you to know and do with it as you will. And if it causes you to start asking questions and writing your congressman or asking questions of them, then great. But you ought to at least know this is happening. I don't want you to come up 5 years from now and say, well, nobody ever said anything to me. Well, yeah, they did. I raised my hand and I said it. And maybe it'll cause somebody else to say it and somebody else to say it.
Has anybody had a conversation with you about this that has an opposing perspective?
Oh, of course. I mean,
what is their perspective?
Their perspective is these aren't illegal immigrants. You can't. That's not kind to say they're illegal.
Okay.
Well,
well, we've always used that term for lack of a better term.
Well,
once they're in here, they're
so
considered legal now.
What do you want to call them?
Well, that's unkind. They're migrants, and I understand they want to be here. I don't begrudge them that. If I was living over there, under an oppressive government like that, I would want to be gone, and I totally get it. I would want to be out of there. I really do. I get that, but that doesn't change the fact that we have to pretend that we don't know what's going on. We need to be aware of it, and if it means that we need to say, look, this is concerning. We shouldn't be selling farmland around military installations. There's a lot of land to buy. Wonder why they're buying it right up against military installations.
Have any politicians talked about this? Has Trump ever talked about this?
Not that I am aware of.
Why would that not be something he would bring up?
Well, you would certainly think he would.
Yeah. I mean, I know he's talked about the border, but I don't think he's talked about it in depth. Is it possible that he's not aware of it as far as the way you're aware of it?
God, how could he not?
How could he not be? But then again, the guy's got like 5 legal cases going on. He's running for president. He's selling sneakers.
Yeah.
See the sneakers?
No, I saw that he was selling.
I'm getting a pair for Tony Hinchcliffe. They're perfect for him. They're gold. They're gold sneakers. He's got like 3 pairs. One's white, one's red. Yeah.
Wow, that's rough.
They were so expensive. They're like $400.
Oh, I heard there was 5,000. That's what I think they're already sold out. They're selling them online for $5,000.
Oh, really?
We were gonna wear them for
what?
October.
Oh man, I should have bought one and resold it.
Okay,
look at those things.
They're selling
look at these
$5K
monstrosities
now.
Look at these
Bro,
things.
Oh wow!
I missed out on that one.
You're gonna get a
I
pair?
was watching whenever he put them out. I went on the site and
How do
looked,
I
and they were in stock
airdrop
still.
Something to you.
Oh, here we go.
Easy, man. Damn.
Be like Jamie's MacBook Pro MVP.
Bam.
I just airdropped this to you. It says waiting.
They're actually selling for that much.
Accepting it.
Okay.
What is this?
This is this map with the military installations. You got to look at this.
Is it similar to what he just showed?
No.
Jamie just showed where the farmland was.
Yeah,
so
this is different. Look at this.
So there's the military.
That's the farmland. There's the military installations on top of it.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
What's the resale site?
Look at that. Now, is that...
Look how much farmland they have.
But is that accidental? Come on. That's not random.
It doesn't seem too random, but it also seems amazing how much farmland they have.
Yeah.
Was this always legal? Is that the part of the problem with our open society? That any foreign country can come over here, any foreign investor can come over here and buy land?
Well, I thought there was restrictions on what foreign entities could buy.
So number one is Canada. Canada has the most farmland. They own 12.8 million acres here. Netherlands owns 4.9. Italy owns 2.7. UK 2.5. Germany 2.3. And China
380,000.
380,000. And this is
when did sell for 5K on the 20th
June
today?
Of last year.
What size was it?
It seems pretty strategic where it's owned. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you put that back up for a second, let me tell you what's in some of these places.
It's a 10.5.
It says right at the beginning is
10.5.
Land near the Air Force Base in Grand Forks, North Dakota, sending lawmakers into a frenzy in 2021.
They're pre-order though. They haven't even gotten them yet.
There's another thing that Mike Baker, who's from the CIA, had brought up, is that one of the things that they're doing is selling.
So they could renege on this.
Phone tower equipment.
They might not actually buy it.
Selling routers and undercutting other companies and making like really good deals, so they can set up these cheap routers and cell phone companies. And you know, a lot of these have been proven, especially with the company Huawei, right? When they outlawed Huawei from selling phones in this country.
Yeah,
I think one sold for
proven that some of their technology has third-party access.
They can
do things and siphon information and perhaps even, intercept cell phone signals.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, at that where they bought in Utah, it's the largest supersonic authorized restricted airspace in the United States. They've got land right next to it. Whitman Air Force Base, B-2 Spirit Stealth Bomber Base, missile and drone operations, MQ-9 Reaper, Global Strike Command, 3 intercontinental ballistic missile wings, and they're right next to it. Fort Liberty, they're right next to it. I mean, all of that stuff. Why would you want your biggest global threat next to those? You have no idea what they have there.
I don't play StarCraft, but I imagine if I was watching someone play StarCraft and all this was setting up, I'm like, oh, they're going to get smoked.
Yeah, it's just...
It's insane.
I think you got to be concerned.
But it's just weird that it's legal. It really is. It's really weird, and especially given what we know about Chinese corporations, that they are a part of the government. They work hand in hand. They don't get to be independent.
Yeah, and
so still lawmakers from both parties want to limit purchases by Chinese companies, especially those with ties to the Chinese government, which is all of them, and individuals. To this end, there are several bills in Congress aimed at limiting Chinese ownership. Separately, the Biden administration is tightening its rules over who can buy land near military bases.
Well, so the Biden administration is tightening it up, huh? Dr. Phil. I liked it, Joe Rogan. Please don't hurt me. Liked it, man. Oh, it's too high. Gonna get you. Gonna get your favorite. Smithfield Foods, where your pork comes to die. Oh, it's sad, dude. Where your bacon comes to die. That's not so sad now, is it? Everybody loves to eat bacon, no matter the cost. What are we doing now? Is it PubG time? Bro, I don't know if it's PubG time yet. But it's getting close. Peanuts. Why are some people allergic to peanuts? That's what peanuts are like to the people that are allergic to peanuts. No, not the peanuts. Dude, Hallie Brady, bro, looking too cute up there in that chopper, ain't she?
One-size-fits-all approach, because not everywhere along the border looks like this, and that's the reality. So take a listen. We do continue to keep a close eye on our
Yo,
southern
she's showing
border.
her up for not
Growing
having
calls
hair
for
or
the
what?
federal
That's
government
fucked up.
for solutions to the migrant surge. Many now looking at what Texas Governor Greg Abbott did to decrease migrant
Cold-blooded,
crossings
her
in
looking
his
all
state.
dolled up like that with
But
her
solutions
hair.
to the border crisis
She
are
must have gotten in a
not
fight with
one
her.
size fits all. Look at this, as our Allie Bradley learned during a helicopter ride above the border. This is in Arizona. And correspondent Allie Bradley is live for us now back
What was
in the
that?
sky there. Wow, Allie, what are you
She's
seeing
such
from
an
up there?
adventurer. I mean, she's crazy as hell in bed. I'm cowboy.
Cochise County Sheriff Warren Hawkeye, and we are in the Tucson sector on patrol. We are literally patrolling the border. We have only seen one border patrol agent out here in this area. This is the area I'm regularly at in Naco, where we watch people jump that wall, and that is what they're dealing with here in Cochise County. The Tucson sector is one of the busiest sectors, of course, right now that we're dealing with. Let me shut this so you guys
What
can
is
hear
all that?
a little bit better, and that way we can get this so that, there we go. All right, so the Tucson sector, Nicole, it is the busiest sector right now. We are seeing the highest number of crossings. We have seen over 282,000 people cross into this sector just since this fiscal year began. For some perspective, when we compare that to the same time frame last year, we're looking at 104,000. So a sizable jump. And again, this sector hasn't been dealing with people who are coming over and self-surrendering until recently. They have been a got-away sector. So what these people are doing is they're running through this vast Mexico region here, jumping the wall, running through these areas that are obviously desolate. They are hard to traverse, and there is no access to these roads. So a lot of these individuals are getting picked up by those load vehicles, and that's how these pursuits are really happening. So we want to kind of break down the sectors for you here. So from some perspective that we're seeing in this sector, I told you those numbers that break down, and a lot of those people are trying to evade, so they aren't going to count in those numbers that I told you about. The wall alone, though, you can see where we are live. We're literally flying alongside the wall here. Now, just about every administration has had some sort of border wall. This one right now was the one erected mostly under the Obama administration. It's about 17 or 18 feet. The one that President Trump had started to work on was about 30 feet. So the wall structure right now is something that is a sticking point for a lot of Republican lawmakers. They want that border security. They want that wall. But the thing is, a lot of lawmakers, a lot of law enforcement will say that the wall isn't the one solution. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach because not everywhere along the border looks like this, and that's the reality. So take a listen to what Sheriff Mark Daniels had to say about what they're dealing with here in Cochise County.
People think the wall's the solution. The wall's a component of the solution. And sadly to say, the wall or any technology is only as good as the people standing behind it or standing with it. And right now you see there's not a lot standing with it. And it makes it really challenging. I know the agents were challenged on that. They're very frustrated with that because their job, their oath was to protect this country and the homeland.
Forward here, Nicole. We know Congress is obviously in a deadlock, Nicole. We haven't had much movement at all. We know that Senate bill didn't make any headway. So what is the solution, right? But Sheriff Mark Daniels says that one thing is for sure, that the wall is a clear symbol of trespass. So when someone crosses through Mexico, through this vast land, and they jump that wall, they know that they have done something illegal. And right now, like I said, we're on patrol. The Sheriff's Department here, they supplement Border Patrol and work very closely with Border Patrol and local law enforcement on the ground as well. And Nicole, what happens here, we talked about those pursuits. The sheriff says they see between 2 and 10 pursuits a day, but he just told me today they're starting to see those numbers go up as well. So a vast difference from what they're dealing with, say, in places like Eagle Pass or even in San Diego.
All right, Allie Bradley, live for us there in the air over the border near Arizona. Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Isn't that cool? Hopefully she has it again one day. He's sick. Yeah. Yeah.
that shows officers trying to take a suspect or a person into custody under the Randall's Island shelter. There's a large group of people around the officers. Items are thrown at the officers. I don't know if you had an opportunity to view the video, what your thoughts are on the video. Is there any way to avoid incidents like this happening, especially in the wake of the assault of the officers in Times Square? And then I don't know if you have a reaction to the Legal Aid Society lawsuit over vouchers and the City Council approving a lawsuit.
Yes, I saw the video and I was briefed this morning, and we are going to have a follow-up meeting. We have, I think the numbers there are 5,000. How many we have at on Randall's Island? 3,000? 3,000 men in that facility. The overwhelming number of them are carrying out the roles here, looking to take their next step in the journey. Do you have bad actors? Yes. And anytime you have 3,000 people who are placed in an environment that they cannot work, they have to sit around all day. Things like this have the potential to happen. And I've said this over and over again. But the police officers went in, they carried out their job, they used the minimum amount of force to take the person into custody. And we're going to do a review because of that video. We're going to do a review of some of the actions we want to take, because I have to make sure our police department is safe and those residents who are there are also safe. And so we're still looking into this, and I'm going to have a follow-up conversation with the New York City Police Department, the security team that's there, because each site has a security team, and we did a complement of officers that are there also to assist. This is what happens when you get this national problem on a city. We need the national government to assist in resolving this problem. The lawsuit, Counsel, you want to talk about the lawsuit?
Sure. So the Legal Aid Society filed a lawsuit, and it's going to play out in court. This administration has been exceptionally clear and transparent with the City Council for many, many months that, however well-intended they were in passing the law, it's our belief as a legal matter that that law goes beyond the City Council's authority, and that it's actually preempted by existing state law. So there are significant legal issues, and they will play out in court.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, how are you?
Good, thank you. So one more question about the incident that happened on Randall's Island, the scuffle. So there was some women spotted in that video. I know it's a male-only shelter, so just wondering, is anyone allowed in there? Is there like visiting hours, or do people have to? I believe people have to check in. So just wondering about that. And then also any update on the cameras and metal detectors? I know you guys were talking about installing those at shelters. Just how many have been done, and is there a timeline for when those are to be completed?
Camille. So on Randall's, it's we have adults, but we also have adult families. So there are women that are living at that location. And your second question had to do with
metal detectors.
Metal detectors. So there's a full review that's happening
Can you
right
bring your
now.
mic down?
Sure. There's a full review happening right now of the security at all of our facilities, and particularly Randall's. So if there's anything else to report out, we will certainly get back to you.
But do you guys have like a list of shelters that are getting metal detectors? And because I know you guys were talking about installing those and cameras.
We are looking at all of the locations as we do every single month to just make sure that we are aware of where there's been an incident, if there's a change that needs to be made to the security plan.
Camille, there are cameers already, though.
Yes.
So just to be clear, there are cameras at these facilities.
Why aren't you saying that, though?
Yeah, and
that's been from the beginning, Morgan. That wasn't since the first incident or whatever.
And they're connected remotely also, so we get to complement the officers who are assigned there. If there's a indicator that something is about to happen, we want to deploy personnel when it's possible. And in this incident, we are re-examining when you have to go in and make an arrest like that. How do we make sure proactively no harm to the residents that are there?
Just don't arrest
and no
them.
harm to the officers that are responding. But I cannot emphasize 3,000 people in a setting that they can't do anything all day.
So what, dude? They should be coming here on their best behavior.
I've been saying
Fuck
this
that.
for almost a year now.
No, they shouldn't be attacking our fucking
ideal
cops.
Situation. Even the most
them all
peaceful
out.
person.
They should keep each
confined
other
to an area
under
with
control.
3,000 people. Even if you're the most peaceful person, there comes a time
he is
when
making
you
excuses.
it just irritates you, you know. And
You can't attack
that's
the
what
police, though.
We need to fix this,
Especially in a
problem.
foreign
We've done
country.
a great job, folks. 110,000
Yo, New York is wilding
people
out.
who came through our
He's the
system took the next step
was the
on
police
their
chief,
journey.
and he's going to say that
110,000
too.
people. Not too many people can say what we've done.
You think he
But
was doing
we
that when he was
still
chief of
have
police?
60-something thousand that are basically being told, your American dream is paused right there. And they feel that way.
Crazy, dude. All you have to be is an immigrant. You don't have to follow the fucking law. Hey, Dan sure wasn't doing that for the criminals in New York, though. Oh, there's not that many criminals, y'all. If you look at how many people we have here in New York, guys, hey, not many of us are actually criminals, so it's not too bad, right? It's actually the best. Don't you be worrying about what I'm eating. It's actually the best economy, and we have the best crime rate because there's so many of us. Don't worry about it. We're doing all right. We got here. Search efforts.
Our Fox 9 team is covering this one in their studio. So let's dive into their coverage here on Live Now from Fox.
Studio.
Probably take around 45 minutes. Again, those two hearses that you saw carrying the bodies, Paul Elmstrand and Matthew.
I mean, Brody comes out of nowhere, wanting to know what I'm eating.
At the very least, 45 minutes to maybe an hour.
You come here asking me
because
questions.
of the number of vehicles that will also be following. There were hundreds of vehicles on Sunday that followed the bodies of these officers from HCMC in Minneapolis all the way to the medical examiner's office. And it took more than an hour for that procession to end. Now, this is something that is tradition for public safety personnel to stay with the fallen officers. And they've invited the public to line the route as well. They're just asking people to please use extreme caution on all of these roadways. And we are seeing a number of people that are gathering with American flags and lining
they have pretty cop cars.
this route shoulder to shoulder to show their support and to honor these officers who lost their lives in this domestic call early Sunday morning.
What you're seeing here now is the site in Jordan where the officers will ultimately end there at the funeral home. And we will see along that routeway many first responder vehicles, both fire, police, rescue, and they will be there the whole way guiding their fellow officers, those two heroes, down to Jordan to the funeral home there. Again, those two officers that we are honoring today and following, Paul Elmstrand, 27 years old. He joined the Burnsville Police Department in August of 2017 as a community service officer. He was promoted to officer in July of 2019, part of the department's mobile command staff, peer team, honor guard, and field training unit.
And Matthew Ruge, also just 27 years old, he joined the Burnsville Police Department in April of 2020. He was part of the department's crisis negotiation team, and he was a physical evidence officer. And Adam Finseth, the paramedic and firefighter with Burnsville Fire Department, he was taken to the funeral home yesterday.
This says it's a search for Audrey Cunningham.
He's also an Iraq War veteran. He talks about his Army.
Where's the search
Still
at?
in it. I'm still.
Ron Biden in their.
Was there ever a search? That's retarded. They lied to me. That's not what I was there for. Why would I want to see some cars drive down the street? It's getting close to PubG time. I was watching Anthony drive around the desert for a second.
Or, any private citizen that brings their horses out here to walk around or that might live near here. That's what I'm thinking it is. A horse or cow walking around here.
You always have the Deans, man. Even when you just had some beans, have
there
some more.
is very little areas that they can actually hide out in this particular region. So this particular location, this particular spot, guys, I wouldn't deem it quite operable for people that are trying to get away. I think in this area, at some point or another, they saw vast numbers of people coming in trying to give themselves up because how easy it was to just come up and over that wall right there in particular. So with that being said, I don't think that in this area you would have people that are trying to scout Border Patrol as much as you would in other locations with the carpet shoes. But that would be a good that would be a good observation if we were probably over there like near Naco or Bisbee. Then that would be probably more fitting. But in this area, since there is very little area for them to actually hide out at, because the bushes are so tiny, you pretty much can't get under any of these that you're seeing here, and they would have to run a long distance. And they have cameras up here, up in one of these valleys, up in one of these mountain tops, overlooking this whole region. So there's that. So I think in this area you'd probably see at some point, like I said, more people that are just trying to turn themselves over than you would see the runners.
Where are they though? Tell me what you got.
Oh, Border Karen out here on her horse. I had nightmares of Border Karen last night. Holy smokes. We'll see you later, Ray. Have a good one.
Deans! That was uncalled for, probably. I'm not happy with myself for that.
If there's a wall, there's where it ends. And like I said, it might not look too steep to you guys from your camera view.
The cows look beautiful though.
But believe me, that shit is steep. It's very hard to walk up and over, and it would be pretty dangerous, quite frankly.
The hill right there doesn't look that bad.
They can probably still force, I don't know, maybe all males up and over through that particular location. Probably. They might even still do that.
A lot of wall there though.
But for the most part, from what I am gathering out here right now, guys,
there's a lot of wall up actually that's doing something. At least it makes them have to go through certain areas. No. Yeah.
fast traffic through here anymore.
You gotta keep them separated.
I love documenting all this too, by the way.
Well, this is happening right now.
Payload separation confirmed.
An awesome view and confirmation of payload deployment of the Meraputi Dua satellite.
There it goes. They did it.
And with that, we've got confirmation of a good deployment.
Woo!
All of us here at SpaceX want to thank our customer, Telkomsat, for entrusting us with today's mission. And we also want to give a shout out to the Range and Federal Aviation Administration for supporting today's efforts. That'll conclude our webcast coverage of SpaceX's 300th successful launch of Falcon 9, our 16th launch of 2024, and 311th overall mission to date. If you're interested in more launch coverage, be sure to check spacex.com/launches for the most up-to-date info. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you again soon.
Wow, amazing. Oh my god, amazing, bro. We're amazing. Oh, yeah. We're back. Hey. That's something you saw today. You saw something amazing. What the hell is this?
Hey everybody. Tonight we're going to be grilling some bacon burger that we made.
There's them arms.
It's a pack that's left over from last year. So what I'm going to use to season this is...
This is interesting.
Liam Parents.
This just got recommended to me. He's got 572 subs. He's up and comer.
You can smell the bacon in these patties.
I feel wrong for watching this. Is that weird?
Alright.
They didn't really not have arms.
Just got in today from Papa Earl's.
Okay,
We're gonna try some of his seasoning on these burgers.
As long as he really doesn't have them. And it's okay. If he was just acting like he didn't have them, that'd be different. So this is how you would make hamburgers if you don't have arms. Yeah, I don't think I could do that. At least, yeah, like you're saying, with a lot of practice. Dude, he's gonna get like grease splattered all in his face. How's he gonna flip those things? I don't know whose song that is. Dang, man, he cleaned it and everything. Oh, shut up.
Stuff out here, we got some deer sausage.
Heck yeah.
We're gonna go outside to the grill.
Did he shoot the deer? Because he's got his avatar is him with a dead deer. Bro.
Just need one there.
I was getting hungry, just one.
Alright. Sausage on first.
Wow.
This is some
holy
white sausage
shit,
a
dude.
buddy of mine gave me. It has proven to be really, really well.
Let me switch with you.
Be grateful for having your arm, you know? Oh, the top on the back of the bottle. Maybe he has to use his mouth. Dude, I'd be so scared to drop one of them in there.
Man, the smell of that bacon is so good.
Damn, dude. What am I watching right now? How did this happen?
Alright guys, we're gonna flip them over. Oh yeah, look at that. They cook it up good. Yes, sir.
The grill looking a little dirty though. It's looking like a camp. It look like a campsite grill. But it ain't like I ain't cooked on something like that. Don't get me wrong. I don't know if I might have put aluminum on it. Like, whoa.
Right. Getting close. Alright guys, our hamburgers are getting ready. We got our cheese put on. We got these sausages. They're starting to drip pretty good.
That's how I like my sausages, nice and drippy.
Don't want to cook too much out because it's deer sausage, so we're going to let this cheese melt. And then we're going to put some buns on there. We got our hamburgers ready, our cheese is melted, and these sausages are dripping. But y'all look and pull that down over it. Look at all that juice.
One of y'all's hungry right now.
Landing right on there. Man, that's going to be good stuff right there. We fixing to take these off.
A dog definitely approves.
Yeah, that one's going to be right. Two cheese ones on top.
Right burger.
Here, let me switch with you, bud. Now I'm gonna throw a deer sausage on. Sir, yes, sir.
What's that noise?
All right, we're gonna take this.
It sounds like there's a big rig next to the house.
All right, Steph's gonna butter our buns up. Man, them dudes are gonna be good.
Dude, did the dog get some of it? You better feed that dog some.
There's our two bulldogs that have been rolling in a dead deer that smell atrocious.
Two dogs.
They have a bath coming.
It's kind of ruining the process right now.
Can we put them on?
Yes.
The dogs stink? Is that what they just said?
Matter where.
Alrighty. Alright guys, we fixing to check them.
Watch your dogs, man. Oh. Just a minute on that side. Ooh. Alright. Not sure what's up with that one. Why is she doing that?
Hope it's not mold.
Why is she doing this part?
Alright guys. We fixing to go in there and make a hamburger.
Will he crush
That's
them?
the final product. That's our
We have
homemade
to do
bacon
buns.
burger.
We do everything but buns.
And some deer sausage my buddy gave me. We're fixing to chow down. Thank y'all for watching. We'll see y'all next time.
Well, that was excellent. Thanks, Outdoors with Casey. Sorry if I talk shit. I do that. I talk shit to everybody. Dude, I never know. These people might actually, like, here's how this works. When your content's used in somebody else's stream, you get notified of it. I get notified a lot because I'm using other people's content, so it'll tell me that content matches mine, and it'll be because it's theirs. But they get notified for me using theirs, and they probably don't get a bunch of other copyright, like saying that people are using, or they false ones. Because they're not doing restreaming like I am. So they might actually pop in here and be like, hey, you were watching my video. Or maybe they won't say anything. They'll just come and say, like, look at the stream. They'll also see, like, where it was used. So they'll be able to play back what my part where I was talking about them. Shit. Maybe. It happens. I'm so gassy, man. That was an interesting little, like, random recommend. I like those. Yeah, definitely tasty. Made me more hungry. Now I'm still hungry because of it. I would have been full now. Because I watched that, now I want a burger.
Cancer levels are so low, that's how they treat it, with alkaline water. I do use that water to make my coffee, and it tastes great. But right now, I don't want coffee. I feel dehydrated. I want some water.
Are you ready? Are you ready for this? See if there's anything random, those random recommend to me that can distract me from playing PubG. Oh, the Wolf of Wall Street says Trump will win. Oh, what is this?
It doesn't
But Kevin and Larry and the Wolf of Wall Street, dude. Let's see what they say.
matter what the governor says. New York was already a loser state.
I haven't seen the other
like
stuff, though.
California is a loser state. There are many loser states because of policy, high taxes, uncompetitive regulation. It was already on the top of the list of being a loser state. I would never invest in New York now, and I'm not the only person saying that.
Right. Well, look who's here now. Jordan Belfort is with us. He's the man known as the Wolf of Wall Street. Jordan, what do you think about that decision? Would you invest in New York City?
Well, it's a little bit more nuanced, my position. So as a New Yorker born and bred, it's sad because I think he's right that there are things that are happening and been happening to make it a so-called loser state financially, high taxes, the exodus because of that and so forth. But I think that here's the deal. If you're on the right.
But the federal government's trying to bail him out, like today with Schumer. Even though, that's why I played that today. Because we watched the Mr. Wonderful thing from yesterday that they were just showing. Because it seems like the feds are trying to bail out New York, even though private business is like jumping ship. The feds are trying to plug the holes.
And, you know, you want to be vocal about it, you really should be very careful before you invest in New York State.
Oh, on the right politically?
Right, politically, right? On the right side, because,
yeah,
you know,
that's what I'm saying. The ship manufacturing.
You know, I think that keeps ratcheting up. If you want to be on the right and vocal about it, then you really should not invest. And if you want to run for office on the right, then get out and never look back.
Forget about it.
I think, but if you're on the left, I think, hey, you know, there might be other pressures driving prices down because people on the right are going to be very hesitant. But you got to be really, if you're on the right side of the aisle politically, I mean, this is weaponizing, you know, justice. It's obvious and everyone knows it, so it's patently ridiculous.
So you're saying flat out, the courts in New York City are heavily politicized against people who are conservative.
Well, I'm hoping that when it gets to the appeals court, this gets overturned because it's just so ridiculous in every way. But yes, at this level, obviously politicized, and
nobody lost any money.
No one lost money. The banks made money.
Everybody made money.
It's just honestly, and even the amount is just bears no relation to anything that sembles reality. So you know, it's patently ridiculous.
He's got to come up with $450 million in 30 days, and no bank that does business in New York can lend him the money.
Right.
Every bank does business in New York.
Yeah, he'll find the money. I mean, I have no doubt he's not going to sit and let them take his property. So he'll find the money somehow, and he's going to win at some level here or at the Supreme Court because the whole thing is utterly ridiculous. And you know, he keeps going up in the polls because everyone knows how ridiculous
But did it give him,
so,
like, even though people didn't lose money, did it give him an upper hand so that a smaller person couldn't make money? So he had like a monopoly on a situation. Because if that's the case, then he shortchanged somebody else from being able to do well, so he can continue to grow his wealth. And that's what I think that's what they're arguing, right? Why he wasn't allowed to do what he did. He overinflated his worth so that he could get a better loan. Just in what video? Oh yeah, I saw that yesterday. Saw it. I appreciate it. Did you put it in Discord, Ted? I saw it. I think it was this morning actually. I saw it. I was sitting on the toilet. Is that where you put it though? I mean, if y'all want to see it, show it. You didn't put it in Discord, man? You gotta put it in the channel. You gotta put it in the special channel for immigration stuff. The hell's going on here? Oh, it's a short? Yeah, this is how I saw it too this morning. Why does it gotta be this big though? What in the actual hell? Alright. What is going on right now? Oh, it's shaped like that. This is what the mayor was talking about a minute ago, where there's 3,000 people, we're gonna have problems, and it's pretty bad. Like, this is not bad yet. I think the only thing keeping the cops from beating all these people's asses is knowing that they have the guns and just in case. But if they didn't have the guns just in case, they would probably, this would probably get even worse with the baton. Because the people would act more emboldened if they didn't have the guns. So it would get more out of hand, probably. People saying that they should take the guns away. So whatever that was looked heavy. What was it? Damn. Oh, got this big ass bag. Heavy ass bag thrown at her head. And they targeted, did they target the female? They targeted the black female. Because dude, the beef in LA against Mexicans, Mexican gangs and black gangs beef the most. It's a Mexican and black war, actually. It's those two that are against each other. They don't get along. Mexican and black gangs, they have the most beef. They're taking each other's business, man. It's a big ass building, dude.
Watch out.
That woman shouldn't even be in there, dude. Just being real with it. The other women should be in there. They don't need to be in there. The police, I'm saying. What for what? What women? Why do you need to do that? Why do you need to be that job? Yeah, she might have been holding her own for a second there, but who knows? She probably had to let go and let some dude take him the rest of the way or some shit. Oh, but look, the woman carried him for 5 feet. She carried him for 5 feet, though. What are you doing? Why do you think that you need to be in a war zone? Fuck, man. I don't give a shit how macho you are as a woman. Unless you're ready to cut your dick off Huh? Then you're macho enough. You cut your dick off, I'll be like, hey, you can act like a man now. We're not going to call you a man, but you can act like one. You got the testosterone, you're getting the muscles building up, you fucking working! You working it. I want to see you work your shit. Make yourself look like a man's chest. Yeah. Not that mine does, but it looks more like a man's chest than a girl's chest does. You see? Okay. Yeah. Solid. Wish a bitch would come at me. No. I'm saying you don't come at me trying to punch me in the face or nothing. No, I might punch you back. I might. You fucking try to punch me in the face, I might punch you back. I got a track record for it. Okay? I'm not proud of it.
These attacks, whether it's
test
from
me,
here,
dude.
whether it's in Georgia,
especially if I'm drunk.
Else, they make him stronger. He's a tough guy for sure.
He is. I'm going to change the subject, Jordan. You made a video recently saying children, youngsters, should be taught financial literacy in middle school. Why start at that age?
I would start even earlier, but middle school would be the earliest. I think that it's so important.
Financial literacy. I wanted to hear about New York, not financial literacy. I don't give a shit. The Wolf of Wall Street thinks what kids should be learning. Are you kidding right now? What, you got a book out telling people how to do it? It doesn't make sense. Why women gotta... I get like why the government wants to put women in those roles, because they need people to fill the position because they're short-staffed or whatever. But the women, they're like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do a man's job. Why not? I can do it. I can do anything. Like, I appreciate people like Amelia Earhart that took a man's job of flying and flew across the world, and they proved everybody that women can do it too. You know, of course they can. But there are certain positions that women shouldn't do, and those are policing of the people. Should be, maybe they could have some roles like on the back where they come in and frisk a chick. You know, chicks don't want to be frisked by a dude. I get that. Let the female officer come in. Hey, we got a female. Can you come over here and frisk her for us? Yeah, be there in a second. That kind of situation. Yeah, I get that. And they did that for the longest time. And now we're to the point where we got females that have to patrol two people because they're female patrollers. So they got to have two females together. And then they don't have the physical strength to be able to take over a man. Even the both of them. If they didn't have their guns and their tasers, they'd be fucked. And that is a problem, dude, because they're going to rely on that. They're going to rely on pulling their gun or pulling the taser because they're afraid of they're going to be on. And then but pulling that could cause there to be an altercation. Does that make sense? Because people freak out when they get some shit pulled on them. Some people end up fight or flighting at that point. And now you got this kind of shit to deal with. But if they would have just had a man there that didn't pull the gun first and get somebody to fight or flight, maybe it wouldn't have turned into an extra situation that caused more resources to have to be used, or possibly someone getting hurt. There's no point in there being female officers on the front line, just like there's no point in having them on the front lines of infantry. Okay, there's one exception to the front lines of infantry thing. During the Middle East, when we were going village to village in Afghanistan, we had females. They were intertwined in those divisions or infantry, whatever the fuck they're called in the army. I don't know. They were there to talk to the female while the men were talking. They would go and they would talk to the wife of the village people while the infantry was talking to the men about the serious shit. Okay. But now they're making the lead of our Navy is a female. The main person in charge of our Navy is a female. That was an appointed position by Biden. How many of them are female? How many of the other, is the Army, Marines, or any Air Force, Space Force, are any of those female? I don't know. I just recently learned about the one last week. because she was visiting San Diego. She just got appointed at the end of last year, so she's got a while. She's got a while in office or in position. Well, at least until this administration. I don't know how that works. If the next administration would even want to kick her out, because that would look bad. That would look famous now to kick her out because she's already doing it. But oh man, we're really moving fast in this progressive. Oh, there's something else I wanted to show. Actually, also it has to do with the UN and this same exact topic. I got it right here. Where is it at? Where? Yeah, there it is. Oh, that's not it. Dude. Oh, maybe I gotta refresh. No, it's not there. Bro. Is that not mail? Maybe it didn't mail. What the hell, man? Nope, it didn't. Damn. Yeah, I don't know where it's at now, though. There was some link I was just looking at. Oh, it was the gender equality for the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Hold on. I'll email this to me again, because I'd never heard of this before. I'll look more into it. There that. Should be there now. Boom. Alright, so what in the heck does that mean? Gender equality. We work to increase. Make this better squared up. We work to increase women's representation in Parliament and empower women MPs. So it has like, the way I first noticed this was, let's see. History. Where's today at? I was just looking at it. Shit. Just happened. Dude. Oh, it's over here. Dang it. I would like to see. Because it was a certain country. It shows by country. Yeah, here we go. What their representation is of women. There's a whole thing that tracks it, dude. For each, look at it. It's so precise, dude. We got to know exactly how many women they got. Honduras doesn't have any. You're fired. Oh my god. There's so many that don't have any. Oh wait, no. Let's see, women. No. There aren't any that don't have any. Actually, now that I'm seeing it, because I didn't know this one. As long as they have some in this one. Let's see, anybody? If you don't have any, you can't be on the list. Oh! Who are these people? Haiti doesn't have any. Eritrea doesn't have any. Niger, Venezuela, Afghanistan, Myanmar, and Sudan. Oh, they've been suspended. You're in trouble. You're in some fucking trouble. You're no longer in the parliament. You're kicked out of here. Venezuela's at the very bottom. That's where all these people are coming from. That's awesome. You can tell they believe in women's rights down there. Those dudes that we're getting from Venezuela are probably top notch. Yeah, I'm just making jokes of it because it's interesting that this is a thing that they keep track of. It's someone's job, like, is this. We got to get more women What else do they keep track of? And how do I see the other things? Why is it so important for there to be an equal amount of women there? Chinese? Yeah, man. They're sending them here. Dr. Phil was talking about earlier. I'm not really sure how I came across this. I was looking into something else and it popped up. I don't even know exactly what Inter-Parliamentary Union is. These are the parliaments. What we got here? Do we have a parliament? America. GRULAC. GRULAC. Of course we got a one with GRULAC, baby. Where are we? I don't see us on there. Do we not have one? Seems we don't have one, guys. We're not a part of this one. Why aren't we on it? We're not on it, dude. Oh, I haven't heard of it. IPU is the global organization of national parliaments. Inching closer to universal membership. Why aren't we joining, guys? Are you down? Everybody else is joining. We should the world order, right? We are all one. We gotta have sex with each other. We gotta make sure all our babies look gray. All the same. Then what? We wait. And then we wait for them to return. Is there anything else? What is this?
Ksenia Kavana, and she works at the Seal Spa here at the SLS Hotel behind me. And her boss tells us that she had just gone to Russia to visit family that she missed, her parents, a little sister, an elderly grandparent, when she was arrested. Take a look at this video. This comes to us from the Russian news agency RIA Novosti, and it purports to show this woman's arrest. You see her with her eyes covered, a beanie over her head, and she's being led and handcuffed by masked security service officers. It also looks like she makes some kind of court appearance, her face blurred. Russia's main security agency, the FSB, saying it had arrested the dual U.S.-Russian citizen on accusations of committing state treason by raising funds for Ukraine. A group of Russian lawyers called Первый Отдел that specializes in these kinds of cases say the accusation is that she sent about $50 to a New York-based nonprofit that sends assistance to Ukraine. Here's how her work here in Los Angeles found out.
Ksenia was supposed to be at work past 2 weeks after January 2nd. So around 16th of January, she did not show up. We started looking for her only to realize that she was arrested in Russia.
Great. Now we're going to have to pay to get her back or what?
Everybody is missing her. Everybody loves her. We can't wait to see her back.
The founder and CEO of the spa where Ksenia works says that the woman
The
is
fuck was
33,
she doing
lives
there
in LA,
if she's a
has worked at the spa for
pro-Ukrainian?
8 years as an
Bro.
esthetician and a manager of estheticians.
I'm
And
just
her
gonna
boss
go
calls her
back.
just the sweetest person who originally got her visa to come to the U.S. as a ballet dancer. NBC News reports a White House official says the White House and State Department are working to obtain more information and secure consular access to this individual. Back out here live, if convicted, according to reports, she could face up to 20 years in prison.
She was
The
retarded
State
for
Department
going
does have
back,
a do
dude.
not travel advisory
She
for
should've known
Americans heading
better.
to Russia. One of the
The
things
Russia
they
didn't
cite
play,
is
man.
the risk of
Right?
wrongful detention. That's the latest live here in Beverly Grove. I'm Lauren Lister. I'll send it back to you.
That's like these people that live right next to Gaza. It's hard for me to feel extremely sorry for them because they knew where they lived, man. See what they got taken in. What are you doing living right next door to terrorists? I wouldn't do that. I would probably move somewhere else. They probably chose to live there. They're probably like, oh no, they're getting better. They're good people now, man. They're great, great people. And they wouldn't hurt people. And they did. Oh, some dogs will find a room. Yeah, don't come here anyway. Many people. Stay away, don't come to LA, baby. Yeah. She went to see something she probably didn't know. Think they would know. She probably told people though. I bet, like, for them to find out about it, she probably posted it somewhere so she could tell the world that she gave money for Ukraine. I mean, that thing. She's probably on a list. A list that Russia had. Yeah. They got a list of Russians that have given to Ukraine. They probably, that the people that they think might come back one day because of their strong ties to Russia, like they see them talking like in a Russian forum or whatever somewhere, and they're like, oh, this one might come back. Oh, and she don't put it on the list. If she ever flies in, she gets flagged. That's crazy though. Like, I mean, what does that do though? Doesn't it make people more against Russia? Russia doesn't give a shit. They know everybody hates them. Oh, probably all dual citizens are on the list, yeah. Yeah, because they all could be spies. Yeah, Russia, at least one country is worried about spies infiltrating their border. Maybe we should take some notes. Your Russian friend likes Putin? Interesting. My Russian friend moved to Thailand when the war first started. I don't know where she's at now. I met her in Vienna, but she was living in Russia whenever it broke out. My girlfriend lived with a bunch of different countries where she lived. It was all different. Italian dude, a Hungarian, wait, who was she? The Russian chick? I think there might have been a Polish chick there, or a dude. Definitely met a Polish dude. There's something else, so I'm forgetting somebody, man. Damn. Oh yeah, the singer. An opera singer that lived there. I think she might actually have been from beginning. I can't remember though. Damn, man. I'm friends with her still too on Facebook. Can't remember where she's from. Bro. Sorry, lady.
One person is dead and 2 others are hurt after a fiery crash in Encino. It happened overnight. Police say they were initially trying to pull over the driver, but they didn't stop and they crashed into a light pole near Ventura and Balboa Boulevard. Eyewitness News reporter Carlos Granda is live in Encino at that location where they crashed, with more on that crash and what we're learning about the driver, Carlos.
Oh, Thailand,
well, this is a horrific accident. It happened right here when that vehicle hit that pole right there. It burst into flames, and as you said, 1 person is dead, 2 others survived.
Damn.
And there you see it. It happened just after midnight at the corner of Ventura and Balboa Boulevard. Video shows police officers battling the flames and the heat, desperately trying to check who was in the car and to put the fire out. Now, police say it started when officers at first tried to pull over the car for not having its headlights on, but the car did not stop. Police believe the car was initially going southbound on Balboa, heading towards the 101 freeway, but they say it then accelerated, kept on going, tried to drive away, and then crashed into that traffic light. Police are saying the driver was 14 years old, and altogether 3 people were inside that car. The driver and a passenger were pulled out, but a 3rd person, a passenger in the back seat, died. A photographer who captured the horrifying scene tried to help the victims.
Man.
I can see a big orange ball of fire, and I can see LAPD rushing towards it, smashing out the windows. I'm like, hopefully everybody's out. They were pulling 2 people out. I heard one of the victims say there's someone else in the car, so I ran back, grabbed my fire extinguisher, tried to help. I mean, I put the fire extinguisher through, it didn't seem to do too much, and luckily the fire station was a block away, so they came and put the fire out. But the heat was intense. I was worried about it exploding because I could hear bangs as I'm running up.
And the crash is still under investigation. LAPD says at this time it can't confirm the ages of the other 2 passengers or if they were also juveniles. Reporting live from Encino, I'm Carlos Granda, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown.
Mark Brown. I am Mark Brown. I got the perfect hair. My name is Mark Brown, and I don't care. I'm loving it. Whoa. Bro, this dude stole money from a Girl Scout.
Police need your help finding a young man who stole from a Girl Scout.
Yeah, video from the Walmart Supercenter near White Settlement Road and Loop 820 shows the crime happening. A young man in a hoodie swiping a bag carrying money earned by selling cookies. Police hope somebody out there will recognize him. Let's go to Fox 4's Stephen Dial, who is at the Fort Worth Police Department with more. Stephen.
You're done, buddy.
Heather, we may disagree on what our favorite Girl Scout cookies are, but chances are you've seen them outside of grocery stores.
Those things have gotten
and
smaller.
Where a lot of
See how
people
small
come
the
and go.
package
Fort
was?
Worth police say a man took an opportunity and got away with nearly $500 in cash.
But we're talking about a little girl here. A little girl that was trying to sell Girl Scout cookies.
This video captured by a Fort Worth Walmart surveillance camera shows a man take off with money.
Well, they actually should have been
Scout
paying better
cookie sale.
attention, though. That'll
The Girl
teach their
Scout and her
asses
mother
a little something,
visibly
won't
in
it?
shock when it happened.
Around $450 in cash is what was stolen. There's obviously some people that have been trying to reach out directly to the detective just to see how they
learned something that
day. The incident happened last Sunday, February 11th, in the middle of the afternoon at the Walmart Supercenter near 820 and White Settlement
They were a
Road.
little retarded.
A young man swiping the bag with money in it from a cart
Neither one of
behind
them were
the
paying
table where
attention
the
to the
Girl
bag of
Scout
money.
was selling her cookies. This is right outside the exit. Multiple other shoppers seen
They're both
walking
fat,
out
and
and
they're both
standing
doing
around.
hardly anything to
Fort
sell the
Worth police
cookies,
released
just
a
looking at each
close-up
other
picture of
laughing,
his
hoping
face.
somebody will walk up and
It
buy
is
one.
clear, easy for people who know him to recognize him. Police need someone to come forward.
How many bucks have you sold so far?
About 1,600.
Third grader Brooke Martinez is in a different
That's not the
Girl
fat
Scout
chick that
troop.
was selling
We
other
caught up
ones.
with her and her family selling cookies at a bowling alley in Fort Worth Monday. Her grandmother, Kathy Taylor, was emotional after
See
she
the
saw
difference?
the video.
These people are
It
out.
makes me cry. Because it's hard work. They work long for this.
This is her granddaughter's third year
Dude,
selling
her
cookies.
fucking cookies
She
that
keeps
get
the money
stolen?
They make
The hell,
hidden,
lady?
And she says it's
Everybody's
easy
so
for
damn
people to
emotional
let their guard
nowadays.
down.
It's just you trust everyone. Girl Scouts trust everyone, and Girl Scouts are honest, and they think everybody is. But it's a hard lesson learned.
That dude's pissed off because they won't let dudes in.
Now again, Fort Worth police
Loosen up,
told us
ladies.
that multiple people have been reaching out to the detective to see how they can help to basically help that Girl Scout and that troop get their money back. Now, Girl
That
Scouts
dude
can
looks
also
like a
receive
caricature.
donations in lieu of cookies, and so it's expected that people in the community are going to find them and help them out.
Yep, Stephen, everybody saw his face. It's Girl Scout cookies. Folks should start ringing any second. Thanks a lot.
Everybody saw his face, boy. You going down. You know, steal from my Girl Scout, boy. I guarantee you don't. What the fuck? Oh shit. What's that? What? You're talking about the trucker boycott? No. I heard about it, but I didn't hear anything else about it.
Want to bring in Republican Kevin Faulconer. He's a former mayor of San Diego, a former candidate for governor. He's now running for San Diego County Supervisor. You just can't quit because you are a public servant at heart, and you know this part of California very well. And let me just show you, call for number one here is that the numbers in the Del Rio sector in Texas have gone down 76% in 1 month because Governor Abbott took action. Now, the federal government might want to fight him on that, but you can't argue with the numbers. But that's meant that the California and Arizona numbers have gone way up. What are you seeing in your area, Kevin?
That's exactly right, Dana. And really, it's astounding what's happening in Jacumba, just an hour east of San Diego. It's unprecedented, and we've never had it like this. And I think if you've clearly shown, there's folks from all over the globe. There's Middle East, there's Chinese nationals. Unprecedented here in San Diego County. And so what we are seeing is so many folks, and that's putting a strain on resources, and it's causing here in San Diego County, unfortunately, dollars that should be going to be spent on our local issues, homelessness, our veterans and others, are now going for all of this. This is a complete failure, Dana, of our federal government, and we at the local level in San Diego County are bearing the brunt of that.
Well, in the LA Times, Kevin, you might have seen the story from over the weekend. It asked, will moving to the middle on immigration deliver electoral success to Democrats in 2024? Here's the point coming off that special election last week in Long Island. The good thing about the Tom Suozzi victory is that Suozzi won. The bad thing about the Suozzi victory is Suozzi won. He doubled down on immigration. Maybe that's the winning formula, but to have immigration now be the piñata that everybody's going to beat up on is not good. You're in a state where if you're an illegal and you come across that pass, you're entitled to a long list of state benefits from California and Sacramento.
Well, that's right, Bill, and it's complete incentive. I mean, not only the health care, but here locally, you know, our board of supervisors, the majority, and particularly the one I'm running against, has said we're going to provide you free legal assistance. Well, that's a magnet that's not happening in other places, and so to see the change that's happening in Jacumba is probably not very surprising, unfortunately, and that's why, you know, so many of us are saying, hey, we need to fix this problem. We are absolutely bearing the brunt on the local level here in San Diego County, and again, it's unprecedented. We've never seen numbers like this. Over 100,000 encounters in the last 4.5 months. That's why so many of us are demanding action. This is not a partisan issue, by the way. It's Democrats, Republicans, and independents. We're all seeing what's happening and saying, enough.
Kevin, you know mayors very well. You were a mayor. Blue mayors in many cities across the country, especially Denver, Chicago, New York, are all begging the Biden administration for help. Today, President Biden is headed to California. He's going to be visiting lots of different places, LA, San Francisco, up to Mountain View, up in the north. He will not be going to San Diego. He will not visit the border. And I'm wondering if you think the mayors of any of those cities, the mayor of San Diego even, or your governor, Gavin Newsom, will ask Joe Biden for the help that the state obviously needs. I just read that San Diego had to close its migrant center after 6 months because the $6 million budget that it had broke after 6 months alone.
Absolutely, and that goes to show you, Dan, and those are dollars, again, that we're not spending on the issues that we should be spending them on here locally. Our homeless issues, you know, our public safety, our men and women, you know, that we're so proud of. And so President Biden should come to the border if he's in California. And what we're not seeing, and this is one of the reasons why I'm jumping back in, we're not seeing people stand up and say, let's do the right thing here. Let's not just virtue signal and try to make yourselves feel better. We have a real problem that needs a solution. It is impacting us as cities and impacting us as counties. Again, this is real.
Kevin,
this
can
is
I ask you one more quick thing? Because
and that's why it's time for action.
Kevin, sorry to interrupt, but I just, before we lose you, Bill Maloogian was showing us the mountain that the migrants are walking over because there's no fence. If you could right now, what would you do to prevent them from walking over that mountain?
Oh, you have to have more border security. And by the way, I'm so proud of our men and women in Border Patrol, Dana, who were doing such a remarkable job. But they need the tools and the funding and the resources to be successful, and they're not getting it.
Kevin, thank you for your time. Kevin Faulconer there in San Diego. I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade. And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. What's my last name? I'm gonna be on TV one day. Last name like Kill Me, why wouldn't I be?
There's not much going on. I've exhausted most of the news. I should have tacos. Taco time. Oh. We're gonna have to look at that. It's hard to play without having the screen on. Harder. It's possible. I do it all with hearing. The no eyesight PubG challenge. Dude, I doubt I'd even be able to pick something up. I doubt I'd be able to find a gun fast enough to not die. Dude, that'd be stupid. There's no way I'd be able to. Man, blind people are vulnerable. What's up, Ruby? Doing? It's hard for a blind person to hide from somebody. Why is this taking so long? Oh, I have it on FPP on accident. I'm glad I checked. What's going on here? There. There's another driver who demands how and illegally attacked. Oh, really? That just happened today? What's going on, Ruby? Available free sample. Oh, you've already eaten it? Well, legally, I'm supposed to tell you you should not drive anymore. I can, and then, yeah. Oh, you doing this? Are you doing that from it yet? Has that started happening yet? At least got something to look forward to. For this guy. He's gonna leave. Damn it, there's only I gotta leave. There's only 2 of us here. Just realized our squad had left already. Try it again. We'll try it again, boys. That's how it is, man. Oh, it's how it is. 2 more. How much are they? 10 milligrams each? He's low this time. Rice Krispie Treat brownies. So are they the chocolate Rice Krispie Treats? $300 each? Man, that's not bad. I have some RSO in the fridge. I've had it for a year, at least a year, maybe 2 years now. Ooh, I just sit on it, just in case. I don't know why. Oh. What we got here? All right.
I don't know. Where do y'all want to go?
Swazi. You want to hit that?
I'm a cinematographer, bro. What's up with the angles?
With y'all, or
what's up with the angles? Oh. Does your nipples do something right there? How your nipples feeling? Let's do this. Let's go. Tight.
Tight right now.
Keep them tight.
Yeah. We'll see.
Perk them up, gents.
Shoot for the far side of town. I don't know. I imagine we're gonna have company. Yep, here we go. See at least one team. One squad, 2 squads, looks like, possibly.
3.
3? Okay, well, I'm hitting this side of town.
We're doing the backside, right? Still.
Yeah, I'm going over here. Yeah, back side. It look like they all dropped over there.
Yeah, I went to the right side, too.
I don't know what the fuck that was.
They swim, you put on the drizzle. If you fall.
How do you switch to your secondary again? It's been so long since I've done that.
Y and up.
Aha.
Hey, fucking bag, bro. Need a fucking bag. Dude, I need a bag back. Great. Oh shit, I thought that was somebody else coming to get me, man. Oh, fuck. Mark this thing, so I don't have a bag for me. Do I have any?
Under too much crying. Wasted too much time. Been around the world.
Keeping that guy down. I need to go back over there and get that. Is that all turn? No. Oh my god, this dude's still singing. Like anybody wants this fucker to sing. And what the fuck is he singing? God dang, that's crazy. I don't know. What are we playing right now? What did he take? He took it.
See a car over in the road if we need one.
Alright, so somebody's got it.
Yeah, we're probably gonna need it. I have one. There was one back in this house.
The back house.
Upstairs, level 2.
The fucking back house. Boy. Take you out to the back house. You keep acting up. Put you across my knee, boy.
No.
Have a jolly old time on his knee. Ho, ho, ho. That doesn't hurt. I need that.
R98 in here if anybody wants it.
There it is. Don't run up on me like that, bro. He's still fucking singing something else. This guy's got mental problems. Like, one's enough. Now he's overdoing it, man. He's overstaying his freaking welcome. Get him, I'm way chubby. I need that. Boom. Got there first. Got there first.
I'm so confused.
Yeah,
I thought you had one. Sorry.
What?
You can have the health pack if you want it. And I've got a bunch of ammo already.
I already got 2 of them.
You can't hear me.
What? You can't hear me? Who can't hear you?
Don't tell him this, but I muted him. That singing was killing me.
You muted the wrong person. Maybe. Oh. I'm pretty sure you muted me.
Oh, I muted the wrong person.
How awkward! Oh, shit! Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Just being honest. I didn't want to be a dick to you and tell you to hush or anything, so just trying to be nice. Alright.
Did you unmute me?
Hey, by the way, did anybody see any extra 762?
Did you keep me muted or what?
No, I didn't. You can hear me now.
I can hear you the whole time. You just couldn't hear me apparently.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, as we said, I muted the wrong person, but that's okay. No one's muted.
Yeah, but when you mute
We're all
somebody,
good.
they can still hear you.
Well, in the party chat, it doesn't work like that. I guess in PubG chat, it's not the same. It's run off the same principles. All right, I'm gonna go hit this compound over here. Well, I'm gonna get this car. There's a Dacia right here. Which we probably need to go.
Look at his car, he's the gunner. Where'd he go? It's on this side. That way you don't shoot each other. You know what I mean? Okay. I'm gonna use it over there.
Okay. There we go. Go then.
Here we go.
Y'all, whoever's not driving.
Do we want to push any gunfire or we just get there?
I'd say we just get to the circle. It's not far behind us. I'm not the great. I have a decent amount of health and boost, but nothing crazy. Chinky. Sweat fest all day long. You're gonna love dropping there and killing people.
Oh shit, did they wreck? No, they didn't. I mean, we could push them. They look like they're starting to look. Yeah, we're gonna have to now. Oh.
I got him. Coming back.
Oh shit, he shot me out. He shot me out. Oh, you bitch ass motherfucker.
I don't have any of my guns.
Okay, smoke.
You okay?
Dude, he tried to run me over. It just didn't work out for him.
Let's get out because it's a bad spot.
Yeah, it is a bad spot. Kill this guy. He's got teammates somewhere. I gotta heal.
I need to get one of his helmets.
He's got some good. He's got some decent stuff.
I got smoke.
I need his ammo. Okay. Yeah, that car's fucked up. I guess I'll get in this one. Well, let me get this health back. Alright.
Flying ahead of us?
Yeah, we should have.
What? Oh shit. Hold on. I had to turn him. Oh my god, I just fucking jumped out of the car. Alright, go. I had to turn his volume back up. I couldn't hear anything with the singing. Oh shit. What's that?
He's out there in that field. Alright, forward, let's go. Let me go here. Yellow thing.
Oh shit. What the?
Whoa!
Keep it out first. Drop over there too. All right. Go grab it.
Not really. I mean, I'll help you out if you want to.
Hell yeah, you got backup. Cause I got my eye right on it.
Both those guys just landed over there in the field to the southeast of us. The orange thing. Now they're in the tree. Got a scope.
Plane guy?
Yeah, both of them got out.
Alright.
Orange ping? Is that where they're at?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. Was one of them down?
Is one of them down, you said? Or you said one
I said, was one of them down? Why'd they throw the smoke?
I don't know. I didn't see one of them get knocked.
Let's see. I don't have much visibility over there.
I don't either. I can't find anything long range either. No
Alright,
snipers.
focus
No.
in. Let's go. Focus. I think this is our chicken.
telling us to focus right now? Hey, buddy.
Oh, okay, we're not in the middle, but we're okay.
Sorry. I just might this sword, man. I mean, that's more long range, maybe. Not really, but.
I can't see it for the damn. Okay, I see this car. There's a UAZ coming.
Yeah, but he at the packet.
I can't pick that up, really? What I have in my pocket, bro.
I can't see it for the houses.
They over there, they're gonna have to come this way.
Excellent. Somebody's back
I
here
just popped
shooting.
one. 220 on top of the hill or on the ridge.
Yeah, by the package, yes sir.
No suppressors.
I can't see the package, yeah, so I guess
So
it's
much
over there.
stuff is missing
Hey,
from
in
this
the field,
map, dude.
in the field coming. Direct south.
Change.
I can't fucking hit him.
Short change like a motherfucker. Nothing long range, except for this 6x scope I got on that.
I lost him. No, okay, so they're right in front of the red house, 195.
Okay, there's
Two
somebody
guys
there.
on the ground
I
on
gotta
foot.
about to get my face shot off.
I knocked the guy on green. I don't know if he's gonna get revived.
John, you're running right at him. They're somewhere.
Oh shit! I didn't realize.
I can't see them. Where are they at? Are they in the red house or the 3-story house?
I fucking know. Holy shit!
They're over there somewhere. They're either in the red house or the 3-story house.
3-story, second floor, right window.
I can't see shit from my vantage point.
I knew I heard somebody over there shooting.
I could see the upstairs, the third story.
But I didn't know where they were. I didn't know they were that close to me.
I got the door, the second step, and the third. I'm on the roof. Come out, I'm nailing it.
He's still in that window because I can see his gun poking out. He's on the wall.
Oh shit! There he is.
Top floor, yeah. I can make sure to come around the side of this. I can't see him. Hey, there's somebody in the zone out there.
I hit him once in the face.
Circle's moving in. We probably need to get in the cars and go. Or no, we can run if we needed to. What do you think? Car or run?
I got one with the Come on, we gone. Got one with the
Yeah, it's mine too. There's definitely gonna be people up here. I hate that area.
Alright, I don't know where to go right now. Right in front.
We hit him. Other people on top of the. We're in the back side. Oh my god.
Ah, fuck. One's out.
Smoke us out.
I don't have any smoke. No, I do. I'm getting shot from behind. Damn it.
I'm number 2. You ain't pick nobody up?
There's a guy on top of the hill at 150, the original team engaged. And then there's the guy at the rock at 275. Hey, he's gonna shoot you trying to get me though, be careful. He's on top of the rock right here at 150.
Oh, another smoke.
Gotta touch me.
Why you move? Fucking move. Why are you moving? Why are you moving?
Grenade.
Oh my fucking god. Where's my backup over here? Holy shit.
I got you.
There you go. Oh damn, this is about to hurt, ain't it? Oh shit. Oh, I don't have enough. Oh my god. Okay, okay, I'm just gotta run.
To our left, bro. To our left, to our left.
Meds in my pocket.
Forget the car, you're gonna die.
Oh, motherfucker, I got shot in the forehead.
No.
That was my fault trying to kill that nigga.
I can't see where the fuck he's at.
Damn, everybody down? Oh, no.
Oh no, I see him, I see him.
The one. The one, y'all.
Oh,
See, man. If I want to get stopped. Sorry about that. Oh, can't hear me. Oh, they can't hear me. Good. I want to see what this guy was, though. Please show me the death cam, please. Okay. That was super intense, man. Whatever. That game's not over yet. It'll never be over. What? Oh shit. Got the goods. Awesome. Now where do I go? Oh, I gotta go over here. See if I get blessed with PubG guys. It's so random to get something good in there. Completely over it. going on now? Everything's locked up. Fuck, man. So you just shit in my mouth after not giving me anything. It had to verify that that was a real one, because it's official. Oh, everything's super lagged out and slow. I gotta press buttons like 5 times before they actually work. Like this. Why is this lagging? But if I press the buttons, it'll hurry it up. It's stupid. It's by design, dude. Because little kids will be like, ah, come on, let's go. But adults will just let the shit sit there for 5 minutes. I don't give a shit if you play. Just pay for shit. Like this, right now it's doing it again. But if I press the buttons, look, see, it's still doing it. I'm gonna press the buttons. Why is that? That's how kids play games. They be pressing them constantly, trying to get shit to hurry up. Something I noticed a while back. You go see kids hitting the crosswalk button constantly until it actually changes. I don't think it works like that. See what I have here, huh? Don't be jealous. Sometimes you spill a little. That's because I'm so rich. Dude, dang it, now my lap's wet. Whatever. Every little thing is gonna be alright. Oh, we got a gold and a silver. Did you just whisper at me? Dre 7. Sounds like a real gangster. Must be a real gangster. Pop. Oops, that was a fake out.
Start practicing my game this weekend, so by next week I ain't even tripping. I ain't worry about that shit.
Oh no.
My missions.
Talking about.
Yeah, you're in trouble. By then I have 2 more players. I have my calendar by then. Locked in. I have my call Marty, my brother. I ain't worried about that shit, man.
This guy is not worried, I see. Sometimes you gotta make the noise.
Right there, Jay. What is that?
Sometimes you gotta
That orange thing right there, the orange box right there. What is that?
What's he talking about?
Oh, okay, that's what that is. Okay, alright. That damn tower thing.
Fuck, I'm not gonna make it there. I'm not gonna freaking make it there, am I? Where are they trying to go?
Well, we got mad who's alright.
This isn't good.
They're getting down. Goes to the lodge. They going to that big house, okay? He's going to the lodge.
I kinda fucked up for this one. I think Yella did too.
We got a team to our left too. But they're getting down.
Look over here. Hopefully Yellow comes over here. Where's Yellow going? Man, what a fucking idiot.
We do got a team up back to our left.
He really
He's
dropped
right,
short.
up high.
Like, god dang.
One
He wasn't
down,
even trying. I was trying, man.
Get down to the gun thing, you know.
Yeah, that one guy is down, but one is up.
I always try. Never want that.
Come on, man.
Nothing.
What the hell is that?
0 items in the room.
Might just jumped on our roof. Got a one shooter, y'all. He up here. Got one. Oh my God, it's alright, yo. What does it do, so?
Got lost in here.
Alright, I guess his buddy coming.
Oh, they're about to die out there, aren't they?
Where?
Oh, I just heard the car cut off. Smoke gun right here. Oh shit. Somebody else here. Where the hell are you shooting from, man? They're here, they're coming in.
I'm seeing bullets. That's all they leave there, Rick. Oh my gosh.
You got a shotty. Oh shit.
Shit, he in the building with me. Back here.
Yeah, I hear.
Where the hell you at?
I'm what you mean? I'm shot one
Oh,
of them.
you
Okay.
gone. Yo, no, you go. You on the other side. Never mind. Go ahead, go. Stop.
Gone, bro.
One shot. Shit.
Your boy left you. He was your boy.
What the hell is this boy up to?
Are they both down? Damn, they both down. Fucking shit. Why don't teams pay fucking any attention when their partners are dropping short? I don't know. They just don't.
Yo.
You think I'm gonna go back there and save his shit? Did you think I was gonna run all the way back there and try to get a ship or something? That's hilarious. If you thought that, there's no way. That's preposterous. That's humorous. Dude, I almost pulled something just now. That dude that was just here was in here. The one that just drove off. Because all this just got rummaged through. Yeah, well, he's lucky. He took the fuck off, you know what I'm saying? Shit. That would have been a problem. Only room of us in here for one. You know what he was doing. Yeah, there you go. Need more shotguns, yeah. Ooh. Are we ready for this? I'm going in. Where's Yellow at, dude? What's he doing? Your cramps are much better. You hate to taste the cocoa? Dude, it's the best water there is. What's wrong with it? You just gotta let it air out. You like... Have you tried it more than once? Because they get it pretty fresh. And one time I got it and it tasted weird and it just had to sit for a while. Like a day, and it tasted normal. It's the ozone, it said. From the reverse osmosis. Oh, they're in the store? Yeah, that's why I got the pan now, dude. That's how I got the pan. Because it was a thing where... It was expensive though, dude. This pan that I got right here. But, yeah, it was in a thing where if you bought like 3 different things, you had the opportunity of buying the pan. Fuckers. A bunch of things I'll never use I had to buy to get the pan. And not have to try to gamble to get it. It's a pretty pan though. I primarily got it for the kill feed. Because if I finished somebody with it, the kill feed, and it's like colorful on the top right. I did open a lot to get this one though, I think. Oh shit. That was close. Both of these are progressives. This is not too special. I think that's super basic for being a progressive, but you gotta get it up too high for it to look good. Hey, sweet, yellow's coming. It's me outside. Close the door. Oh shit. Car in there. She would. I wish she would. Oh shit. Ah, fuck! I don't know why you want to come to that location. It looks to be occupied already. I don't know, man. He marked that fucking spot for some reason, like that was the spot to go, so I stopped there. Wasn't the spot. I don't know. I don't know why I thought he knew something I didn't know. He said, "Hurry up." Well, I saw "hurry up" when he marked there, and I was like, "What? I don't know, I should have just taken him somewhere else. I was trying to go across the street. Oh well. Oh well. Maybe this time we'll be in a team that stays together. I couldn't make it to where that other team wanted to go this time. I didn't do my shooting time. It's why people, when they're with people they don't know, they shouldn't pick spots that are far away that people might not make it to. I don't do that. I don't do it. You notice whenever I pick a spot with a bunch of people I don't know, I don't ever do that. Pick spots that are easy for everybody to land at. Dude, like right now, if I were to do this one for us, it would probably be something like this. A lot of people wouldn't want to land here. Just has this and this. I'm gonna run in, hit this on the way to here. Hit this. This. We gotta run this way. Or we gotta run north. It wouldn't be that problem either. A lot of people probably will see this and not want to land over here. Because they'll think, oh, I don't have to run across the water. Or maybe this one even. Not too bad. But like they're picking shit that is like this far away. That can be problematic. It's just a little bit more, but it's enough far away where you have to open your chute early. shit, people are following me. Should I do a later one? Should we actually do that one? Good. That one? Nah. Go earlier. What do you think about that? Are they down? It's impossible without a 6x. One dude's already AFK. I fucked up by shooting the shotgun at that car earlier though. Shot the wrong gun at it. Yep. Yeah, we are positioned. I'm ready for battle. I always try to look at what I did wrong in a situation too, even though I don't always vocalize it. I just ponder what I could have done better, and I didn't just shoot at that car at all. Honestly, I thought they were gonna like possibly come at us.
Right,
I should have waited.
A bunch of supplies.
Should have waited.
I gotta go pick my stepdaughter up. Who needs it? This guy? This guy needs it. Right here.
Alright, man. You have a good one.
What? Hey! Why that kid?
You got a Spanish girl, I see.
Who are you talking to? A spinner squirrel? What is he saying? Good to use here. Can't use much. I can use that. Oh, he left already. Here's a pile this guy put down. Not much. Not much here.
You said what, bro?
There's not much here on the pile. It's already left though.
What did he end up dropping? Is it anything good? Because all I need is 9s, right?
No, no 9s. It's got a car 98 and M249, but...
Nah, if you definitely see some 9s, definitely let me know.
Alright.
need that AR compensator. Marking it out. It's bottom floor where I marked it. Oh, dude, Jesus! I know he left the game, but Jesus Christ, he scared the shit out of me.
Oh,
Came around the corner and I just saw it.
Not to go anywhere.
You need a 2-time scope, or are you good?
I could probably use that.
Alright, I picked it up for you. Just let me know what. Get next to you, I'll drop it.
Come on. Yes, man. Comes to me nice.
Trying to move out of here.
Yeah, I guess there's some buildings up to the these over here too, to the left of us.
Left of us, is that gonna be like south?
Yeah, it's over here to the south, yeah.
Southeast by south.
Got another two are up to the north, northwest.
I'm about to turn you up just a little bit. It's hard to hear you.
Oh, you're running out somewhere. Good.
Yeah, I'm heading over to those buildings, south by south, or southwest by south.
I was talking about these that are right next to us.
Shit. Mark them real quick.
I'm in them. I've already cleared them. I was just looking
Oh no,
here.
no, I already hit those.
Oh, for real? Oh, did you hit these when we were inside the building or something? That's why I'm not finding anything in them.
Yeah.
Let's
No, I
see.
mean, I didn't really hit very much off of it. I took like a 7.62 gun.
Nothing
really
good in
just
there
looking-
though. No parts.
Right. Yeah. I was able to grab like a backpack and some helmets, the best, but for the most part, no good guns. I thought you were talking about these buildings over here that I'm at. I don't know if you fuck with this gun or not, but the JS9 is right here.
Oh no, I mean, now with your luck on finding nines.
Well, I'm good on 9s if you want to grab that. A whole bunch of 9s. I only grabbed it because this gun smacks like crazy.
Yeah, they nerfed it though this season. Like last season, it was a lot
Oh,
better.
they actually nerfed it?
Yeah. They nerfed a lot. They
Wow.
even they
I
nerfed
mean,
the
it's still
shotguns
good,
too.
though.
The
I
shotguns
thought
are
it was
trash.
still like at its best.
Oh.
You need a red dot, or you good.
Oh, good now.
I never see a helicopter that high. What is that for? Is that respawned in?
Oh, I don't know.
Everybody's kind of heading towards us. You want to try to find a vehicle and then, I don't know, camp it right here on that mark, type shit, and then walk it in.
We want to go to the edge of the circle?
Well, I mean, so we don't have people coming up behind us. I mean, we're damn near where anybody can come from anywhere. More of just, not try to avoid the fight, but keep it in front of us.
I don't know. I don't see any reason to go over there.
Alright, for sure. I'll follow you.
I feel like that would be more dangerous driving all the way over there to hang out at the edge the whole time. Do you think?
No, not edge camping.
I guess you mean. I mean, I get what you mean
But
to an
just see
extent.
where
It's
the-
just
see
not.
where the
It's just not that late in the circle to know that no one's coming from the blue. Well, this phase 2, anybody could be coming from the blue. Phase 3, even. Phase 4, maybe not, because it's smacking by then. You can use it as like a wall.
That's true facts. I feel what you're saying there. Low-key, I did think it was like phase 3. I didn't realize it was phase 2. Anybody can survive in that bitch for a minute.
Yeah. I was trying to see where it's going to be going next. This fucker's taking forever, though. Wasn't there a bunch of buildings that was northwest of where we were? Where the heck was that at? Right next to it. What was it?
I mean, we
hit
these buildings right
here.
No, we didn't hit those.
That'd be a cool spot. Hopefully we don't get pinged at from all these mountains.
Is that a door open? Oh, okay. Ooh. That's exactly what it looked like when I didn't aim in. You hear that?
Yeah. It sounds like they went somewhere else. Ah. Ooh. Yo. Dude, I just drank 3 sodas. I can't pick a smoke up. Second. How is it showing? Okay, I don't need the 7s. Why do I have 2 different things of 7s? Oh, you can, I guess it's 58. 58 per? Weird. It's okay. Shit, let your vehicle's rolling up on us. Where'd it go? I don't know where it went. This shit said.
Bruh, I hate that electric car sound. It's terrible.
I never even saw it, did you?
Nah, I heard it though. 100%. 100% I heard that bitch. I got sketched out because I was waiting for that fucking non-engine to stop.
Yeah.
How many smokes do you got on you?
4.
4? Alright. I got 3 smoke.
Side of the ridge?
Shit, I need an 8. Oh yeah, he's hella close.
It's like somebody to stop too. Okay, I see one. Okay, up on the ridge here. Oh, I'm marking away. Boom. Oh, it's not working. It's marking system bullshit. Okay, what about the rock there? This other one is.
Okay, he's shooting at the people in the compound.
I don't have a suppressor either. Oh, yeah, I see him now. From here, do you have a suppressor or a sniper?
I'm about to shoot him right in his fucking face right now.
Alright. They won't know where it's coming from for you. I'm gonna hold off for a second.
I can't shoot no more. They know where I am.
I don't think so. We got one on the building over here. Blue ping. Right where the ping is. Oh, you can get him. He's good. He's prime target, dude. He's staying nice and still.
Oh yeah, I see him.
Nice.
I hit him once in the head, but he's right back on there.
Yep. I don't want to give away my spot. Nice. Nice. Damn.
Bro,
drop
how's
down.
he not
I don't
dead?
know, man. He's taking 3 to the dome.
No, someone knocked him. No. Someone
Okay,
knocked him.
okay.
Be careful. They probably saw me crossing the street.
Oh, he's on the hill again, or?
Oh, guy landing right behind us. 65. These 2 of them. One's right in this building, right in front of us. He may have moved over to the right, actually. No way! No way! He lit my ass up. Get ready. There's 2 of them. They're both coming.
Ah, motherfucker! Headshotted me.
Hey, GG's.
Easy,
I
man.
fucked up.
That's all good,
I
man.
lit his ass up, too.
Yeah, man. Fuck, how did I just die so fast? What the hell? Why? I had a helmet on. What the heck just happened? What? Didn't I have health? Man. How did I just die so fast? Oh, sus, dude. If I was full health with a helmet, that was a little sus, dude. A little fast for that to happen, right? It's still raining out there. Oh, we got 200. Gimme. Let's see what we got here. These are the ones. It's gonna give me a prime parcel finally. After all my hard work. Doing one at a time. Maybe it'll be more likely to do it. Come on. Oh, I got extra 4 though. Come on, man. Give me the prime. You know, you just want to give me one of the primes. You can give me one of those. All these I worked for. 3 chances, 3 more chances. 2 days to me get these. I already have that. Man, 1 more chance. Crazy, dude. They really do fuck us over on this game. At least I got that. Insta kill. Dude insta killed me. I'm not happy about it. He must have insta killed him too, though. Probably. Probably. He probably got some like aimbot or something. Bro, right now you're bringing a grass looks like a rainforest now. Oh look, I got a monkey. Simon's breathing. He's at 20 respirations per minute. It's a little higher than he was before we reduced his thyroid dosage. It's like 5 breaths higher per minute. Sometimes he was getting down to like 12. I think it was pushing him into being hypothyroidic though. That's better that he's not. That's bad for his kidney. Everybody's following me. I'm not the highest ranked person here, this guy is. Haha, I don't have to be the one. Nah. Oh man, he's going here for real? Okay, not too bad, but I was not like in this area. It's hard to get out of there. I'm a cowboy. Yippee-ki-yay, mother trucky. Hold on, now should I switch this one up? Awesome. My smokes didn't do any good in the last game. Oh guys, this building is forever. Sweet. Nice little place. J Brown, he's got the brown town in his pants. Hey, baby, oh shit. Never again. What happened? What happened? Oh, it's your fault. The pizzle is. I don't get it. I took that tire out first, though. You saw that shit. Cause I know what I'm doing. I hit him also after the shot once. He felt that. Hell, I can't go upstairs. He's up here, ain't he? Because that store looks open. You gotta know how to hold 'em if you gonna ever fold 'em, baby, baby. Booty boot. Where is this guy? That was him, wasn't it? What's he doing? Like it's just smoking time. Cash this thing out. Oh shit, hold on. Ah! Ah! Get the fuck up there! Where'd he go? Oh shit! He went in there. There, now I'm ready. Oh, I just have shit in my pocket. Oh, I got so many of these. But alright. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be hard to get out of here, just as I was thinking. Like, no matter where you're at in this thing, it's hard to get out of it. Oh, man. Called it. That's why I never land here. It's just like, it's like a maze, dude. Okay, I think we got out. We got out. I'm paranoid about this place. He knows the way, though. Oh my god. Dude. Kinda close to some of these trees. Oh no. Who's shooting at? That's one hit. He's still back there. Why is he leaving? Where'd he go? What? Alright, he's still back there? Dude. I don't fucking know. That dude just disappeared. I'm actually impressed. Where'd he go? Dude. And Blue's already in the zone. He just started running, I guess. I just thought I heard somebody. Oh, he's going to that thing. Fuck, we don't have a better car. I don't want to fucking drive. God damn! Holy shit! I'm about to fucking die. Dude, I gotta pop another hill. I'm about to die. Shit. This sucks. Tell me I gotta try to swim across this water. Here, will this fucking thing drive through it? I'm trying. Here. Try and get a little head start. Ah, come on, bitch. Oh, really? Oh, fuck. It just gave out. Oh, is it already moving? No, we got 45 seconds. Oh no, it is already moving. Shit. Yeah, not any more hills. Oh, that's his pills, bruh. Oh, yes. Damn. Yeah, it's smacking Fist. Fist is own Dunzo, bro. Y'all be going. Yellow ain't gonna make it either. It. Easy. Oh, you got a vehicle. Huh, you might make it. There's yellow. Oh no. It's gonna be close. He might actually make it. He did it. Yellow's the last one left. Damn, man. If I'd have just had one more first aid, I could have probably done it. Good boy. Yeah, he's a good boy. He ate the rest of his food. Now I need to weigh him real fast. Give him a good weigh-in right fast. See what we're working with here, Simon. Oh! Sorry. He gained some weight. He gained some weight, actually. 0.1 pounds. Heck yeah. That's awesome. Okay, so maybe he was just dehydrated before. Who's that? AJ Carroll Tower. This guy's still in it, man. What, bud? You're hungry? Dude, the corner of his eye has got some weird blood in it. Like, the fur right there. Brownish, reddish. It's not something, it's something else. Not one thing, it's something else, man. Look, I can't get a break over here. He starts to eat well, now he's got this weird leakage thing going on. It turns into a scab. Oh, is it? Oh, they stirred it up, man. Oh my god, that's close. He almost had him. Oh, he got him. He actually did get him. That 249 is tearing it up, man. But you don't have to reload very much. It definitely helps. Like what? Like when you have to take on a full squad, that definitely helps not have to reload. Damn, man, he was tearing up though. Man, GG, man. You're tearing it up. What? Dude, Simon, you're fucking my lighting. See, he took the blue out. He's in front of the blue light. What are you doing? Bro, it's... That's his eye doing that. I guess if she'll do it tomorrow, I'll take a picture and send it to the vet. First day I noticed it.
Yo.
Yeah.
What's up?
What's going on, yo?
Hey.
It's my first game ever. Let's lock in, get it done.
Dev and Dove. First game ever. What you call the Duty guy?
Yeah.
This can't be your first game on PubG.
I tried playing on a PC like a couple years ago, but never on console. I played a couple, but I died right away.
Where we going? Where we going?
Might be already done. Flight path.
Is it working car? Holy shit. Holy shit. I hear gunshots.
It's over here by me.
Got a car. I'm looking.
You got a car now, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You got a scope on that thing?
Mm-hmm.
They on the other side of that building though. I see them extra scopes over there. Yo, John,
That's all
yo,
looted over there.
I'm saying y'all ain't see no extra scopes over there?
I don't remember now.
No, I don't. I saw like a holographic maybe, but I only saw one where the yellow ping, but there was more than one.
Yeah, it was multiple gunshots.
Oh, I see. How do I ping?
R3, double tap R3, probably, maybe. Oh, PlayStation, yeah.
That's what he on PlayStation, double tap R3.
Yeah, I'm trying. I see him though.
Yeah, he's coming around to the left side, the southeast side of the village. He's peeking. He knows we're here.
Running across main road.
There's the other one. There's the middle of the road. Well, he's coming to the road. He's next to the left side.
Try to dink his ass.
Around there. Let's do it. He's looking right at me. Fucker. He's looking right at me.
Shooting at me.
Yeah. You see
Oh,
him?
they need to peek out just a little bit more.
Right there, yeah.
Right in that first building.
Oh, he's throwing the blankos. There you go.
Hop in the whip, John. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit.
What is he doing?
They're shooting me in the car.
Oh shit.
You guys wanna fight him?
I don't even see where they're shooting from right now. Now I see him. Now I see him. Oh, we could, because they gotta come to us. But I see him from here, actually. He's getting very lucky. Oh, I hit him finally. Oh, they got me though. Damn.
I don't see him.
They were at the front door still, but looks like they moved.
Get me in the car.
Where'd they go?
Oh, they cheated.
What happened? We got shot.
They cheated, y'all.
Is it the same people?
Yeah, they cheated. They cheated. Fucking automatic aim.
They just lasered you from that far?
Oh, you gotta respawn though.
Respawn.
Don't forget.
They fucking.
Let's see his face. Okay. First shot.
Yeah, they cheated.
Where are they?
285 west, 285 west. Like that, I seen that one.
I don't see him. Oh, I see him.
Rock, 282,
Okay.
like 285, in between 250.
He's in the bush.
Y'all gotta go.
Yep, hop in the whip.
Y'all could try to shoot him.
He's gonna have to start running once that shit hits us. Well, I mean,
I left a car. They going to my truck over there.
one of them's still behind this rock right here.
I had it.
Alright. Oh, we'll take the fucking
Mic check.
Oh, my second. I don't know.
car right behind us. They just kept going. There's a lot of loot here. It's juicy, juicy, juicy. Need some energy, man. You got a visual on that car? You're doing some dirty things over there, I don't know. Oh shit, I think they got out.
There's people over there with y'all?
Yeah, there's a car over here.
Right here. Car coming y'all way.
There's a lot of loot here.
I got my cheek pad on. Yeah. For the fellas. Everybody, you feeling kind of weird, doesn't it? I don't give a shit. For the fellas, I got my cheek pad on.
Shots close. North, northwest.
Nah, left.
I think it's over the hill.
Yeah, north. You got that car? You gotta go.
I'm not near it, no. I'm running.
You running where?
To the whip, to the whip.
Got my cheek pad on, baby. What you doing tonight? I got both of my cheek pads on. I need 2 guns with cheek pads to say that.
Actually, kind of want to peek over this, see what's popping.
They close.
Oh yeah.
They got their eyes on somebody.
Oh yeah, I see him.
That's in between 1 and 2.
Down at those houses.
Sound close.
Yeah, it's down at these little cribs.
You up top?
I saw one running on the backside of one of the buildings. Oh, right here in the, right in front of me, right in front of me. Nice. I think one's to my right somewhere.
At the building. Be careful, they peeking at the building.
I see him. Car behind me.
I think it's just one in that building.
We have
Y'all
any
wanna rush
smokes?
the building?
I got smokes. That was like a nade.
Gotta come out.
I'm trying to get him closer. And I got this guy's loot right here. Nice. They hopped on the whip. They hopped on the whip.
Be careful. People behind.
Get to this half wall, half wall.
Trying to go pick them up there. People coming over. You got that spot. Watch your left too, there's people on that back hill.
Alright, we're pretty close to circle, so we're chilling.
There's a car right here too. It's a good car right here.
Team north. Oh, I tagged him on the block. Tagged the second one on the block. Maybe on that rock north 20.
I was busted.
Oh shit! I'm about to run out of ammo, bro. Anyone got 762? Yeah, I can hear about that.
Behind that rock. Behind that rock.
I knocked one. Headshot. My team. Putting on a first aid kit. I knocked one. No, I got more steam. Fuck, bro.
Tagged him a couple times.
He's dead. That guy's dead.
He said he a demon. You is crazy. You could go get them 7.62s off his body.
Are they all dead?
Yeah, that's what one just said. The one that was running across. I killed the one on the hill.
Yeah, I need some 7.62 online.
I think it's one more on the left side of that hill. Be careful.
He's got some 7s on him.
He got an extended clip. Yes, he do.
No 7.62, bro. That's tragic.
Right here, on this body right here.
Oh, blah.
Yeah, all of them. Anybody need some sodas? I got a shit ton.
Hey, we gotta be moving. Y'all wanna move left or right? We got smoke on our left and we got shots on our right. Oh, we can use this for cover right here. We can use this for cover right here. This hill where we at. This hill right here where we at. We can use it for cover. You just gotta kill anything that.
I'm with it.
Got people
Running across the. Running across.
They fight. We might got people.
Trees.
Oh, fuck. The VSS, get the fuck out of here, man. It's one person in the tree over here.
Dinked his ass.
Talking about the one in the trees?
Yep.
Appreciate the revive. Mike check.
Yep.
They're going for the res. They're going for the res.
Yep, I see his ass. We got no enemies on our right.
Bet. Let's take this rest side then. I'm gonna loot them. Need some more ammo.
They come across the field. Watch it. They come across the field north 15.
Heard you. Heard you.
Who that is shooting? That's y'all shooting.
Oh.
Rest over there. Alright, somebody on our right.
He's hit twice. Fuck.
Let's get running. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Do you see where his shield's at over there? Oh, so there's two of them. There's two of them. Knocked the grenade out.
Wow, they were right here.
Oh, fuck. Oh, they're different. That's a different one. Damn.
Good shit. It was too wide open. We should have stayed there.
Yeah, no, that's on me. That's on me. I totally got lost right there.
And we ran up to him. I wasn't ready for all that. President Biden lands at LAX for second day visit. For 2-day visit. Oh look, he's here right now. Look at this shit. It's literally happening this very second. Oh, well, it's going to take too long to do because my computer can't handle all this shit right now. There. Breaking news, Biden getting in a car live. I bring it to you live, folks. Oh, there's the mayor. He's so happy that we have a black female mayor, isn't he? He would not approve of Arnold Schwarzenegger was mayor. That'd be sweet. The Mayonator. The Mayorator. Something we figured out. Is she blue enough? She wants to let him know that she's a Democrat in case she forgot, huh? Wear your bluest clothing, dear. We'll both wear our bluest clothing so he knows we are ultimate Democrats for Biden. We are Democrats for Biden. Unite! Well, she wanted the picture that they took with him. She was like, thank you. Send me that picture. I got a picture with Biden in my blue dress. Oh, I'm juicy. I'm gonna use that tonight and touch myself. I touched Biden. I smelled him. And he didn't smell me. I'm kind of disappointed. Oh, did you hear? He only smells the youth. I did hear. Now I know for sure because I'm smelling good today. Tested him. I was smelling damn good that day. I just wasn't young enough for Biden. Know what you talking about? I was gonna have for dinner tonight. Probably. All that just so dude can go somewhere. I don't know why he's here. 2-day visit, that's all it says. Oh, there was a fire here, we missed it. Got it. Anything else happened? Are you sure? They did it. Anthony's looking at a hole in the fence. In trouble? Private fundraiser. Huh. Wow. It's out here to make money. Border news.
She goes, what's your name? And she goes, what's your name? What's your name? What's your name? Wait, wait. I'm like, I thought I was showing my license. She just kept saying to her, Karen, you're going to get arrested. Don't touch me. You're going to get arrested. Oh, I heard about it. I saw right, you know where he was arrested? Yeah. illegal? Yeah.
They say it all the time. All the illegals.
First of all, the word in SEO is migrant. Okay, that's the word. That's the word in the media. That's the word in the press. That's what people are searching for. There's like so many reasons why we use that word. It's not just that we're trying to be correct. We also want to rank first. You know what I mean? Like, do you use the words that are the universal words?
Here, it's real simple. 3, 4. Let's keep it on 4, and then this is Todd. Yep. And this is channel. That's it. So just talk like that. Over. Yeah, let me get mine.
I'm gonna follow you.
All right, bud.
I'm JLR, so you're Anthony.
Yes, sir.
Power on. 4.
Channel 4.
No, I saw your last week. You were out your bar now last week.
Put some giant brown rice on. Yeah, I didn't know JLR was a duo because I could hear every time that woman starts saying, she's saying we. She's talking about them both. Apparently JLR is a duo, but she's never on camera. I thought I saw somebody with him before, a female. Interesting. Oh, they're trying to make it so we can't hear them. Dude, this is the first fresh dab I put in this bowl today. The other one was from last night. I really reduced the amount that I smoke compared to what it used to be just a couple years ago.
Yeah, we covered that case. That's south of Houston, right? Yeah. That's what county that. We covered that.
Have you drinking enough water today? Huh? See, she said our live stream. Is she? I don't know, dude. Is she some other streamer?
So that was an update on that case. Yeah, we should do an
No, dude. I think he's with her, but she's never on the camera. She just says it's ours. It's his wife or something. You feel more tired from it, from not smoking. I've greatly reduced the alcohol consumption and weed consumption. Well, there I was drinking like every day.
It probably won't be for a while. Do you think this marks the Mexican army will stay here?
I think I'm drawing off of it still.
She was actually fair.
I mean, that's why my muscles have been twitching.
But as we were out here, all of a sudden I started something like that.
Adderall. Oh, I see.
I'm working on it. It would be the worst. And so they started. I told her.
Reduce my edible. Why have you reduced your edible?
There's somewhere right on the other side. Anytime you're out here, you have to know that you're being watched by them. They own all of this, and there are little caves in here where they have lookout spots because they don't know. So we'll just lay over there, wait it out. But there
Morning and night. For how long?
members associate to the other side. That's why I'm telling you, like, I think there's some license out here.
So what do you do?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know, like, you know, when I made chasing Markel back inside. One guy threw a rock at him. But he went like this. He went like this. And I was like, hey, what's going
What was your video down there?
He went like this and he went, I thought he was shooting at me. Like, I thought he was pulling out a gun. So I ducked. Bing! He went in the wall. But he was mad. I can hurt him. It was that same SUV, it's a brown SUV truck. Yeah, it's a Suburban, and it's real loud. And it went by that car. Do you remember that car that was there? I don't think it's there anymore. Yeah, I actually was like chasing them down. 3 days straight.
You walk in outside the house, damn, that's way more than I do. I do 20 squats while I'm brushing my teeth, and I've done like 5 pull-ups today.
Everybody's just chilling. It's like we're all playing a part in a plan. That's what it felt like.
It's instead of going down to the middle camp, they just start going through the field. And I just follow them in my car, and they're just walking through the field. And then eventually, we're just going that way. You know, I turn the wheel down that 1 mile away, whatever. Yeah, I got so much footage. Just I'll go side by side with the car. Right. You know, and some of them have faces on whatever they're staring at. Yeah. That's some wild stuff. I'm not going to interfere with what they're doing.
So they're having a grand old time, aren't they? Just talking about the border. Yeah, man, this one time I saw a Mexican bringing over people, immigrants from the border. Yeah, you wouldn't believe it. Control. At your service, ma'am. Here to serve and protect your border.
The babies that were much closer to potentially.
Babies. Not the freaking. Everybody knows not the babies, man. Babies! Not the babies! How could they?
Will they be here overnight? They might stay.
Well, they might be one that.
There's 10.
Yeah, they got a little
Anybody but the babies. Any age with babies. Kill the elderly. I'm playing YouTube. I was playing, it was a satire. That was satire. Can't we just sacrifice the elderly instead? God, no. You know what I mean? It's like, what? Not the babies.
Oh, yeah. I heard that. I actually talked to,
I get it though.
That was out here, he got fired or he got under investigation? He just let his whole guard down.
I'm in to throw up. Oh man. I did worse when I was a kid though. I picked up cigarette butts. Dude, check this out. Yeah, I picked up random cigarette butts and smoked them when I was a kid. But this kid, I follow a dumpster diving subreddit. And this kid was like, found tons of disposable vapes in the dumpster. And people were like, yeah, that's called garbage. Because they're used, you know, they could tell they've been like, beat up and used. We used so much. This dude smoking skit. Oh man. Yo. That's how kids are starting now. Secondhand vapes. They move up from those to real cigarettes now, probably. Do it like they used to do it. Yeah, like the settlers used to do it. Gonna have me a real cigarette like a man. Now I'm a man. A man. What makes a man? Is it the woman in his arms? Just cause she's got big titties? Or is it the way that he fights every day? No, I think it's the titties. Are you there? What makes a man? No, now you're a man. A man. Bro, come on.
Where is my radio? Roger that.
Just checking.
All All of this extra clothes that you guys are seeing to your right-hand side, all of that is brand new. This wasn't here yesterday, so they must have had good traffic last night.
Gosh, dog it. Boy, I'll be. I think they're cleaned up a little bit out there. And he's making friends. See, dude, he's tried to get me to come down there multiple times. He's always trying to make friends. What's he doing driving off the road? Yo. I just can't do it because Simon, man, or I'd have probably checked it out by now. Dude, if it weren't for Simon, I would have probably checked it out just to go by myself. But ever since this fucking border thing's been popping off really heavy, Simon has been a thing. He's been here.
The happy bus is in fact still there, guys. Yes, it is.
He's sleeping right now, right there in front of the blue light.
The magic bus?
Simon. Simon. Simon.
Look at these soiled diapers right here. Look at these soiled diapers right here to your right.
Count his breath while we're doing it, while he's knocked out. Took one more time, get 2 for the day.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. Look. Yeah, that's loud stuff.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, man, that's kind of high. 26. Down. It's below 30 though, but it's a lot higher than he was before. Interesting. That's amazing how that Madison's able to do all that. But his poops, I'll have to look at his poop. Like, as long as he's not getting diarrhea, he's not losing weight. It's better for his kidneys to not be hypothyroidic. So it doesn't matter what his heart rate is and his respiration rate. The hypothyroidic was hurting his kidneys because the gallbladder flow rate's getting jacked up. Something else. Must be something else. Enzymes. They don't break things down.
Girl is closed, man.
Dude, the fucking beeping that constantly goes off really pisses me off a little bit. Can he not put his seatbelt on? Is that possible? I'm saying something. What? Alright, I was stunned for now.
Yeah, they usually leave good stuff in there. Yeah. Yeah, same. I'm building a whole wall in my house.
Would they take some of the stuff?
See a lot of paperwork there.
Paperwork.
Recent.
I've been out here before.
So there's a possibility they're coming down on the side.
Oh, they're just coming straight in.
Why doesn't he show us any of those?
Listen, we can call it an early night today. We'll come out early tomorrow. Or we can just stake it out all night if you want.
I can get her and up in the hotel and come back.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Not getting exchange numbers.
Just take it out tonight if you want.
Might just do that.
Let's go check out that spot and then go rest for a little bit. We can come back later tonight and just keep an eye on each other because it does get sketchy, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. People better.
Oh, yeah.
Even though my content, believe it or not, I do a lot of things alone. It's wild.
Yeah, same,
like I went to, you know where I went to yesterday? I went to a place called Antelope Wells, New Mexico.
Nice.
And it's down, you know that place?
Uh-huh.
And I went up there and
Right down to
everything
the
was
border.
abandoned and the Mexican army's on the other side and I've been talking to them through the thing and they all have guns and they're all staring at me and I was kind of like, whoa, because they were kind of walking towards me, like 5 of them with guns. I'm like, hey, ¿qué pasa? How are you?
It's pretty walled off over there.
Yeah, it's walled off. Like the wall ends kind of the same thing, like maybe like a mile up the road. You can see it just stops. In New Mexico, there's literally, once you get past that wall, it's nothing. There's no barbed wire, there's nothing. It's just straight.
In New Mexico?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It looks
by
like
Lordsburg?
I would say between Antelope Wells and Columbus. Like it's the curve. That curve that goes up that little slither.
Yeah,
right there.
yeah, I got
Nothing.
Wow.
Nothing. And even when I went west of Nogales, Keno Springs to cross that Mendocino Pass, Keno Springs, no wall, nothing, just barbed wire.
Shit.
Just barbed wire. That's it. And I actually went on a ranch, and Border Patrol actually told me, open up the gate. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like he was like, cool. I was like, hey, can we go up there just to document? He's like, go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of these places, bro, it's like they're not trespassing. Like, come on.
Like, so I went on some dude's ranch, but then I went to I was down there, where I was down by Douglas or Naco. And I was talking to a bunch of ranchers, and they were telling me they coming up daily with camouflage and stuff, groups of 5 camouflage, and I found all types of knee pads.
Dude,
what's the knee pads for?
So when they're on the floor, literally crawling, because they actually think, and I've been with National Guard when they have those, they call them giraffes, and it's just like basically like a Zordon eye that's over.
Is that on the SUV truck?
Yeah, and it just pops up. So these guys actually think they're blending in with cows, so they're on their all fours, bro. They're like crawling in between the cows, and it's like the guys are just like laughing. They're like, bro, like there's no
they got
point of comparison in the size, bro. But they're out there like, oh.
I found camouflage backpacks all over the place, and just everything camo.
Matt, bro, right here, man, we're gonna hit. Have you been to Tecate out here?
No, is there anything going on there?
Yeah, bro, but again, I can't go by myself to a lot of these places. You need another set of eyes on you. We can go. How long are you planning on being out here?
We got the Saturday. We got the Saturday morning. Well, really Friday night.
Okay. Well, shoot, we can. Let's use our time wisely.
We started out in Vegas. We started out in Vegas. And we just said we're gonna come down to the. We were just.
So maybe Thursday we can do that.
I'd like to see those. I never went there yet.
Let's get
Tecate or Tecate?
Tecate.
Okay. Yeah. That's the one I haven't checked out yet. I heard the school in San Diego shut down, like that SBCS.
It's called oh my goodness. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's off
University.
The great building. It's a really nice building.
Yeah, they're shutting that all down. They have no more money. They ran out of money.
Oh.
2 days ago they said.
That was a drone. Or is it you looking?
I didn't like it. Pop. Alright, I'm gonna follow you.
Alright, brother. Oh my goodness. Alright, guys, let's go. Anybody else think that it's funny that there's a sketchy school bus parked out here in the middle of nowhere? It looks like a pedophile little school bus in there, dude.
Where at? I don't see it.
It's gonna come up right now on your left hand side a little bit further down. You'll see it. It's kind of tucked under these power lines right now. I think it's just a lookout. Oh shoot, we passed it. Whoops, took a wrong turn. What's up here? We're pulling up on it.
No, this is like so random.
It's tripped out and he's got his Instagram on there, but it's private.
Weird.
From Tennessee, man.
There's a dog barking in there.
It's funny how the guy don't come out though, huh? I think it's a scout, dude.
Yeah, but on the back of the bus had handprints.
Thank you all very much for being here with us today. It's your friend Anthony Agüero. We're broadcasting to you guys from Jacumba, California out here, y'all.
of asparagus. You're yourself hungry.
Hey, is that some people trekking up into the
Oh, he's actually really hungry today. 4:30.
Well, it's these fucking dudes that are out here filming their comedy shit, these guys, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
These guys just fucking come out here and record their jokes and make light of the situation. It's pathetic. It's like that guy that came out here with the porn star.
Gotcha.
Do they just make a joke of it, or they get the word out?
We're talking about here.
No, we're moving forward.
Gotcha.
Don't they still help to get the word out, though? Don't they?
Little fucking fucktard YouTubers that come out here for their
Who's the guy in the white truck right there?
He's one of those little clowns.
Yeah, he kind of looked like a Columbine type kid. He had a hoodie on and everything.
I'm glad we're out of there. Guys just fucking come out here and record their jokes and make light of the situation. It's pathetic. It's like that guy that came out here with the porn star.
How does he know?
Right under this bridge right now. But observe how the house is super beat up, and then there's like these nice travel vans. Pretty sketchy.
That's very good. I'm putting a lot of faith in those things not growing bacteria on them. I guess it's the lactic acid that keeps it from happening. I got so many boxes of those things, I'm gonna have to start eating them more often. Got boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes. Maybe I should have 2 more packages of asparagus. Yeah, I just might. I just might. Dog.
I gotta drive slow here because the bumps are pretty bad, dude. Sorry.
I'm seeing a whole box.
On the right, coming out these rocks here, now that we're in Imperial County, you think they're entering Imperial County?
For sure, dude. For sure. All of this is all free range for them. Up there where you're seeing, they're all coming up and down these mountains. Border Patrol will walk stragglers that are coming off these mountains back to the Boulder Park.
How much farther do you think they'll go up to where these rocks end up here, way up here, or they keep going even farther?
Well, it's all open on the other side, so it's just the luck of the draw or whatever kind of pattern or route that they decide to follow.
Interesting, this is like a strategic location because it's the county line on both sides, and you're not going to get the county sheriffs or anyone coming up on either side this far, right?
You do have some of the sheriffs out here sometimes, but they just come and they just check on the migrants and then they take off. But here comes Border Patrol too.
Just more of this. Oh. What does this say? fully cooked and ready to eat asparagus cuts with rosemary and oregano marinated. Crafted for your fast-paced lifestyle, our premium ready-to-eat asparagus cuts can transform any meal into a gourmet experience in seconds. They're ideal for those on-the-go days when time is short but flavor is a must. Enjoy them as a nutritious snack. Add them to your favorite meals and keep a pouch in your pantry for an instant gourmet twist to your pastas, pizzas, salads, and sandwiches. With our asparagus cuts, the possibilities are truly endless. Yeah.
Alright guys, I'm gonna drive really slow.
Over the interstate onto this side here.
Okay. Endless.
Yep.
Oh, look at this UFO looking thing. What is that?
What, Sparkmeister? Send me an email, please. Sparkmeister. Look at this.
What? Sparkmeister says, Anthony, wait, do some research on him before saying he's awesome. About JLR. There's a criminal background called JLR. Oh god, he's got a criminal background. Oh my god. What is he, a pedo? Well, there's a, what is that? There's something in the ground there. Bro. There was a vent coming out of the ground.
On our way back down, maybe we can stop and kind of snoop around for a little bit, because it's public road anyways.
Roger.
Dude, somebody lives in that?
Or I don't even know. I like my business.
Flying saucers?
That's all public land. The people just have their shit out there. Weird. Yeehaw. Wild West. Brainwash. Dude, they're right near a highway. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm here in that bit. I'm over there.
know somebody up there. I might walk up there.
Let's go. I need my keys. I can't believe I left my keys in here. Oh, whew. That was scary. Where are my shades? We're not even in here. Oh no. Oh man. Serious right now?
I need something to shoot out of the fridge.
Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna show you guys what we're finding in here real quick. It's crazy. Hold on.
get a water. Bruh. You know what helps you not get kidney disease? Drinking water. All kinds of stuff, kidney stones, even helps with that. Water, it's important to drink water. Dude, aren't we made up of like 90-something% water? You drink 4 of these a day? I try to do 5. I put 4 of these in the fridge and then I grab 1 for the morning. And if I finish all those, I can have a sparkling water, or I might have a sparkling water with a meal, but I'll try not to have one of those. I try not to just drink those throughout the day. Primarily drink these now. It's a meal, or I've already drank 5 of these. So 5 of these is 17 ounces, or 500 ml times 5, so 2,500 ml. 2.5 liters of water. It doesn't even seem like that much now that I'm thinking about it. Gotta get them in. You gotta get them in. Just gotta get them in there. One at a time. Sometimes I just get a little. Especially because of all the sodium I eat, dude. With all this crap that I eat, like this morning, what I had for breakfast, full of each one of those olives had like 15 milligrams of sodium in it. I had like, I don't know, and then there was the onions had even more sodium, and then it had the bell peppers and that other. I had, I don't know what it's a crunchy white vegetable. It's not a cauliflower, but they look like French fries in the thing. But all of it's super salty. The sardines are salty. The crackers are salty. I'm gonna flush all that shit out of me. Like if I were to eat like all that and not drink extra water, it would definitely be messing me up a little bit. Like I probably feel like shit right now. I know it was my breakfast wasn't that salty, but it was sugary. Gotta get that out too. Right? To take water to process sugar out of the body. What does it? Dude, I've almost bought this sake a couple times at Costco. This one right here. I can't even read it. It's some kind of sake. It looks special. See? Snow Maiden Nagorisaki. Snow Maiden. Oh, good. It must be good then. Look, it's creamy looking on the bottom. See that? I like my soggy, like I like my women. Creamy. If I didn't drink as much water as I did, I think I would eat fair amounts. Oh, you would? Oh, because you eat the worst foods, you'd be heavier from not drinking water? Is that what happens? If you don't drink water, you get fatter? That's how I kept it off. Dude, somebody sent me a dono. Sorry. Dude, when did that? 4:43. Just 12 minutes ago. Hey, Sister T. It said, I didn't know who it was from. It said We the People. I thought it was just from a random person and their name was We the People. I was about to get really weird all of a sudden. Appreciate you, Sister T. I gotta put it in. Put it on. Dude, that's the first dono of the week. First one of the week. Steps that must be taken. They met somebody. This is Key Leaf. Bad that I don't hear my phone. I really don't. I don't even remember how to do this, man. They moved this shit. Oh god. Why did they make this so hard? He didn't say anything either.
We the people appreciate you.
Appreciate you, the people. Sister T, thank you so much for your generosity support. I'm sorry. It's always awkward. It's not as easy to do this when it like I find out when I don't even know if they're here or not. It gets weird. It used to be instant, but when I got demonetized, everything's kind of weird. But thank you for still supporting the channel and the stream, even though everything's weird now. Thanks for being here. Sister T, I don't even think she's here. Okay. What are you doing, Simon? Stop looking at me. She had to go do something real fast. Maybe it was like she tipped when she was leaving the table. Like when you're leaving the restaurant. Oh, there she is. You didn't want us to think of you like that. You tip it and you're like, good show. I'm out of here. We're in a casino or something. That might happen sometime though. I bet that's happened before. I guess, dude, when it was the heyday, like it was really popping off here, there are hundreds of people. I bet that's happened before. It'd be kind of crazy. That was years ago though. I vaguely remember it. I just got demonetized. It's just, yeah. It wasn't supposed to say your name. Oh, huh. Oh, it still had, oh, that's why. It still had your thing next to it. Your identifier underneath it. That's why I was looking at it for a second. Because I even said, I was like, I thought it was from, I said that when it first came in. I told everybody, I was like, weird, I thought it was from the people. Oh, the last one was the same thing, and I credited it to you too. Which I thought you knew. They're not anonymous. Because your $sign name is there. Thank you. Sorry, I'll take your credit away. Here, I'll delete it. Put the event list. Dude, why doesn't he take us with him when he walks around? Kind of lame. Yo, Ted, game to visit on Twitch. On Twitch, where we got the moving emojis. It's about ready. And Simon is so hungry. That's interesting. I see him being hungry. It's wild, dude. If I would have just kept him on that that reduced dosage of hemobendin and the increased dosage of his methimazole, it's a thyroid medication, he would end up dying from it eventually. That was killing him. All day he would sleep. He would only not sleep when he was eating. He's up right now, looking around and stuff. He's hungry. He's eating all his food. Bruh. What's going on, man? It's like I got a vision into the future of what he's going to be like once he actually does start not being able to keep up with everything. Dude, what is going on? He just left us in the Jeep.
Who is literally vibrating with excitement for tonight's show. I also am vibrating with excitement, Globalist News, so let's do this.
Ian sometimes just sitting there was...
Sometimes you can see it, sometimes you can't.
And then he just floats around the room and then phases through the floor.
I think that's the essence of Reiki, is you start vibrating so fast that it produces heat. Could be wrong about that.
Anyway, Serge is pressing the buttons.
Yeah, I'm here just admiring Ian. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Here we go. From ABC News, Letitia James says she's prepared to seize Trump's buildings if he can't pay his $354 million civil fraud fine. And I hate to say I told you so. They haven't yet done it. Okay, so it's not like the prediction has absolutely come true, but this is the first step in making this move. They could not just come out and say, Donald Trump, we're taking your buildings. They've got to go in increments. Now let me slow down. For those of you who are like, wait, what's this Trump fraud thing? What's going on with this? Well, let me help by lifting up the rock for you that you have been sleeping under and explain. Donald Trump was accused of fraud because his business valued their own assets at a number they determined, which is what literally everybody does. They didn't give Trump a trial over it. They summarily determined in a summary judgment, bang, judge says, nope, Trump committed fraud. Next question. They then said, okay, how much will Trump owe in damages? The question becomes damages to who? Didn't matter. They ruled $354 million. The next step. So my prediction here was, during this process, they claimed Mar-a-Lago, which is coast to coast West Palm Beach. Palm Beach property, not West Palm Beach, Palm Beach property. So it's water on both sides, 20 plus acres. They said it's $1 billion properties worth $20 million. That makes no sense because its neighboring properties, which are a tenth of the size, go for $40-50 million. We know they're lying. Once we saw that move, this was my prediction. In New York, they're going to fine Trump hundreds of millions of dollars. I said $250 million. I think that was what people expected. They're going to claim his $500 million building is worth $10 million or $5 million. Then they're going to seize that building, and Trump will still owe $350 million. This way, the amount they fined him doesn't matter. They will take all of his New York-based assets. They've already said he can't be an officer of a company. This is the next step in what they need to do to make that happen. They couldn't just come out afterwards and be like, Trump was fined, therefore we're seizing his buildings. We've done it, then bang the gavel. Because people would be like, whoa, wait, what? Like, give Trump a chance. No. The first thing they're going to do, PR-wise, public declaration. We are prepared to do this if Trump doesn't pay. The next thing they're going to do is exactly what they did to Trump and Alex Jones. The courts or the court officers will determine that for some reason, Trump is not paying the fine. Trump will move to file an appeal. They'll argue, no, you have to pay the fine. Even if you're appealing, we demand it be paid. They're saying that Trump's got to pay 10% of a bond, so $35 million if he wants to appeal. They're going to make up some excuse. They're going to claim Trump never submitted the proper paperwork. They're going to lose the paperwork. And then after a certain amount of time, they're going to file default against Trump and try and seize his buildings. My prediction. Panel, what say you?
How long does he have to pay it?
I don't know.
Because he's about to sell stock from this
SPAC
that he's... And what was it he's selling? Truth Social, or he's selling a bunch of stock?
It's
Truth Social.
354.8 million plus 100 million in pre-judgment interest.
This is so ridiculous. People are leaving New York. Businesses are fleeing New York right now. Business owners. Grant Cardone said he's not going to do business in New York anymore.
Really?
Patrick Bet-David is like, get out of New York. Stay and fight, or get out, or just sit there and freeze and let it all happen to you. But keep in mind, if they do this to Trump, they're going to do it to somebody else.
So Casper's distributor is based out of New York State. And they're awesome. They are anti-cancel culture. They defend their customers. They don't back down to the woke mob, and they're a great business. And I'm like, this is a tough question. Do we divest from New York State? I looked at a bunch of different distributors. Basically what happens is we find a distributor, we get samples of coffee. It's mostly like origin coffee, but then we come up with our own blends and they produce it for us. And that's how we distribute. Like that's how it's produced, right? I chose this place because they're a moderate district that leans slightly in favor of Trump, which I'm like, this is good. That means it's a battleground for us. We want to be economically invested in places where we have an interest, which will help us win against Democrat interests, or just uniparty establishment interests, I should say. We want to create industry in areas where people are like, I don't want to, like, we don't want the woke to have control over industry. When they tell people, speak against us and you're fired, that's when they win. We want to be able to say, hey, don't cancel our contract, you will lose millions of dollars. So I'm like, this is a great place. It's in a moderate area of New York State. The guy who runs it, he's based AF. He's a good dude. He's defended us from cancel culture mobs. He's defended his other customers. He says, I don't care. I won't back down. We sell coffee. We're not interested in this stuff. And now the concern is like, do we divest? Because then we'd be leaving them high and dry. But should, like, it's a tough question, right?
I mean, there's already been some amount of businesses leaving New York and obviously other states as well. I know people in the music industry that have left both California and New York, Tennessee, Nashville.
Dude, this is slightly concerning. Look at this shit. Leaving my negative COVID test in the car for almost 2 days made it look positive. I don't know if it is actually looking positive or not, but that's cool.
Is swelling still. They still have a significant influx of people because people are looking to leave the music or leave New York or LA, but they're still in the music industry and they want to be able to stay, connected. And there's obviously Nashville's such a music mecca. And I don't blame them. I mean, there's obviously merit to the argument. Look, we need to stay and we need to fight because you don't want to see more balkanization of the United States. If you are a person that doesn't want to see the United States as an entity dissolve, you don't want to see more balkanization of people by state, because then you end up with more friction between states and stuff. If you do want to, then okay, fine. But this doesn't help, like this weaponization of government against a person because of politics. It doesn't stop with Donald Trump. These things never stop. Kathy Hochul was making these comments because people are worried. I've mentioned this multiple times on the show in the past few days, or the past few times I've been on. Property rights are the foundation of your society, of your economy. If you don't have secure property rights, you cannot have a functioning economy.
Hey, check this out. Would you try the pickled dog Nutella hack at Disney?
It's actually really good. I like it.
It has to be a command economy if you don't have property rights, and command economies just don't work. So
I would say yes. I mean, I'm not going to say get out of New York right away, but I would push them to say the companies are never going to get the signal that they need to leave, unless people are kind of giving them that feedback that is like, listen, we don't want to be, we don't want to be tied to the state, the things they could do to you and your business. Now it's tough because it sounds like he's a good guy, right? Super based. Like you want to support the company. But I think they've overplayed their hand. I mean, do we really think that like normal people or voters see this and they're like, oh yeah, like that? I mean, what a bubble they're in.
Yeah, people people do not pay attention for the most part. Like there's only probably 10% of the population that's paying attention to this close enough to even know the details. The rest of the population is just like, the government wouldn't do anything, wouldn't prosecute him if he didn't do something wrong, and that's as far as they think about it, because they've been brainwashed for the past decade about how bad Trump is. So all they're saying is, oh, they finally found this stuff that I've been conditioned to already believe by a decade of bad media.
Kevin O'Leary is a really great example of Gelman amnesia, which is he is an expert in real estate development. He sees this trial against Trump and knows instantly it is fake. The state of New York is committing fraud against Donald Trump and the people of New York to steal his money for political power. Because Kevin O'Leary does real estate development, he's been doing all these interviews where he's like, this is insane. There's no fraud. There's no victim. Everyone does this everywhere in every part of the world, in every city in the world. Then he goes, I know Trump has a lot of other things going on with these trials, other trials as well. I'm not talking about that. Full stop. My friend. Maybe once you see how fraudulent these trials are, you realize all of them are.
Yeah, some people are. I told this story last night that a friend of mine who's blatantly would consider himself like a leftist, and he was telling me a few nights ago, like, it's like, I think you make like a sea change. You said something about like the tides have turned, but it's like head in the sand, yeah, but when the tide comes in, you still can't breathe and you pull your head out. Like, it's one too many stories. It's just one on top of the other on top of the other about this guy that's running for president. Now they're hitting him with this one after the last one after the last one after the last one. It's too many. People have become blatantly aware of this.
And it's all political pain, right? I mean, they're trying obviously to get him eventually to stand down, but we're past the sand. The line in the sand that was drawn, we are completely past it. Like, there's no way at this point they think more pain is going to get him to not run. And none of this is going to keep him off the ballot. I mean, aside from the Georgia Fawny Willis stuff, I mean, there's not really any of these that are going to keep him off the ballot or keep him out of the White House because he's going to be in jail. I mean, this is, they're asking him to pay. But I think the more they see this, I'm telling you, they're in that bubble. They don't realize that normal people are like, this is some bullcrap.
I got to the best of my ability, I want to explain this because people are tuning in for the first time. Some people are like, what is this $350 million fraud case? He took out a loan. He put up his property as collateral for the loan. He said, my property's worth whatever, $500 million, whatever he said it was worth. Banks like, maybe not. Maybe it's worth less than that. He's like, all right, they negotiate. They come up with a number, $400 million, whatever, a big number. Then he takes out a loan for like half that value. Then he builds another building with that. And then he pays back the loan. And they use this building. So if he couldn't pay back the loan, they take his property. This is what real estate developers do. That is a normal thing, and that's what Kevin O'Leary's been saying. This is what you do. You propose a great big number for the value of your property. You negotiate with the bank, and then you agree on it. Then you take out a loan for like half the value. You make the building, you pay the loan back. That's what Trump did. This is completely insane.
Yeah.
It's like the Federal Reserve, man. How can you, if you want to stay and hold the line, but if your area's getting shelled, you've got to retreat. The Federal Reserve owns this country. It's disgusting.
This is, in my opinion, so the gender pay gap is to Marxist ends. What's the real world implications of the gender wage gap? Non-negotiations. They said men make, 30 cents on the more for every, women make 70 cents on the dollar for every, whatever man makes, blah, blah, blah. It's all not true. It's actually, I believe, between 3 and 7%. And the reason is because men negotiate, women don't. Men are more willing to take risks and potentially lose a job to ask for more money. So what we ended up seeing in San Francisco is they said no more negotiating. That way it's fair. Mm-hmm. All they're really saying is this job pays $100K and no more, no less. They are shutting the market out from being able to have people say, I'm the best at this job, I deserve more. Communism. Not immediately. But the end goal will be a caste-based system of jobs. White-collar job pays 100. Blue-collar job pays 50. Entry-level job pays 32. And no one's allowed to negotiate for more or less. What they're doing to Trump right now is basically the same thing. You will not be legally allowed to value your own assets. Okay? Donald Trump has a building, and he argues why he believes it's worth $500 million. The bank says, like $400 million. In their system, what will end up happening is a government appraiser must be appointed to appraise all buildings and determine their value, whatever, no matter what you think. That's it. The value is determined by what someone's willing to pay for it. And there's a really interesting challenge in things having value. If I have this chicken painting behind me that I bought for $2,000, believe it or not, whatever, no matter what you think. That's it. The value is determined by what someone's willing to pay for it.
Painting?
And there's a really interesting challenge in things having value.
See it closer now.
If I have this chicken painting behind me that I bought for $2,000, believe it or not, someone might say, well, then it's worth $2,000. No, it's not, because I won't sell it for less than 50. Okay, but no one's going to buy it for 50. So what? I determine the value of what I think it's worth, and then I list the asset, and I say it's worth 50. It's mine. I don't want to sell it for less. If the government came and said, nope, you're lying, it's only worth $2,000, so what, I couldn't sell it for more? That's what they're saying in New York. Trump would not be allowed to sell the buildings for what his asking price is. That's insane.
And like, if you were going to take out a loan against that painting, then you would have to make a negotiation with the bank. But you could still do that.
But it's effectively a sale. There's very little difference. Trump goes to a bank and says, I need $400 million in cash. I will put my building up. It's like going to a pawn shop. Imagine you went to a pawn shop and you were like, I got a diamond ring. And you were like, it's worth $5,000. And the guy goes, no, it's worth $100. And you were like, nope, it's worth $5,000. But I'll tell you what, $3,000, it's yours. And he goes, nope, legally, you are lying and committing fraud by trying to sell your diamond ring for more than what I'm saying it is. That's insane.
Well, and the wildest thing about this, though, is nobody complained, right? All the banks got paid.
Nobody sued.
That, to me, is like the part that I think, once again, we're talking normal folks that see this story and they're like, what is going on here? And I think when Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary, says that, he's like, all these interviews, you're right, Tim, he's out there and he's just like, there was no lawsuit. Everyone got paid back. Like, so where does this come from? right? It's like, what are they? And look, if they're going to throw the bookie, they're going to come up with something. But I think most normal folks are like, this is obviously a political hit job.
I don't think that you can't be informed about the conditions or the situation and the facts in the case and not see clearly that it's a political hit job. She said so as much when she ran. The DA literally said, "Hey, I'm going to get Donald Trump." It's not like it's super hard to figure out. And the problem is just that there aren't enough people that care. There's not enough people that care enough. They're just like, well, it's Donald Trump, and I don't like him. Which is, I mean, not that I'm a big Donald Trump defender. I think he's funny, but like, it's not like, you know, they're just like, oh, it's fine because it's the person that I don't like. There is a whole generation of people that are not liberals. Like, they have no idea about, or if they do have an idea about our government, it is a negatively influenced opinion that says that liberty means that you're going to hurt other people and being free means that you're going to cause problems for other people. It's totally antithetical to American, the fundamental principles that create America. It's against liberalism. It is anti-enlightenment. It's a mess.
Let's jump to the story from the Daily Mail. New York City's migrant debit cards are costing far more than Eric Adams claims. My friends, do you know what the cost per migrant is going to be for this debit card program?
I heard $10,000.
$10,000 per migrant.
Sick.
Wow.
I got to get down to New York, man.
I just want to say this right now as we begin this segment. My friends, share this clip. Clip this segment, this segment right now. Give it a few minutes and share it with every Gen Z person you know. And I would love to see these like Gen Z Democrats give an explanation for why it is they can't afford a place to live. They can't afford to have a family. They can't afford to start their lives the way all of the past generations did. But the city and this government are giving tens of thousands of dollars to these non-citizens who just got here. It is what is the estimate? Somewhere between $80,000 and $100,000 per year spent on non-citizens. I would say this right now. See, maybe the game plan is the big ask. Give illegal immigrants $100,000, and then when they come out and say, okay, how about we give everyone in America $100,000? People are going to say, well, it's better than the illegal immigrants, and then you get universal basic income.
So they're going to, per immigrant, they're going to give them $80,000 to $100,000 a year. That's the estimate?
I think it was $88,000 spent on the immigrants because they're not giving them cash, but they're giving them luxury hotel rooms.
I would imagine in the late 90s, this would have caused national riots. If there was an influx of illegal migrants that were getting $100,000 a year, or even for inflation, $47,000 a year, people would be out on the street in droves. This is
since the late 90s, there's been like 25 years of graduating classes of people that have been indoctrinated with the ideas that this is just perfectly fine, that borders don't matter, that an economy can sustain an infinite number of people that come in, that you can print money at will and just go ahead and print it out to people and they'll just enjoy, that won't affect your economy. These are things that are taught in schools. People don't come up with these ideas on their own. Like, you've got 25 years of at least 20 years of colleges teaching mumbo jumbo in humanities departments so badly that it is infiltrated into the regular sciences. You have, and the case in point is there is not a gender binary, which there obviously is.
Eric Weinstein's even buying into that now.
Exactly.
That was wild.
I saw that.
Yeah. Which, I mean, and it's like, look, to get to the very basics of the fact that it's gender binary, there are two kinds of gametes. There's big ones and little ones. There's big ones that sit there and little ones that move. That's men and women. That's it. Now there's people that have there's anomalies that happen, but that doesn't change the fact that there are men and women.
And this is
that's just biology.
This is where the breakdown has begun. I mean, Eric Weinstein, he's got this viral clip going around where he was being interviewed and he says it's not true that there's only two genders or sexes because intersex people exist. And this is the exact same logic of 2 + 2 can equal 5 because sometimes it's 2.3. And it's like, well, 2.3 is a definitive number, 2.3. Intersex people are definitive people. They're intersex people. That doesn't mean there's more than one sex. But even Eric Weinstein has begun to espouse this. It's like, what is he giving up?
It was shocking. And it was on Chris Williamson's podcast, and Chris pushed back. He's like, well, you say there's more than 2 genders, but he's like, do you mean sex? Are you talking about more than two sexes?
He tried to give him the out,
Yeah,
and he didn't.
And Eric's like, I don't understand it, but I believe it. Are you kidding me? Why would you believe something you don't understand, dude? You're a scientist.
Yeah, that was crazy. The Colin, I forget his last name.
Wright.
Colin Wright, Swipe Right, did a great. He's at Swipe Right on Twitter, on X. He did a great response to Eric. He went through the specifics of the thing that Eric was confused about. Offered to talk to him about it and stuff. And I'd love to see Eric reach out to him. It's a very easy thing to understand, and Eric is way too smart to.
Well, that's the problem with intelligence, man. Without wisdom, intelligence is a super villain. It's a nasty thing to have intelligence with no wisdom.
Have you guys ever met someone who is like factually smart but couldn't connect the dots?
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Right. And that's I have met a handful of people in my day where it's like, you ask them who is the author of that book about Ray Bradbury, what was the person, this, like, what's 17 times 47, look, bang. And then when it comes to connecting the dots between different areas, they have a hard time understanding. And that's what it feels like with Eric Weinstein. He's a really smart guy. He knows math. He knows all of his facts and details. And then when someone proposes some kind of argument, he gives a mangled, confusing social response that makes no sense.
I don't, and like, it's like not knowing when to stop talking and let's start listening. That's a big part of having intelligence with no wisdom.
Let's go back to the main story, though. Back to immigrants, criminal aliens being given money.
How do you stop it?
This needs to be sent to, I'm going to say it again, every Gen Z person. And just be like, I don't care who you vote for. I literally don't care who you vote for. Don't complain to me. Don't complain about boomers. Don't complain about millennials if you're going to vote for Democrats knowing they're doing this.
This is going to be I'll spoil alert here for the whole 2024 election, okay? Republicans will spend $5 billion versus the Democrats $5 billion, about $10 billion this cycle. Democrats will say the Republicans have a war on women, right? They want to take us back 50 years, anti-abortion. That'll be the whole message. I mean, wall-to-wall TV coverage. This is the Republicans' message. Now, I agree with it. I think we got to close the border. We got to figure this out. But the more they do this crazy stuff, the more it's just going to play into that, and it's going to create a wedge issue. I mean, it's already there. We turn on Fox all day. That's all they're showing, right? They know that it's the border wall. It's the border wall.
If
you're showing that,
if you are Gen Z, you should be on TikTok. You should. So here's the strategy: go on TikTok. Do not disparage migrants as individuals because TikTok will ban you in 2 seconds. But the workaround is to criticize, to question, why are they being given up to $100K per year in value in luxury hotels while we can't afford to eat or sleep or pay rent or start families? Ask that question. Make that go viral.
And I think we're going to pull this up, but now they're talking about giving them citizenship through military service. Like, are they just grooming the next generation of fighters to go fight in the Ukraine? And then the problem is, if you have foreigners that don't understand the ethos of your nation in the army, they're way more willing to turn on the people.
We'll get into all that stuff for sure. But the reason why we're doing a segue with this story is we're talking about New York being politically corrupt, going after Donald Trump. Yeah. How? Multiple fake court cases. A 30-year-old claim of rape, which was actually rejected by the courts. They held him liable for, I think, sexual, something like, I don't know if it was sexual abuse or something like that.
Was there evidence? Any evidence in that case? Or was it all testimony?
My understanding is there was no evidence at all.
He said, she said, and that's it.
But even beyond that, like, there's no evidence.
And 80 million? They
83 million. Just bang the gavel. So you have abject corruption in New York government, not just in going after Donald Trump, but giving taxpayer dollars away in one of the most heavily taxed states to people who aren't even citizens of this country.
I think a problem with New York is that it's too centralized in that city. The whole state is sucked in by that town, New York City. And maybe California has a similar problem with LA and San Francisco. They just absorb the power and they make decisions for the rest of the tens of millions of people.
I don't think it's as pronounced in California because there's multiple cities that have similar politics and stuff, whereas New York City is
coughed up some
such
fluid
a
and
behemoth
swallowed it
comparatively to the rest of the the rest of the state.
You think it's savable? I mean, do we really think New York City's savable? I mean, that's why I say
yes, because that's where Wall Street is.
But I mean, savable, but like how long would it take?
Is it worth the fight, right? Like when we're talking about the vest thing and asking these people, hey, does it make sense to move?
I mean, look, old New York was once New Amsterdam, right? It goes way back. Right. And there was a period where it was a great city, and then it fell into disrepair. In the 80s, it's late 70s and the 80s, it was awful. And then you got Donald Trump, real estate revitalization, Mayor Giuliani, things started getting cleaned up. Whether people liked it or not, the policies that were being enacted ultimately resulted in New York becoming very safe, and now it's falling apart again.
Yeah, Hurricane Sandy was nasty, man. Manhattan got flooded. That is not a safe place to live on a basin, on an island, land. Like, if you're trying to get off that island in a rush, I doubt it, because good luck if you try.
Well, I mean, people that live there kind of know, like, you kind of go into it knowing that, like, if there's like some kind of like massive like natural disaster, you're kind of stuck. Everyone knows that it's, you know, you're walking out. You know,
it is on an island.
Yeah, you had to walk. Everyone had to walk out when they lost power a couple years back or whatever.
If everything starts breaking down, and you are in New York and you're on Manhattan Island,
you're doomed.
Yeah. I guess when you say savable, what do you mean exactly savable?
I guess what I'm saying is it worth the fight, right? Is it worth it? Is this the pendulum swings back 3 years from now, you know, and the people have had enough, they're fed up, and they're like, you know, we need to fix this, or does it take 20 years?
Does it become
and if I'm the guy in New York City, right, I'm getting out. Like, I just think, you know, get somewhere, go to a red state, go somewhere you can build something. And I just think that, you know, who wants to wait around for, I mean, they're not coming in our direction. It's, I mean, look at this stuff, right? They're still going in the opposite direction towards insanity. So it's not even like we're at a pause and it's like, all right, where do we go from here? I mean, there's a new story every day about just the crazy stuff they're doing. So I just don't think it's worth the fight. And I do think, you brought it up earlier, you know, the national, I shouldn't say divorce, but like, you know, are we going to have a kumbaya moment, or does it make sense to get out? I mean, I think eventually you're going to have states that are going to have to push back.
I would advise anyone living in New York City to leave the city for a short period of time, because I lived in New York City. I didn't leave the city for 2 years. I lived in it because you can do everything you need there forever. And it smelled so bad, but I didn't realize it till I left. Yeah. The brake dust, it's these fine particulates of black, whatever it is, coal, carbon that goes through the alveoli. It's so small, so fine that it goes through the alveoli in your lungs right into your bloodstream. Like, I don't know the exact metabolic thing, but it's nasty, way worse than a lot of other forms of carbon waste. Yeah. And it is just, you'll find black dust on your brake dust on your like windowsill and stuff, and like the people throw fish guts on the ground outside after they get done with the fishmongers in the day. It is nasty there. Get out for like 2 weeks and then go back. And then make your decision.
You ever walk through Chinatown?
Yeah.
Open air.
Oh, the smell on Houston Street, dude. It is just, you'll see stains on the sidewalk where they throw the fish guts every day.
I got no problem with the smell of fish. Like, it's food.
It's the putrefactive bacteria that's disgusting.
Dude, welcome to the world. Like, people who are selling fish, there's going to be the smell of food.
They dump it into the sewer. They're not supposed to do that.
This is the thing, like...
He's just dogging New York City out.
Man, it looks cool.
The thing about Fear Factor that always got me is that a lot of Fear Factor was, today's challenge is, you will eat food. And I would be like, okay. They'd be like, intestines. I'm like, I had intestine tacos. I had pig intestines. Like,
I'm all about crazy.
I had tongue. So I get it. They did weird stuff like eyeball, but like that's food. Like, people eat that stuff.
But what happens is they dump it on the curb and into the sewer. And I don't think they're supposed to. And then it just sits there, and the putrefactive bacteria, the putrescine and the cadaverine, just feast on that stuff, and that's what causes like putrescence. Basically,
they are not supposed to. That is correct.
Yeah, I think it's against the rules, but they're just like.
But let's segue to where this all goes, baby. Bipartisan Congress duo unveil bill providing expedited citizenship for immigrants who enroll in the military. Let's go, baby. Pat Ryan and John James introduced the Courage to Serve Act on Friday. The legislation addresses two challenges facing the U.S., an influx of migrants looking to work, build a better life for their families, and contribute to our country, as well as a recruitment crisis. Here we go. I'll give you the quick Cliff Notes version. Our border is porous. Our country is corrupt. The interests of the people are not served. They are now trying to recruit people who are not citizens into the military. What will this be? The military-industrial complex and the law enforcement, federal law enforcement and military apparatus of the executive branch will become some kind of international police force accountable to no one, as it already is for the most part. It will be comprised of people from all over the world with no allegiance to any one country, and you will have, in essence, a true world police.
Yeah, I said this on the last segment. I'll say it again now. The disturbing thing about having foreigners join your military and make up a large segment of your military. They don't understand the ethos of the United States. They don't understand the First Amendment. They don't get it. They weren't taught it. They're going to be way more willing to turn on the people and violate the Constitution if they're ordered to.
So if you have a military that is actually, has integrity and lives up to military standards that militaries have held for, years and years, hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years. I think that you can have foreigners join your military and get an expedited way into the country, but you have to trust that your military loves your country the way that your military should. If your military is teaching the people that join the military that your country has been oppressive and that it's not worth fighting for, that it's bad, and it's all of the things that go along with having a critical view of the United States, a critical consciousness, whether it be a critical racial consciousness, critical gender studies, or whatever, but any kind of Marxist power dynamic where the United States being in a position of power is actually considered an oppressor. If you're teaching your military that, and then they're releasing them into the country, it's literally just one more avenue doing the same thing that the colleges are doing, which is pumping out ideologues.
The U.S. government allows non-citizens to enlist. They do. They get sent to Ukraine in active conflict, World War III. They come, quote, home to the United States, where Republicans then argue this is unconstitutional and we can't do this, creating World War III vets protesting in the street. And the history books talk about how these World War III veterans were denied their rights and their bonuses from the U.S. government.
Yeah, but here's the best part about the root problem, which is they're struggling to recruit people, right? Why? Well, step one, we villainize masculinity. Right. It's like, anybody that's a soldier is considered, a scumbag, or, however you want to say it. They've just pushed away from any masculine effort to promote. And then two, they got rid of them all during COVID. Right. They said, oh, you didn't get the jab. See ya. They literally got rid of some of the best of the best. Right. To just completely deplete. I know
so they could open the door
pilots,
to non-citizens.
Fighter pilots, bomber pilots, some of the best folks that we have. And we said, oh, you're not getting the jab. See ya. You got to go.
But it opens the door for them to go, oh, no, let's bring non-citizens in and create an international military force that is accountable to no nation.
Yep.
The United States effectively has become a null space on the world map. Every country has its borders, has its laws, its jurisdiction, whatever. The U.S., imagine a world map, erase the borders of the United States and put landmass. And there's all these other countries all over the planet, but the United States is just nothing. Anyone can come. There's free money. It's all yours. The next generation be damned. And you can even join the global empire's military force. And you know what? I think they may find themselves in Ukraine. They're now, who was that reporter who was like, asked Biden, do the Republicans have Navalny's blood on their hands? Like, just the most psychotic question. Don't be surprised if, as this escalates, they say we're in a recruitment shortfall. We need to send people to deploy to stop Putin, who's going to invade Poland or whatever.
Another option could be maybe we don't have troops in 120 countries. That's the part that we were joking about earlier, but It's like, the real conversation of what is our role in the world, right? And foreign policy is, unfortunately, this uniparty complete agreement in Washington, D.C. It's, sacrilegious to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't have all these wars going on. And that's the one thing I always give Trump credit for. Right? Like the no new wars thing, I think it's a much bigger deal than people think. Hell, Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize and started 7 wars? It was crazy. They're laughing at us.
It was the not George Bush.
Right.
Peace Prize.
The post George Bush world. But I just think that, you have the situation where it's nobody wants to have that conversation. What is the role of the U.S. government? This effort, bring our troops home. You guys familiar with that group, Defend the Guard? They're running these state bills called Defend the Guard, and I love it because I'm always trying to find what is the state angle to push back. And when you have this kind of crazy uniparty push, and I'm with you that they're trying to get to this point where we're weakening, and it's kind of these globalists, I feel like, pushing it. You need a couple states to pass this, and all it says is, our governor cannot deploy our guardsmen unless there's an actual declaration of war. Now, some people say, oh, it's semantics, the whole declaration, we're never going to do that again. But what it does is if you look at the numbers, what is it? 60, 70% of the people that deploy to these wars, they're guardsmen. Mm-hmm. They're not active duty. And so I think you got to find things like that to battle back with, because I agree with Tim. I think it's going so quick that if you think you're going to fix it, by getting the right guy in the White House, you got so much more to deal with layers below that.
Well, I do think the biggest course of action is get Trump in the White House, start changing out and firing personnel. When the big tech guys, not like Silicon Valley, but like Elon and his crew and GigaFund, when I saw, I went to a party where a bunch of guys were talking about ways to like win the culture and their plans, and they really believed taking Twitter was that path. And they weren't talking about buying it. No one was saying that, but they were just like getting rid of the censorship. And I was like, it's cultural. I do believe big tech is the path towards, restricting and controlling culture, but we need a massive cultural shift in a certain direction. But I got to hand it to him. Elon Musk buys Twitter, and boy, has the landscape shifted dramatically. It's not just Elon Musk's effort. It's going to be everybody speaking up. But I think a lot is similar to voting for Donald Trump in November. Not a perfect guy. People are complaining, oh, Elon Musk is banning this person or that person. Why aren't I allowed to say this? I'm like, yeah, because there's no perfect scenario for anybody, but it's certainly improved. Alex Jones is back. Voting for Donald Trump is going to be like, oh, there's going to be a lot of stuff. This is what drives me crazy about the libertarians. They're like, Trump did this and did that. And I'm like, bro, look, if my choice is the Democrat uniparty warmongers, bomb Iran, or Donald Trump, no new wars, how could you ever be like, by all means,
100%.
We'll sit here and be like, oh, Trump did bad here, and I'm going to vote for him with a smile on my face. And so I think changing all of this comes from us, state level, city level, culturally. That's why we're doing the coffee shop. That's why we're doing music and skateboarding. It's what we know. But I also think voting for Donald Trump is the big hit.
I love your concept, defend the guard. I mean, giving the states control of their own National Guard is a great step as well. And Tim, what you just said, there's no perfect way. In fact, there's really no great way forward. There's a lot of bad ways forward, and we got to pick the least bad way. The way we've had is the liberal economic order. So I want to ask you, Cliff, military bases all over the planet. Since 1949, American-led economic liberal economic order, the rules-based economy is what they call it. Not very good anymore. These American military bases, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, wherever else the hell we've been dominating and destroying things. I say, I'm complicit. But what's the next step? Global technocracy, centralized control of these technocrats. How do we parse this? How do we transition away from having American military bases all over the planet as global police? Or should we? And would it be better? Would it be worse? What do you see?
Well, I think it probably has to get worse here. I mean, we don't have a Javier Milei leading the country, right? It had to get so bad that they were able to bring somebody in and say, hey, we need a different direction. You've got the Democrats who are going to continue to spend their money on all the domestic spending, the welfare, illegal immigrants, anything they can do to virtue signal. And you've got the right, who's going to just continue to fund the military-industrial complex. And, of course, we know who pays for it all, the Fed, right? And I don't think you fix the Fed. I don't. I worked for Ron Paul when he passed Audit the Fed, H.R. 459. I'm the biggest believer in ending the Federal Reserve and replacing it with absolutely nothing. But you have to do the spending. The spending is the only way you get it under control. And I don't know when it gets bad enough that people feel it through the inflation. They feel it through the cost of goods and services. But to me, there's that uniparty holy alliance. And until we can expose that with local pushback, local alternatives to all of what they're doing, I don't think you fix it, but you've got to figure out a way to tackle the uniparty's obsession with both domestic welfare and military spending that has really no oversight.
If we do it, if it gets so bad that we can't do the spending anymore, and they're like, we just can't do the spending now, so it has to change. What then if we get invaded? How do we pay the troops? Or do people just have to fight for no money like they did in the Revolutionary War?
Yeah, I think they didn't fight for no money.
They didn't get their money when they came back because they were promised a lot, and they had to put their farms on hold while they went and fought. When they came back, their farms were in foreclosure. Half the guys, bunch of guys.
Well, and now we're saying they're not even going to have loyalty to the country, so you're not going to pay them. They don't have loyalty to the country. That's not going to be a war that's going to end well for who's ever on that side.
And a lot of people like to reference the Roman Empire and them bringing in mercenaries.
Yeah, that was the end of it. I mean, I don't know. I would love a historian that can walk us through decade by decade.
We got to get a Roman Empire historian for the culture war.
That'd be sick.
That seems like the most important thing to do, considering everyone wants to know about Rome.
Right.
Well, let's
Good. No,
I'm going to jump. We're going to segue. We have this story from Salon.com. Ladies and gentlemen, Jon Stewart is back, and the left is really angry. They called him a danger to our democracy. I absolutely love it. Jon Stewart mocks critics, deeming his Daily Show return a potential disaster for democracy. Why? In his opening segment, when he comes back, he lightly jabs at Trump passively, but the whole thing is dedicated to Joe Biden being completely incapable. He does mention Trump is old too, but with a special focus on Joe Biden. He's got a new show out as of yesterday, and he ribs on Tucker Carlson quite a bit, which I believe is rather poorly done. I'm not gonna tell him his show's a danger for our democracy, but boy, does he still absolutely roast Democrats. He highlights like Keith Olbermann. Look at this. Olbermann says, after 9 years away, there's nothing else to say to the both sides-ist fraud Jon Stewart bashing Biden, except please make it another 9 years. Me, I watched and I saw Jon Stewart say things that were incorrect or just like really poorly written about Tucker Carlson, and some that were really funny. And I said, by all means, John, welcome to the conversation. Please keep talking, and I will use your show as a launching point to debate the ideas. When these people called out Jon Stewart says on his show, it's as the old saying goes, democracy dies in discussion. Absolutely roasting the left for refusing to engage in a conversation about what's happening in this country. Yeah. He then does go on to do some form of like pathetic mea culpa where he's like, but let me make fun of Tucker Carlson for you guys. Mm-hmm. And it was kind of very poorly done. Like there's one point of the show where he's like, how would you show me how to submit to fealty, Tucker? And then it shows Vladimir Putin say, after World War I, Danzig was not restored to Germany, but it became the city of Dansk in Poland. When Hitler said he wanted it back, Poland said no. Hitler then invaded, and Tucker goes, of course. Jon Stewart then frees his frame and says, of course, and then everyone starts busting out laughing, as if that was not a statement of fact. It's just the weirdest thing. Stewart claimed that what Putin said was Poland was at fault for starting World War II, when the clip they showed was Putin saying, the Treaty of Versailles gave Danzig to Poland as a free state. Poland asserted control over it, calling it Dansk. Germany said it's historically German, give it back. Poland said no. Hitler said, I declare war. It's very, like, much more complicated than that. But it's in, like, the Holocaust Museum. I pulled up the articles, like, what is Jon Stewart ragging on him for? But outside of that, what I can say right now is, guys, let's take Jon Stewart. I say we just, John, welcome to the club. You're allowed to have bad ideas. You're allowed to be wrong. We're all wrong. Let's have a discussion, and then you can go on your show and talk about how crazy these crackpot Democrats are.
Yeah. Excuse me. Jon Stewart is the fact that Jon Stewart is poking at Donald Trump a little bit, but like really going after Joe Biden. It's reflective of the fact that, like, Joe Biden is the president. Like, Donald Trump may be running, but he's not currently in a position of authority at all in the government. It makes sense that you would go after the people that are actually in power, first of all. Second of all, it is abundantly clear to everyone that will even look that Joe Biden is entirely incompetent to be incapable of being the president and actually doing the job himself.
What's crazy is that Stewart's like a 70%er. I mean, he's with them 70% across the board. Now, I call him a true liberal, you know what I mean, a Bill Maher type. But like, what I'm saying is, he's only off script a little bit, and they do not allow that. They do not allow that.
There's a meme I saw, it was pretty good. And it was a bunch of blue people, and there's a blue guy, and he was like, I agree with all of these things. And so I get these badges and it all these different causes. And the next one is him going, maybe that one I'm not so sure about, and said child sex changes. And then they were all like fascist, white supremacist, and they taking all your badges away from you. It's like you deviate. It's a cult. Like I saw the Surfs, our good friend Lance was ragging on someone because they saw a bunch of pride flags in like a Walmart, like in some department store with some big box store with like a grill. And they were like, all I want is food, like, for heaven's sake. And I'm like, dude, in Frederick, Maryland, they're flying a pride flag at City Hall. Like, that is a flag of an ideology. Now, if there is a historical American flag like the Gadsden flag, I'd be like, oh, whatever, I guess. That's like a state flag for Virginia. I think it's their license plate, so I get it. But a Rainbow Progress Pride flag, they even have in one store an eagle on it. I'm like, it's a cult. And they're flying the flag of a cult. If they were flying a flag of like Islam or any other religion or Christianity, I'd also be like, that's kind of weird that they're doing that. They've basically found a way to fly a religious flag while arguing it's not a religious flag.
100%. Right. It's a religious flag. And the reason why you can't step out of line a little bit is because I don't know of any religion that's like God says a little sin is fine. Right? Like it's like if you step out of line at all, like sin is sin to most gods that I've ever heard of. Like usually it's like either if you sin, it's like all the sins are bad and they're equally bad. So to step out of line at all as a progressive or whatever, you're offending the religion. You're stepping out of line. It's unacceptable.
There are venial and mortal sins. I believe it's Catholicism. I could be wrong. It's in some form of Christianity. Venial sins are like, oh, I lied to my neighbor, whereas a mortal sin was like, oh, I had sex with my neighbor's the worst things.
I know there's definitely passages that say that to God sin is sin. I know for a fact that the way the Christians look at sin, they say God says sin is sin. There's only one sin that they won't, or that I think Catholics that God doesn't forgive. I think forgive, and that's blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, I think. But I know the Christians are like, sin is sin. They don't care, or God doesn't care.
Venial's Roman Catholic. The part that kills me is their religion is defeating Donald Trump and keeping power, right? And so this is why the 70%ers don't work, because if that 30% is going to help Donald Trump, or let's say hurt Joe Biden, to them that is the cardinal sin, right? That is, you are going against, look at everything we've built, look at everything that our code says we have to do. You're now not with us. So get in line and sit down and shut up. And I just think that I mean, it's refreshing. I mean, I hate that I have to like compliment Jon Stewart, but you do. Like, we have to compliment these people because everybody else is just in lockstep.
No, but so look, I did a long segment. It was like 40 minutes where I talked about this. I pushed back and I criticized Jon Stewart. The difference between the modern version of the left, they won't do interviews. They say that Jon Stewart is a disaster for our democracy. He should go away for 9 years. No more shows. How dare you offend us? And then whatever our side is, you saying you don't like him, you don't want to defend him, but okay, you will. Me, I'll say I think he's funny. His jokes about Tucker were funny, but the underlying premises were bad. And so I'm like, the thing that really got me is he calls Tucker a liar, who says he's lying about what he does. And I'm like, John, you do exactly what you're accusing him of doing. You're producing a show that operates under the guise that it's just comedy, it's not real news, when in fact you are creating jokes under the premise of the underlying concept is true, and now we will mock the concept. It is a manipulative tactic. I have no problem with it. I have a problem with people being wrong and lying to people, but John's allowed to be wrong. I'll just correct him. But this is what The Daily Show has always been. Here is thing that's true. It's so silly, like joke. Insert joke here. And then everyone laughs. John Oliver does it. The premise is when he says Tucker Carlson is lying about his job, the joke is how he's presenting it. Ha, Tucker Carlson said a thing, and he's teaching me now to lie about what I do. Underlying premise, we all know that Tucker's a liar. This is how they program people. He is doing what he's accusing Tucker of doing. And you know what? That's fine. We will have that debate. But you know what? There are a lot of people that I think are good people that are economically on the left. Jimmy Dore is obviously a great person. He's rad. He's an anti-establishment guy, but he's an economic leftist. I think Kyle Kalinski's an honest guy. I think Crystal Ball is very honest. I just think they're wrong about a lot of things. And that's absolutely okay. And we'll have those debates. And they're not scared to go to people's shows and have those debates. Jon Stewart, I think, will also, but I'm not so convinced. We'll see. I'd love to get Jon Stewart on the culture war and actually have that conversation with him and see what he really thinks about all these issues. And I think it'd be fascinating. I think he'd be willing to do those interviews. I don't know that I'd be able to have the pull to get him on a show, but I think he's the kind of guy who'd be more willing to do it than most other people on the left.
Agreed.
Yeah, I guess you would consider him on the left. He's really kind of middle of the road, dude.
Bro, he used to be the liberals' liberal.
Right.
But he was anti-war. He was like really.
They all were.
Yeah, it was George Bush, dude.
Do you think that the left is
Stephen Colbert was all about the war.
He
was joking, but he would constantly say how great it was.
Are you of the opinion that the left is anti-war and the right is pro-war still?
No.
So then,
okay, so Jon Stewart. The show comes out in the 2000s.
To be honest, I don't understand his economic politics, so it's not fair for me to claim.
Liberals,
left
liberal.
and right are kind of economic.
Jon Stewart is a liberal's liberal, and would always he would present his show as we are the rational, reasonable people, and look how absurd these Republicans are. And that was 70%, right? 60-70% of the time, it was just overtly right-wing bad, but sometimes he would say, like, he praised James O'Keefe several times, and he mocked journalists. This is the clever way you manipulate. Hey, I'm a reasonable guy. Bill Maher does something similar, but I think Bill Maher knows that he's saying things that are not true because the logical gaps just don't make sense.
Right.
I think Bill knows what he's doing. I think Jon Stewart's just better at it.
You mentioned John Oliver. Did you guys see?
Oh, that guy is a liar.
It looked like he was bribing Clarence Thomas to resign.
Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up.
This is nuts.
We have this story from Mediaite. John Oliver offers Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas $1 million a year to resign. He also offered him this really, I think it's a Class A RV. It's a bus, basically. Beautiful. 4 TVs, master bedroom. Those things can run, like $500,000 or more? Very beautiful machine. They're not fun to own.
If they're
not fun to own. Like the bus he offered him. No. I don't think they got a picture of it. Maybe it's in the video.
Well, I mean, Clarence Thomas is pretty well known for his. He's got an RV and he likes to drive that thing all over the place.
Oh, I know. Look. But I'm saying, like, just as an aside, like, you would not want this.
Right. No.
Parking's a disaster.
That's an H3.
Yeah, pre-planning everything. Look, you would want it because if someone gave you $500,000, you'd sell it, you take the money.
Right. Or if you got a tour or something, you want to take 7 people.
Great.
109
Yeah, that's absolutely great. And then you got to pay for the staff. And then they've got to do logistics for how they travel from city to city, where you're parking, where you're dumping your feces. Otherwise, you could end up like Dave Matthews Band, and they dump it all over someone's boat in Chicago downtown. What an amazing thing to be known for, by the way. But anyway. The main story is John Oliver is trying to pay Clarence Thomas to resign. Clarence Thomas said, I will leave once I do my job as bad as the media.
If a conservative, if the wrong conservative made that same joke, they would literally get arrested. And they would try.
Or if he made this joke 25 years ago, people would be up in arms about it. You can't bribe a Supreme Court justice to resign, even as a joke. It's not a joke. It's
you are
literal...
incorrect, sir. This is not a bribe.
What is it?
What is it?
So I have Cornell Law School pulled up. No. Bribery involves an official act. A public official, and it goes into detail explaining what a public official is, and yes, a Supreme Court justice is, to influence any official act. You could argue resignation is.
Of course.
But it's not. Legally, he's not affecting government. He's quitting. The point of the bribery law is you want Clarence Thomas to rule in favor or against something that benefits you or hurts someone else.
Are you telling me that you're of the opinion that nuance would matter if it was pointed at the right?
So someone went to the president.
I'm saying it's not legal bribery.
Oh, okay.
But you are correct about the nuance would not matter. However, that being said, with everyone saying John Oliver tried to bribe a Supreme Court justice, he has 2 principal defenses to any claim against him. The first being he's not trying to induce a public official to violate a lawful duty. You are allowed to quit. Quitting is not influencing government. I mean, it is, but it's not in the sense that Clarence Thomas would affect law or precedents. He would just stop doing whatever it is he's doing. You could argue it's bribery, fine, but John Oliver has the biggest defense of, we are a comedy show and have no legitimate offer for Clarence Thomas. It is scripted. It is listed as scripted. It is listed as entertainment. And that being said, ladies and gentlemen, here's the episode of The Whitest Kids You Know where I cannot say what they say.
Oh, man.
In this segment, Trevor is his name, right?
Yeah, rest in peace.
Rest in peace, man. He was a funny guy.
Hilarious, man.
It's on YouTube, I know, but I, as a political commentator and show host and journalist, will not say this. But he goes and talks about something you can't say about the president.
So funny.
He says, it is illegal to say that you want to bleep the president. And then he says, once again, it's illegal to say, I want to, you get it, the president. He says, it's also very illegal to show a detailed diagram of how to do it. And then he does.
It's so funny, dude.
So are we going to sit here and be, it's hilarious. Are we going to sit here and be like, he should have been arrested for making these threats?
No, I don't.
It's a comedy show.
I think the real common sense here is John Oliver is joking around. But the legal bribery is if you solicit someone. I'm reading it right now. Same thing. Cornell Law School. a means of influencing the actions of an individual holding a public or legal duty. Resigning is influencing his actions. If he took the money and resigned, that would be scandalous.
Yes. Yeah. And so I think there would be an interesting legal argument about whether or not it's officially bribery, because quitting is not the same as changing law and policy. You know, you get my point.
Maybe not as egregious, but in a way, I don't think it's bribery to be like, you should, like, imagine this. Here's why it's not bribery. I'm just sorry, it's not. John Oliver made a job offer to Clarence Thomas. That's not illegal. That's just it. If he said, Clarence Thomas, how would you like to be a spokesperson for the new John Oliver show? Pay $1 million a year. We'll give you this beautiful trailer. Of course, you'd have to quit your job at the Supreme Court to take the job. Is that illegal? Is that bribery?
No.
And that's exactly the point. All he's saying is, we will pay you a contract, but you have to quit in order to do it. You can't call that bribery.
I'm reading about the definition of bribery now. I have no interest in pinning bribery on John Oliver right now. I don't think that's what...
I'd love to, if he did it.
I mean...
If he committed bribery...
If he came out again, it was like, no, I'm serious. I'll give you the $1 million. I'm very serious. If you resign, then yeah, let's in with a bribery charge.
No. Look, if Thomas Massey was like, I'd love to build these debt clocks for a living, and I said, I'll pay you $1 million a year to make dead clocks. I mean, you have to resign from your position, but sign this contract with me, quit your job, I'll give you $1 million. That's not illegal. That's not bribery. You can hire people. You can compete with public. Imagine that this was bribery. You would never, the private sector could never be allowed to negotiate with public sector employees ever again. But it would all be bribery.
If part of the negotiation on the private sector was that they had to resign in order to receive the deal, it's kind of up to the person.
But you have to. You can't work for both.
But it's up. Well, if it's up, I would think it would be. I don't know if the legal recourse would get a judge in here, but I would think it would be on the public servant to offer a resignation, not that's part of a deal. Like, hey, take some money to resign.
I get your point. Oliver is explicitly saying, quit your job, I'll give you money. He's not saying, like, I have a job for you. Unfortunately, you have to quit. That being said, I think legally, if you were like, we can't make that distinction. We can't say you can never go to a politician and offer them a contract. And I'm sure John Oliver, they got lawyers. They went over all this. They know exactly what they're talking about. They know the game they're playing. And people are screaming bribery right now, and it's probably exactly what they want.
Right.
Because there's nothing there. In fact, the contract Oliver has might literally be a writing position on the show. He doesn't say that in the clip, but it doesn't matter. He can always be like, the contract we have is for him to work for us. He would have to resign from the Supreme Court to do it.
If it's a public official and it involves money, I think getting to a point where it's bribery is very difficult, because if both of them wanted it, if it was an actual mutual, hey, we wanted to do this, there are tons, all these public officials have to do financial disclosures, right? So they have all these rules in place. So I'm with you. I don't think it's bribery. I think you just have to be creative about how they do it to be careful not to trigger something that would, call for some legal action.
And then if some young guy now comes out and copycats John Oliver and offers like Mayorkas $7 million to resign, is he going to get hit with a bribery charge?
Okay, right. I would not be surprised if Democrats did that. I would actually be surprised if they didn't. That being said, the law says being induced to or omit to do any act in violation of the official duty of a person. Resignation is not an official duty. Like, they're not supposed to quit. If he were to quit, it would be outside of any of his official duties.
Well, it's not even public policy, right? You have policy, you have decisions within the role. So yeah, you leaving is literally the opposite, right? You're like saying, hey, I'm not going to make any more decisions. Now, we would see that as political, because it's like, hey, you got a Republican appointee or a Democrat appointed judge, right? So we think of it as like, oh, it opens a seat and all this political ramification. But the reality is, no, they're not. He's not asking him to vote a certain way on one of the major cases that's coming to the Supreme Court. He's saying, hey, just take a vacation early. Get out of here.
He's asking him not to vote on the upcoming things.
That's technically where you get into bribery territory.
Yeah.
And so this is, I believe, leans against bribery, but could be because this is where it gets crazy. I mean, law is not so easy sometimes. Oliver is saying, you've made people's lives worse. Resign. You're right. He's basically saying, I will pay you if you don't vote on the upcoming electoral issues. you could argue that is...
If he said it that way, right? If he said it that way, where it's like you show the intent and the motivation to not have him vote.
But that could be it. I mean, he says in his clip, you have made people's lives demonstrably worse. Resign, we'll give you $1 million. And so that implies he is trying to pay the Supreme Court justice so that he does not vote on issues, and that could potentially be bribery. It's difficult because I'm sure their lawyers went over all of this. They know exactly how they worded it. They know exactly what their defenses are. But Ian, the most important thing, of course, everyone understands is there's no way the Democrats will go after John Oliver.
The foreign-born John Oliver.
The foreign-born John Oliver, who's...
I got no hate for you, John. Just don't do it again.
I mean, I've got general disdain and contempt for the man. He is a liar, and he is stupid. Basically, all of Jon Stewart's cohorts are awful, stupid people.
I think Colbert's a great actor, but he's off the rails. I mean, really
he's
far
got
gone.
something wrong with his brain.
I didn't even like the Colbert Report. I thought it was so stupid, disingenuous. He pretended to love war. He would say things he didn't believe, and it was just, egregious the way I felt like he was feeding the war machine. That guy, I don't get that guy. I don't get that guy.
He's as rabid and maniacal. When I talk about like being in line for the team, to me, he is the poster child of the people that like once they dug their heels in, they're in. And everything he does is about never being accused of being on the opposite team or helping the other team. And it's just like, I mean, to what end? He's like a rabid dog, so focused. And I can't watch him. I can't even if I even see like a 30-second clip or an ad come up, he's just so fake that like you almost feel bad for him. He's so bad. I don't think his comedy's good. I don't think he's good. I don't think he's a genuine human being. And I'm a pretty easy critic, right? Like I don't go hard against people, but it's just so transparent with him that he's a fraud.
Like, what does he have to be stressed? He's so rich. Why would he be fake? It's like fake stress on his show. He's like faking. I guess that's virtue signaling.
He's trying to connect the blue collar worker. I mean, it's just so.
I don't think that he's trying to connect the blue collar worker at all. I think that the whole Comedy Central politics genre or whatever, whether it be the Daily Show or John Oliver or whatever, that always comes across as extremely condescending to anyone that's outside of the political correct narrative. You know, if you have an opinion that is not, again, we talked about this earlier, like when this segment started, I think the narrow allowable opinion, the Overton window that you're allowed to have your opinions in when it comes to the left, it's incredibly easy to get kicked out. He's extremely elitist. He speaks only in the narrative that the elite wants to project. And that, again, that goes for all of the political shows that are on Comedy Central. They're pushing a narrative. I mean, there's all these connotations of motivation, and I think that it's just the matter of they're not particularly intellectually curious or particularly interested in pushing back because they get no benefit out of it. They just want to go ahead and give the narrative so that way they can get the what's it called, the clapter. It's not even real laughter. It's just the applause because you said the right thing.
Hold on, it's not even clapter. It is a light flashing on above the audience saying, "Please clap."
It's owned by Paramount.
But that's the thing. It's the same narrative, and this is just reinforcing the narrative that you get from colleges. It's the same narrative that you get from the news. It's the Daily Show takes the news and makes it digestible for people that don't really want to watch the news, which is again why we have a population that is so misinformed. Because there's a significant number of people in America that that consider themselves better than average politically informed because they watch Comedy Central.
It's owned by...
Specifically because they watch Comedy Central. It's like, I watch Comedy Central. Jon Stewart told me for a decade what I should think, so now I'm politically savvy.
And then when challenged, he goes, no one thinks we're real news. We're a comedy show. Dude, this is people genuinely think the underlying premise of the jokes are true. He'll show a clip where someone will say something like, well, I just think that we should have open borders. And then Jon Stewart will make a joke about it. The premise being that clip is a real factual thing, but he'll pull it from its context. So, you know what I love about these people? You could say something like this. I was hanging out with Ian the other day and he said, I think the border should be open. And I said, you're crazy, Ian. They then take the clip of me quoting Ian, apply the quote to me, and then run jokes about me. That's what they do. And that's why there are so many stupid people in this country. It's one of the reasons.
It's owned by Paramount Media Network, which is owned by a company called National Amusements, which has like 10% of Paramount Global, but it has 77% of the voting power. I don't understand that, and it's a private company.
They be on the board or something. That's normal.
Yeah, it's some private company that owns Paramount Media that owns.
What's the name of the company again?
National Amusements.
They own a lot of movie theaters as well.
Yeah. Let's jump to this story, my friends. We have this give, send, go for Dylan Brewer. If you don't know who he is a young man who, in Florida, of all places, was turning left at an intersection where they painted a rainbow pride flag on the street. And as he was turning, it would appear that for some reason, he held his brakes down as he accelerated, burning out and leaving a skid mark on the flag. For this, he has been charged with a felony.
Oh, my
felony. Now, hold on. This is not a bad news segment. It's a good news segment. So far, the give, send, go for this young man with a goal of $100,000 has raised $27,010. I will absolutely take credit for 10,000 of those dollars. When I first saw this story, there was someone else who actually got charged as well a few years ago. He ended up getting, I think, probation and community service. And I think that's absolutely ridiculous.
He took the plea, right?
He took a plea deal.
Yeah.
There is no circumstance, none, where anyone else, anywhere, burned out as they made a left turn and were pulled over and arrested and charged with a felony for it. It's never going to happen. You could be looking a cop dead in the eyes and go, and skid your tires and then peel out. And if you do get pulled over, which you probably would not, he would write you a ticket and say, reckless, whatever, $150 ticket, don't do it again. A felony charge. So when I saw the story, it's very obvious. It's a blasphemy law.
Yep.
They are upset over his blasphemy. So I said, I'll gladly help with his legal defense. Now, I have no interest in communicating directly with him or his legal team in any way. I am but an internet whinger. I complain about things online. But when it was Sovereign Bra on Twitter, I saw him post the link to this. I said, absolutely. And I immediately put up, I think it was like midnight, and I'm like laying in bed. I can't remember. I was watching, what was I watching? Beekeeper or something? I don't know. That's a good movie. I liked it. It's kind of kooky. But then I was like, I see it, and I'm like, I'm giving this dude money. I was like, I'll put up 10% of this, 10%. And maybe he needs more, and we'll give it. We'll see how this goes. I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to communicate with him or whatever. Like, I followed him. He sent me a message. I said, just whatever. I don't want to be involved, but I will send money. If they post updates saying that he needs more money or whatever, I'm going to send it.
Dylan, let me talk directly to Dylan because you didn't see this clip. Dylan, call Anthony Sabatini. Okay, Sabatini's an America First patriot. He's the attorney in Florida that sued during all the COVID stuff. He's running for Congress. Great guy. He will do a pro bono. I want you to get a hold of this guy, Anthony Sabatini. He's one of the best out there. But he saw this. I was like, I saw it because Sabatini tweeted it and was like, I want to represent this guy. I don't think they've connected yet, but
we can make. I think. When I say we, I think this conversation, this clip will make that happen. I think Dylan Brewer here should get in trouble. And what, a $50 ticket?
Well, I mean,
fine for
noise violation, reckless driving. You could hit him with like $700, $800, $900 and fines.
Wait, maybe. How about a warning? Hey, don't skid your car when you're driving on the road. Yeah. I think it is fair to say this. If a community wants to paint their road, they're allowed to do it. I think it's obvious he intentionally burned out as he was turning. And that's kind of a mean thing
Vandalism,
to do.
Maybe you could call
If I painted a Gadsden flag in my intersection and everybody was super excited for it and some leftist burned out on it, I would say, dude, you clean it up. Okay? We all like that we painted the Gadsden flag. You clean it up. I wouldn't say send them to prison for a felony charge and take away their right to vote, own a gun, and travel the world. That's insane.
Felonies ruin people's lives. Like they make your life. They make your life a significantly, greater ordeal to do just normal everyday things.
Look at the picture, though. It's the funny thing is there's a bunch of other skid marks already on it. Everybody is doing this. They hate the thing. So the real issue is it seems like the community absolutely despises that they did this. In which case, for what did he do? He drove on the street. You know what's funny? He goes to court and they say, you're accused of intentionally burning out on this pride flag. And he goes, oh, it was an accident. I accidentally pushed down both the gas and the brake when I was going, and then I realized it, and I'm sorry. And what are they going to say? No, we can prove you did it on purpose.
Prove the intent.
Prove the intent.
You know, they might not actually be able to prove the intent, but I don't have any faith that they wouldn't just say, well, you know, it all boils down to the judge now. If the judge is politically motivated, you're doomed.
Well, you know
why,
what else?
you
know what? You know what else is your attorneys, right? If you have attorneys in some of these battles, they get blown up, right? We think the attorneys come in, it's all legalese. Right, I've been through some of these battles. Like when it becomes politicized in the courtroom, you better have attorneys that understand that you cannot apologize because that's their whole job, right? These attorneys are like, how do we minimize this? This is why the guy that did it before took a plea like an idiot. It's like, no, they're obviously trying to make an example of you. So if you don't have attorneys that are ready to go to war, if you don't have people who are ready to like really dig in and realize this is political, you're working with the wrong team. I've been in tons of these battles, like locally or people coming after me or different organizations I'm with. If you don't have attorneys that are looking for the offensive way to move forward, they're just going to make an example of you.
Yeah.
You know, it's why we don't apologize to these lefties that try to cancel people. Because the second you give them an inch, you're not getting anything.
Yeah, they're saying you admit it, that proves it.
That's it.
Yep.
You got to dig in. And those attorneys are out there. But I'm telling you, as the landscape changes, whether it's criminal, whether it's civil, whatever it is, you have to find attorneys that understand the activists. If they don't understand the activist side, you're in trouble.
Where's Ron DeSantis? He could right now just be like, get this, no, rubber stamp, done, gone.
Like a pardon?
Pardon, clemency, done, whatever. Before there's anything, he could just literally say, nope, it's over. We're done with it.
He should.
He should. And the other guy, too. The other guy was a bit more egregious. The other video, he's like actually dragging and skidding along. This kid turns left and skids as he's going left. That's it.
It should. I mean, the judge should throw it out with prejudice, right?
Yeah.
It should be tossed out with prejudice. You know, just because of the fact that they're overcharging. If they had come with reasonable charges, misdemeanor or something like that, you know, you got to clean it up, fine. But like a felony to ruin the kid's life, and he's a kid. That's another thing. It's not like you're gonna ruin this kid's. He's like what, 19? 19. And so like, let's go ahead and destroy this kid's whole friggin' life over blasphemy.
I think what Ron DeSantis does here will determine his true colors. Was he actually trying to do good and help people, or was it all just please vote for me for the next run of my career? And now that he's no longer going to be president, now that he's termed out for governor, is he going to stand up and say, I'm going to do the best I can with the time I have left, or is he going to be like, I'm done, I don't care?
He'll do the best.
Will he?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, this has been going on for some time. Why did I have to give $10,000 to a legal defense fund when Ron DeSantis could just rubber stamp his clemency?
Well, as they say, nothing moves unless it's pushed. And I will put DeSantis in this category. He is a politician. I do like him. But I think it's probably going to take a lot more exposure. It's probably going to have to become more real. But yeah, I mean, I wish he would have came out yesterday, right? You know, yesterday was the time to come out. But I think, unfortunately, he'll probably need a lot more pressure before he says, oh, this is politically worth it for me to make a statement and do something.
Dylan Brewer.
Yep.
Yeah, Dylan.
It's so insane that they painted a pride flag in the street in the first place and got mad that someone drove improperly over it. I'm just like,
it's on the road, by the way. It's not like it's off the road.
Yeah, it's not like someone threw paint on a oil on a painting or Campbell's tomato soup on like some work of art.
Or the Constitution.
Right.
Yeah, really. What happened to those guys? Did they get felonies?
Right.
For defacing public property?
It's a blasphemy law.
It is.
This is where we're at. And in Florida, of all places. And I believe he's got a Trump flag on the back of his truck.
Yeah. There was a flag there.
Delray Beach, yeah.
Delray Beach, yeah. Where's that at?
It's like by Boca, right? Like down...
Really?
Am I right about that?
You know, I don't support people carrying around political flags and committing crimes. I do not support that. That's not good. But
I have absolutely no problem with this kid having a flag, and he did a burnout.
Just north of Boca.
Not a problem.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale. Yo, that's absolutely crazy.
Where's it? Delray?
Yeah, north of Boca.
There's so many better ways to deal with something like that you don't like than defacing it too. And
no, I agree. I mean, I don't like people destroying other people's stuff because, like, this is what the far left does. They go to people's houses with American flags and they steal their flags and destroy them. Like, no, that's messed up. If somebody wants to put up a rainbow flag, fine, whatever. My question, though, is do the locals actually support this? I bet they don't. I bet if you go door to door, people are going to be like, I don't like it. That's why there's other skid marks already on it. They didn't arrest the other guy who, look at, there's a straight skid mark straight across. They didn't arrest that guy. Absolutely insane. This is where we're at.
Yeah. And we talk about how this is a cult ideology, how it is a religion that's infiltrated the whole of society. This isn't just in the government, as much as we see it, in the government all the time. We also talk about the fact that it's in HR departments nationwide, that it's in your schools. There is a whole new ideology that is infiltrating and replacing the old ideology that the United States had, and people are still refusing to acknowledge that there's even a cultural revolution happening around them.
Did you see it coming in 2009?
2006 is the first time that I thought about it. That's why, or it was 2005. That's why I called the fall of ideals the fall of ideals, because I was like, something has changed in the way that people perceive America. All stuff that I used to think was cool. Like, I used to think that, like, integrity was cool. Like, I thought that chivalry was cool when I was growing up. Like, I thought that stuff was cool. It's like, that's what, like, a dude does. Like, dudes are supposed to hold themselves to higher standards and, like, masculine, those kind of masculine, like, positive masculine things. As those things became old hat, isn't that cute? It was people were looking at them as old fashioned and stuff like that. And I was like, this is going to change things in the world. And that's why I called the fall of ideals the fall of ideals. It was the things that made America had started to become silly and passe, and we don't need those ideas anymore.
I feel pretty.
This mixed drink. I'm having a mixed
and I
drink
feel pretty
tonight.
lucky that I feel like I got pieces of it when I went to college. I went to school to be a math teacher, so you wouldn't think it would be too many of the humanities, but I feel like I got a piece of it. But I think I probably got out like 2013, 2014, right before. Like, I had to do the diversity walk. Right?
What was that?
So I worked for the housing department, University of Pittsburgh, and what they would do is we would come in, we were resident assistants, and we would have to do these walks for training where, if you're a white man, step to the 5-yard line, like you're on the goal line, right? This is 2013.
I gave Simon some of the fancy
it's 2013. It's like the first time I'm like, and you're like, man, what are we doing here, right?
This tuna was line
step
called.
to the 5-yard line. If you have two parents
I could
at home,
scan it, barcode.
step another 5 yards. Right, and they would go through
And
all
it
the
tells
privilege
you what time it's called and everything.
And then at the end, they'd say, "Okay, now look around, and this is the leg up
What
you
day,
had in
what
the world."
time.
Right, and it's like so
How
much
big
of this
it
stuff.
was.
It's like, well, hold on a second. Two of the,
That they
the two
harpooned
down
it
from me is this
humanely.
black girl who's on like the
They used
5-yard
mackerel
line.
for bait.
But she, her parents both make $1 million a year.
depths,
I come from the suburbs of Philadelphia, blue collar.
Where?
My dad's a
Off the
felon.
coast
Like,
of
how does
Florida.
this work out?
Yeah.
But I think I
Right.
just, like, you're asking him, when did it turn? I think college, like circa
No, off the coast of
2014,
Maine.
2015 is when it started to get,
Your island in York
overtly
County.
aware that everybody had to be in kind of this doctrine.
It was
Boone
right before
Island.
Trump, right at the beginning of the
So
Trump.
a lot of people
July
make
21st,
the argument that the universities are
2022.
where the woke stuff started, and that is incorrect. It existed in
4:30
universities.
a.m. by
Several
line.
different ideologies exist
It
in
took
universities. I know this because
2 hours to
I
reel it
was
in.
also doing guest lectures and hanging out at various universities in 2011 into 2012,
Wow.
and there was some of this and not a lot of it. But around this time,
The 20
the reason it becomes
something dollar
prominent
can
can
of
be
tuna.
exemplified in a video with Professor, I believe, Nicholas Christakis was his name. Is that the guy? He's arguing with some students who say a university
Simon
is
some.
not. It is
He ate it too
supposed to be
fast.
a safe place for us not to learn or something that's a fact. It's a
spaces.
yeah, it's from a long time ago. And Nick Christakis, I believe his name is, was arguing that there's going to be challenging ideas and it's going to be offensive ideas at universities, and the students argue otherwise. The implication here is the students bring the ideology into the universities before
there.
they were there.
It looks dark.
So how does this begin? Social media.
It's
We
much
saw
fattier than
from
regular
LexisNexis
tuna,
data,
though. It looks
every
like
single country
sashimi
saw
grade
this.
tuna.
So what is it? Is there an effort to
Very
expand the
interesting.
ideology? There is.
Definitely
But there
tastes
was
different.
also an effort to expand white nationalist ideology that failed. Why? Advertiser sensibilities favored the civil rights narrative over
trying it.
the white nationalist narrative. And so, and those weren't the
I
only
interrupted.
ones.
I'm sorry.
Those aren't the only ideologies that were pushing to create footholds in social media. Everybody was trying to make articles and argue things. There was the libertarian explosion in 2008. And then libertarian websites like Mike.com shifted into wokeness because it made them money. The safe advertiser bet was civil rights, social justice, so they all ran with it. Kids who were 10 years old in 2008, born in 98, are seeing nothing but police brutality, racism, sexism, anti-gay, all that social justice stuff on Facebook, on YouTube. And then by the time they're starting to enter high school, by the time they're starting to enter university, they have lived a life with nothing else but this because of Facebook, because of all the social media platforms. They bring it to the universities. The professors tell them, no, no, no. And they say, shut your mouth. And then the people who run the universities say, the customer is always right. The customer is the child.
You know why I never thought of this until right now? You're so accurate in that I could never figure out why this push started between 2015 and then kind of around Trump, where the universities started to actually put into place, these speech zones. Right. And they started to, I guess that's what it was. They started to react probably from the students creating that environment, and then they affirmed it. Right. I mean, I fought when I was running YL. I mean, we won over 55 lawsuits with, some of these free speech groups. But I don't even know if that battle's worth it, because it's like you said, if the root of the problem is they're coming in and then the university is just adapted to say, hey, we're going to create these safe spaces and everyone needs to be comfortable and you're not supposed to have real dialogue, discussion, and debate because you might be offended. Right. That's the one thing.
The customer is always right.
And if the customer is offended and they're saying we come here because we don't want to be offended, I never put that together. That's what I'm saying. I'm thanking you for that, because the pieces of why did the universities all of a sudden adapt to create all these, that turn of these speech codes and these free speech zones, and it makes sense.
It was a Halloween costume. This is what happened. Someone wrote something about like, don't wear offensive costumes, and then he pushed back saying, you wear whatever costume. I think that was basically what happened, and the students lost it, started protesting. Universities are businesses. They want to make money. They have customers, young people. The young people show up and they protest. Okay, if you own a hot dog stand and you have a bunch of regulars, they show up every day and they have parties, and every Friday 50 people show up and they have a hot dog eating contest, and you're like, this is fantastic. Then one day they're refusing to buy anything. They're angry because we started serving pickled onions. And they say, so long as you serve pickled onions, we will not shop at your store. The business owner says, throw them out. I don't care about that. We're losing all our customers. This is what the universities did. The students were protesting, complaining, and they said, we don't want to lose all of that free money.
The mob. It used to be that if you wanted to protest, you had to print up flyers and walk around person to person and hand them out one by one, or go door to door and put them on door. Now you click a few things and 700,000 people see your protest. Like the mob Borg mind.
It gave kids too much power
on this internet.
Also,
and it's adapting really fast to whatever.
Well, and the market gets no signal because who funds all this? Right? Who funds these customers going? All these super, great loans from the government with Fannie Freddie. I mean, like any of these programs, it's like there is no market. I've never seen a product that the quality of the college degree, like the piece of paper is just plummeting and the price is skyrocketing. Like there's no market indicators anywhere. It's the most corrupt, just... Like no signals are given in that. I don't know where it ends.
Well, I think it's like a.
Well, it's the.
I don't want to overuse the word communism.
The loans are why that's happening. Yeah. If you had a business that sold cheeseburgers, and people slowly stopped buying your cheeseburgers, guess what? You would need to increase the cost to accommodate the bills. We talked about this with Bud Light. When you have massive volume, you can reduce the cost dramatically and say something like, "We're going to make 1/10 of 1 cent per beer, because we sell hundreds of millions of them, we will make enough profit." But as the sales start dropping dramatically, you've got to increase the cost of each beer because you still have fixed costs. Your factories still have property taxes. You still have employees you got to pay. You no longer have the volume. If people aren't buying your burgers, you might have to raise the price. Now, here's the thing. Then nobody's going to buy them ever again, and you go to business. That's normal. But what happens when you have guaranteed loans? The value of the product drops dramatically. The cost starts going up, and the government keeps guaranteeing that people can buy your product, so they do.
And I don't know if it's like foreign corporations and countries are like, let's seed this communistic groupthink into the American culture, and then we'll fund it with our global bank. Or if they're like, yo, they're doing communist groupthink. Let's jump on this and make sure that it keeps happening. I don't know, and I don't know if it really even matters. Like, looking back, I don't know if it's going to matter. Just this emergent communist group mind mentality of like, we, us, our.
But that loan situation, I feel like people never give it the weight that they should. The current situation, I mean, if any of you guys work with young people that are, my nephew's applying now for this, FAFSA, the free application for student aid or whatever that everybody fills out. It is insane, not just how the incentives don't match the market, but how reverse it is. Yeah. You want your parents to have a lower credit score.
Yeah.
That's how insane it is. The Parent Plus loan, which is what all the schools push these kids to do, if your parents don't qualify, you don't get the loan from the school. The feds back it up.
Wow.
So the incentive is that you want your parents to have a credit score that's in the tubes, and then you get the loan at a lesser rate. It's guaranteed by the government, and the incentive's completely backwards.
Yeah. I wrote a paper in my final year in university actually about this. I have an economics degree about this exact thing, saying this whole school thing is a huge bubble. Like the cost of the textbooks I was paying for when I first went to university, when I was leaving, there was just no difference. And then I'm paying another $600 for this book. For what reason? There's no value.
Here's the best part.
Not the camera, buddy.
To all those that are listening and may find themselves as a young 18-year-old who may be entering university soon or wondering whether they should, what's your cost per year for university? Someone want to Google search average cost per year for university was like $10,000?
No,
more than that. Well, I mean, yeah, but 40 I don't think is average. I think that's like
if we're including community college.
Okay, let's just do universities specifically. Did you look it up?
See if I
didn't think it was 30 or 40. I thought that was like higher end.
There we go.
Nobody?
5,700,
36,400. The average cost of college in the United States is 36,436 per student per year, including books, supplies, and daily living expenses.
Wait. The average cost of tuition, the average cost of out-of-state students at public colleges comes to $23,630 from the 23 to 24 year.
That's tuition. You brought up all the costs.
I'm not talking about all the costs because that's like kids in school.
Right.
I'm saying if you are an 18-year-old and you're like, I want to go to college, on average, it looks like you'll be spending about 20. You may be spending 30,000 if you want to go somewhere nice. I'm not going to give you any advice. I would just like to propose something very simple. What do you think would happen if instead of spending $23,000 every year for 4 years, let's just call it $100,000. You bought $100,000 worth of Bitcoin and then sat on it for 4 years. Okay, well, I can tell you this. 4 years later, your worst case scenario is you lose everything.
What the hell just
Bitcoin
happened?
evaporates for some reason. I don't think it's very likely.
That's a big deal
based
for
on
losing
the institutional support
$100,000
for the asset and whatever else you want to call Bitcoin, and with El Salvador's holding on it. Let's just say not even Bitcoin. Typically, if you were to take $25,000 per year for 4 years and put it into, how about this, a 4% savings account.
An Apple account.
When an Apple account, yeah, they're 4.5. You can do better than that, though, with I think Ally does better. After 4 years, who wants to do the math? How much money do you have? Okay,
Sounds like you've made about $9,000 on your investment.
4% compound.
4%
Please don't bring up those people in here, Lonnie. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, and because you're doing 25. Okay, here's the best part. If you were to take that 25,000 and put it into a university after 4 years, what do you have? Negative $100,000 and a piece of paper nobody cares about. Also, congratulations, you
from
played
my
yourself.
experience, it was challenging to work while I was in college. I was trying to do theater and do shows at night and do class at the day. I was like, I can't do all three. I've got to pick two. Fortunately, my parents were like, well, if you get a job, we'll give you some money. And they help me.
I just need to say this, okay? After 4 years, you will have negative $100,000 plus interest.
Plus opportunity cost that you could have spent that, but that you have
already kind of calculated. Flat out, all I'm talking about is the money. After 4 years, you have negative $100,000 plus interest. Whereas if you just took $100,000 and, I don't know, bought gold with it, you'd have a pile of gold in your living room. And you'd be like, I have gold. $100,000. You do whatever you want. I'm not giving you financial advice. Me? I don't know, 20K, 40K down payment on a property, rent it out through a management company, make to $300 per month after all the costs. A portion of that goes into the account for emergencies. After 4 years, you own 4 houses.
The problem is these kids can't get the money unless they go to school. It's a school loan.
That's not true.
Well, they might be able to take out a bank loan, but you can't take out a federal loan.
You can't get the debt unless you go to school. Don't take the debt. Would you rather have $0 or minus 100,000?
I think that people will look back on probably. I think this breaks in the next 10 years. I think it has to. I don't know how it happens. I think it goes 10 more years and people finally, wise up. But I think people will look back on this 10, 20, maybe 30-year period as like the stupidest financial decisions that were ever made by the 18 to 25-year-old crowd. And why do they do it? Look at I went to public school
because their parents told them to. Society told them to.
Everything tells them to, right? The literal reports that schools put out for their government funding is about college preparedness, right? How many of your students went to a higher ed institution? That's the number. So when you link all the funding to that, when all of society, the pressure, all the norms, when you're a 16, 17-year-old kid, by the way, I don't think it's like, they're prowling on 17-year-olds no, people make their own decisions. You're 18 years old, make your own damn decisions.
Yep.
But I do think it all adds up to this idea that you really, it is the worst decision I ever made. I went $75,000 in debt. You're exactly right. I left with a piece of paper. Sure, I got a degree to teach math in the state of Pennsylvania. Great. The things I could have done over those 4 years to build skills, to start a company, to invest in something. I mean, it's part of that system, and I fell for it. And I'm trying to push my nephew right now to say, hey, don't fall for the same trap. Go get your damn welding degree. Pick up a trade.
Part of the problem is kids are told go to school and learn, get a degree. But they're not told what to do in school. They're not told what to do. They're just like, oh, go to school. And then the school's like, well, you can do any number of these blah, blah, blah things. And most kids don't really have a great grasp of what they really actually want to do for the rest of their lives. So they do something that looks like they might be interested in, or they go and get a liberal arts degree, which is like not really a degree in anything that you can do.
I can attest to that. Yeah.
Like you get out of school and you don't have any skills that are valuable in a market, right? Unless you have unless you went to school for something specialized, you come out with just a generalized degree. So you don't know, you don't have any kind of direction. You should go to school because there is something in particular that you want to do and you need to learn how to do it. You shouldn't go to school because, well, high school's done and I guess I'm supposed to, and everyone says if I go to school I'll get a good job. I don't know what I'm going for. I don't know what job I'm looking for afterwards, but people say go to school, you'll get a good job. So I don't know. I guess I go to school and when I get out, apparently a good job's going to fall in my lap. But there's no reason to believe that at all.
And that's the monopoly on the mindset, right? Is that you have to do that. Think about it. Why have alternatives not popped up? Why do we not have all these alternatives to higher ed? Praxis, there's a group, Discover Praxis. I've seen them. I think they do great stuff. You get in, it's like a 10-month program, and they guarantee you a salary. It's like 40 or 50 grand when you leave. And they just teach you hard skills. How to design things, how to build things, how to put things together, but like applicable skills. Why aren't these other things popping up? Because the money's there. It's guaranteed to each of the students. The universities are not reacting to it. But that's what I'm excited about. What alternatives come from this complete bubble of higher ed, not just with money, but with woke ideology? It's got to happen.
This dude,
we got to go super chats. We are way late. So if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, and head over to timcast.com, click join us, become a member, because the members only uncensored show is coming up at 10 p.m. And we got a couple really spicy stories pertaining to medical issues. You're going to want to see this one. It'll be interesting. Big breaking news coming up. But first, let's just read what we got here. Tyrant's Blood says, first again. You've nailed it. Tim Jake says, Snowden gave the Russians 1.5 million pages of information classified up to and including top secret code word. He's a traitor, not a leaker or whistleblower. I don't know that that's true. You want to?
He also didn't just give it to the Russians. But
I don't think the implication is that he gave Russians anything. I don't think that's true.
I don't think that is true. I think that he's referring to the stuff that Snowden gave to Glenn Greenwald and stuff.
Yeah.
So
right.
I think that's what he's referring to. I don't know of anything that went specifically to Russia. I think that he's just saying that Snowden released stuff and Russia got it.
Ready to Rumble says, if George Carlin were alive today, he would be waving a Palestinian flag and shouting from the river to the sea, change my mind. George Carlin got on stage and cited every single racial slur known to man and then proceeded to call black comedians the N-word. I don't know that I agree with you. He certainly was an anti-establishment guy. I don't think he would be a Trump supporter, but I think he would be very anti-establishment populist. Very free speech. And more importantly, he's not alive today. And the reason why you know who he is, he's a product of his generation. Probably why he's not alive today. And so it's not applicable, I guess, that someone of his world would be in a modern leftist context. It would be so foreign to him. Seamus Coughlin has a really great cartoon about this, where leftists bring World War II soldiers from the past to the future to help them fight Nazis. And the World War II soldiers are racists. They oppose gay marriage. Like, come on, it was the 40s. What do you think's going to happen? All right. Raymond G. Stanley Jr. says, it's not woke versus unwoke. That's small thinking. All they do results to one end. What do you mean? Mandates, lockdowns, government decides worth of assets, all U.S. education, language control, etc. End of day, it's communism. Agreed. Yeah, that's what Jon Stewart said. He said the reason why Tucker Carlson is praising Putin is because the modern, it's not Cold War anymore. It's woke versus unwoke or anti-woke or whatever. So Vladimir Putin has to be a good guy. And I'm like, no, he doesn't. We rag on Putin all the time. We call him a bad dude all the time. But just because Vladimir Putin is a nasty guy doesn't mean the U.S. should be involved in Ukraine or that I care what happens to the east, to the Donbass region. None of our business. And also Putin is bad. One of the worst. Okay. All right. David Glass says, culture or regular guest, Dr. Ken Berry, MD, keto carnivore doctor, and silvopasture farmer. Food is cultural and political. That's actually a really, really good idea.
Yeah. Farmers, huge.
You should definitely do a culture war show if we get like a dietitian person on.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah. Luke would be good too, because he can complain about seed oils while eating a Big Mac.
Yeah, maybe he'll fly up for a couple days.
You guys, Joel Salatin, has ever been on here?
I love him, and no.
Food Freedom.
Great guy. I love his work.
Let's have him on.
He brought my dad.
He's such a fucking flatterer.
He brought my dad to libertarianism. He gave some speech once. Like,
great guy. You love him.
Really, really insightful, great guest, Joel Salatin.
Right on. All right. Darkerby says, hi, Tim. Been listening for 1 year. Can you shout out my GSG Fallen Marionette? I'm looking to move out to Martinsburg and build a family. It's also linked on Twitter under Fallen Marionette. It's still Twitter. I'm really excited for what we got going on in Martinsburg. The first event is going to be March 5th. Depending on how it goes, the goal is to have a live show, Timcast IRL live event, members only, 50 seats, general membership. You have to buy the tickets, but you have to be a member to even buy the tickets. Then you buy the tickets; they're $100 each. I think we're doing $100. And then elite members will have special access. So basically, second floor of the building is a private club.
You get to jiggle his balls.
Can come hang out. We're gonna have staff.
You're elite,
the reason why
but you gotta pay for it. Don't think it's gonna be free. You have the access to get that.
Or more.
Otherwise, if you're not an elite member, you can't put his balls in your mouth.
Whenever you want.
For $50
and of course, if
extra.
like one person just seems to be eating everything, like the rest of the members could be like, "Hey, dude, you ate all the chips," and it is what it is. But we want to build a social club. We want to have that social club available in places that are not like New York, in places where people are more based AF, and then we want to do this once a month. I'm just thinking about how cool it's going to be to have people driving in from different parts of the East Coast and flying from wherever it may be to come to this location, and it will start to revitalize Martinsburg. I know the people of Martinsburg are super excited at the prospect, and we're also going to be building the anti-Times Square. Very difficult project, very difficult. We're going to need help. We're going to need financial help. We're going to need labor help. We're going to need everything. But the ultimate goal is to transform the downtown strip of Martinsburg, West Virginia, into a parallel economy physical hub where you can go to Cousin T's Diner, you can go to Cass Brew Coffee, you can go to Papa Jack Posobic's Pizza Shack and get pizza, and it's a family restaurant with a salad bar and all that stuff. And just all of it. Luke Rutkowski's Health and Wellness. No big old no seed oils on the top. How amazing would it be to walk down the street and all of your favorite personalities and the things they deeply care about are being provided for you. Like, you know, Cousin T's got the pancake mix. We're super excited for that. I'm hoping we have that. I hope within 10 years, it's a fully done thing. It's just fully done. And the number one rule of it is no displacing the locals. The local businesses and the generational businesses must succeed more than any of the incoming businesses.
Maybe, just maybe, we can make the roads out of graphene.
I don't think we can do that.
You just got to make a graphene strip where you put it in the bitumen and the roads.
Where we're going,
last 3 times longer.
We don't need roads.
All right. Let's read some more. The Shipbuilding Observer says this is irrelevant to the show, but cilantro being banned would be a small price to pay for ending congressional insider
training. Oh, you
training.
got me on that, by the way.
I am one of the 98.2%.
Me too.
That was a 3-pronged political attack.
So Tim put out a tweet. It said, "Do this to vote for this good thing."
We'll do it. There was three phases to this. I tweeted, "I have an idea for a law. It will be illegal for members of Congress to trade stock or provide information to third parties for the purpose of advantaging them in trading stock. Do you agree?" Parentheses, see Addendum A for more information. 98.2% voted yes. Addendum A was the following tweet that said, "Addendum A, this law shall also make cilantro illegal."
I love that.
I then quote tweeted it and screen grabbed it and put, "Shock poll from Timcast finds 98.2% of voters want cilantro made illegal." There was 3 phases to this. 1, to prove people want congressional stock trading banned. The second was to show you what the laws are actually doing to you. When you think you're moving on something good, they actually snuck something in there to screw everyone else over. And 3, how the media manipulates what actually happened to trick people with false results. So I was very happy with the results of that one, and very happy with people being like, "Damn, you got me."
Yeah, I was not happy with myself for clicking yes.
You clicked yes, and then you read banning cilantro?
Yeah.
I got you!
I didn't read the addendum.
You got me too. I was like, man, that was good.
But I think it might still be worth it, actually.
It said, see Addendum A for more information, and people did not care.
I clicked yes, and I want to get rid of cilantro, so I don't know what the hell y'all talking
you
about.
animal. It's so good for you.
But I was thinking about it because I was reading about the making soldiers, non-citizen soldiers.
It's so good for you.
And then the pollsters
put it in your
lied.
mouth. Yeah, you're going to live forever with me.
They will, like, just
put the cilantro in.
Congressional trading should be banned, right? And they go, yeah, of course, no congressional stock
Zuckerberg was
trading,
crazy
right?
when he talks
Breaking
about
news,
shit.
90% of people would ban cilantro. They did vote for it. It said
all
see Addendum
beady
A,
and
and
shit.
Addendum A was there, and it explained to everybody, but they did not read it. But then I can claim, look at the poll results.
He's still
That's one of
talking
the
about
biggest
this shit.
legislative tricks. You know, when I'm
Holy
in some of
shit,
these
yeah.
battles, you know, the Save the Puppies
He's really
Act.
proud of himself for that one.
And it's you
It
know,
bans dogs.
and you're like, you know, how do you? I mean, you know, the biggest thing we run into problems with is voting against budgets.
Oh, it's interesting.
Like 17,
Corey
that's
entered
like
the seed.
in Florida, he voted against a budget.
Wow.
So, and it was Ron DeSantis's budget, and so the establishment Republicans ran all these ads, and he's anti-cop. He's anti-firefighter. He's anti-police, anti-kids. He voted against the budget.
That's 100% a result of omnibus bills and stuff like that. If you just have bills that are single issue bills, you take the ability of lawmakers to do that to each other away, and that's beneficial to the electorate. But the lawmakers will never do it because it takes away the ability for them to slime their opponent.
Idaho. I'll make a quick comment on this. Idaho just led on this. It's the first time we've seen states do this. Probably the best budget reform. If you're really looking to avoid, Tim, what you said about like these misnaming bills, they just set up what they call maintenance bills in Idaho. So they have to fund all the basics of government with a very single subject, straightforward, here's what we're voting on. Then when you want to do all the fluff, when you want to do all the, you know, dessert and these extra things and all the BS, that's where you have to vote separately. So just for the viewers out there, check out Idaho. They're really, really leading on this. I'm hoping other states pick it up, but it kind of it bans almost the omnibus, so they can't say we're against all of these things.
What do you call it, a utility bill?
They call it the maintenance bills.
Maintenance.
So I might be getting that wrong, but what they did was they pretty much broke it. It's honestly what Congress is supposed to do, right? An appropriations process where you vote on actual appropriations across instead of these just continuous CRs that fund everything, which is the uniparty's dream. Right, we know that. Once again, Democrats get all their state, you know, welfare spending, all domestic. Republicans get all their military spending. They sit on the floor, they argue at each other, they go behind the closed doors, shake the hands. We get screwed. They pass the budgets. It's all these CRs and omnibuses.
Well, Thomas Massey was on last week. You've worked with Thomas before, and he was talking about the rules. You vote on the rules, and then you vote on the bill. Right. It's just prolific. The episode's incredible. I don't want to take up too much time now talking about it, but it's pretty dirty because people will vote against the rules, and they'll be like, "I didn't vote against the bill.
Yeah,
I just voted against some."
Those who know the rules have an advantage over those who don't. And I always tell people the procedural tricks. If you ever think you're making progress in a state, you really aren't until you control the procedure.
This is actually a good reason to think very carefully before you just do, kick the bums out kind of voting. It's better to get rid of the bureaucracy than it is to get rid of legislators that know how, the sausage is made. If you've got a legislator that's well versed in how things get done, not particularly because they've been there and have been able to get around rules and stuff like that, but if they know how to work with other politicians to get things done, they can be valuable in helping to achieve your ends, even if your ends are to roll back the size of government. When you have legislators in Congress that don't even know how the government works, it's part of our problem. The problem in the United States, and I know this is really a volatile thing to say, but the biggest problem the United States has is the electorate. The biggest political problem we have is an uninformed electorate that behaves or thinks they're informed because the government has been telling them, you're informed if you listen to us and you should vote the way that we tell you.
So we had a super chat. I was just fact checking. Jimmy Joe says, is there a theater space in your plan for Martinsburg yet? Something that could accommodate a large interactive show? This plan that we have is going to require substantial investment beyond our capabilities. We certainly have tremendous capabilities here at Timcast, for which we have purchased the largest building, I believe, in downtown Martinsburg. I could be wrong. As for the theater, there's a theater. They hosted an all-age drag show a couple years ago, and people were very, very pissed off about it. They did. It was, if you were 17 or under, you needed an adult with you, but apparently minors were still allowed in. And last year, during Pride, they had a drag show with children on stage next to our building, which led to a huge issue and scandal. And, we threatened to pull our investment completely out of the city. Because Berkeley County allows drag shows with kids, and Jefferson County, which is Charlestown, does not. And Charlestown is closer anyway. So it's a lot easier for people who are in the DC area or, Baltimore, or even coming from Philly. It's a couple hours drive, even Pittsburgh. From Pittsburgh, it's probably easier to get to Martinsburg. But Charlestown outright has an ordinance being like, no. And Charlestown's been very proactive on stop doing this stuff to kids. Berkeley County, however, seem to have no problem with it. So I've complained to state government. I'm like, it's already illegal on the books to do this. It violates 3 or 4 different laws. And I'm like, but you have no law enforcement apparatus? And I'm supposed to invest all this money? I'm supposed to advocate that we're going to come to this city? I'm supposed to ask people to invest in buying this stuff? And this is what's going on? And the general response I got when seeking advice on the issue was, we're going to take it over and we're going to be the ones to stop the depravity. And I said, okay. So we're going to have our monthly event, and it's going to be family friendly. And when we do Cast Brew coffee, when it's set up, we're going to have Saturday morning cartoons, we call it, where early in the morning, parents can come with their kids so the kids can interact socially. There will be breakfast, and that's our big mission, to play cartoons that are approved by the families, that are family friendly, educational, and not whacked out, weird, far left insanity. Because the people who live in Martinsburg, who have lived there for a long time, are upset these things are happening. But what we're told is that younger people who can't afford to live in the DC area or in Frederick are moving to Martinsburg where it's cheaper, and they're bringing with them the cult. And so we're going to say no to that. That's the plan, baby.
No Tom and Jerry, though, on Saturday morning. It's too violent.
I'm not interested in Tom and Jerry. It's nonsense.
No, I wasn't allowed to watch it growing up. It's too violent. Them or Three Stooges.
It's just nonsense. Tom and Jerry doesn't do anything.
Bunch of hitting each other with hammers. My mom didn't want us to punch each other, so we never did.
Yeah, no.
We weren't exposed to that crap.
I think we'll take a look at Bent Key, and we'll see the offerings they have for educational programs.
Those old Looney Tunes are really good, too, from the 50s and 60s.
He would have probably been a serial killer had he watched.
And the shows that Benke has are going to be much
crazy,
better.
Dude. You
Much
watched
better.
his eyes.
And the Daily Wire knows what they're doing,
mom
and
knew
we
what
would
she
love
was
to
doing.
promote their offerings for family-friendly content and children's content, and we want to show that off, and it makes it easy for us too. Buy a subscription, pay a license fee to Daily Wire so that we can have it at our venue or whatever. I'm sure they'd be more than happy. I'm pretty sure I've already talked to them about it. They're excited, and we're gonna expand this. Hopefully, we get 100 cast brews in a couple years. And we have Saturday morning cartoons where families can hang out, community building exercises. People are learning, meeting their neighbors. They're sharing ideas, and this helps people organize and push back against the cult.
It would be super sweet to think like you like parents take their kids to like a coffee shop where they can have like breakfast and watch like cartoons, and parents can have like. I mean, obviously you get too many kids in there, it's gonna be a madhouse. But still, it'd be kind of.
It will be, but the idea is, and we have multiple floors, so we might extend it to the second floor. But imagine the parents come. The kids are all interacting and they're playing with each other and whatever games they're playing. And the parents are sitting around and one parent says, did you see this new bill they're trying to do to make non-citizens into soldiers? No, I didn't see that. What was it? Let me show you my phone. Wow, what can we do? When you put these people together, they will organize. And that is the path towards building community, stabilizing our culture, and making this country better and stronger. We need to know who our neighbors are. We need to unite with the neighbors we agree with, because together, apes together strong. That's right.
Very strong.
Very strong. All right. T-Rex Pet Shop says, we're planning to open the first T-Rex Pet Shop in Newport, Tennessee. If that does well, you might actually see us at the anti-Times Square. For now, keep ordering online to be delivered. Tim and Ian, what do you like about the site? What could we do better? You know what we want to do? We want to get Seamus some like good raw meat cat food. And I think he's just going to be way better off if he's eating that instead of the cat food we feed him now. And so
really good pet food, is that what you said?
Yeah, I was thinking about ordering like because you get like that raw meat cat food.
Yeah,
like,
get the best.
Get the best stuff. Yeah.
That's what
just only the best for Seamus.
That's what you get. That's like the,
I'm talking about
you get
Seamus.
rich.
I'm
That's why.
I'm talking about Seamus 1, not Seamus 2.
Yeah, Seamus 2 can eat Cheerios.
Yeah, I don't care.
I mean, I prefer he eats healthy food, but
Seamus 2 eats Cheerios with half and half. I mean, that sounds pretty good. Like,
God,
sugar, heavy fat and sugar. It's like having ice cream for breakfast. No, Seamus 1 is the cat.
I like T-Rex Pet Shop. That's t-rexpets.com, I believe, and I really like the video that plays when you load up.
What can you do better? You can open in Martinsburg, and I certainly
I got a widget that didn't load on Brave.
The important thing right now is, you know, there are businesses shutting down in Martinsburg, West Virginia. There was like a game hangout club, went out of business in like 2 months. I don't even know what happened. The diner went out of business, and I'm like, no, we're turning this thing around. We're coming in, monthly events in Martinsburg. It's the place to be. You want to be there. You want to be hanging out at Cass Brew Coffee. That's the hot spot. And next up, Cousin T's Diner. You want real pancakes? Cousin T's Diner, baby. But we have Terrence is coming this week. We got to talk to him about it and figure out where we're at. I don't know what Jack Posovic's plan is for the family pizza restaurant, but I'd love to have a family style pizza restaurant.
He really thinks all his friends are going to have
the book club and all that stuff. That's the mission.
Businesses in the city that he lives
friendly,
near.
good morals, hard work,
a...
good ethics, keeping the kids safe. Let's go.
Man. I think he overestimates how much people want to hang out
up in New York. If they're a good company, values and more, keep the business, deal with them.
He barely even got anybody to come out to a special event.
I kind of agree with that.
I agree too, and I just felt like I really, really want to divest from New York as an FU to New York, but I don't know how saying FU to a really good
people
business
don't need
partner,
to hang out with them. They can just turn the internet on.
Actually accomplishes anything other than. I'm not going to be hurting the state of New York by canceling a distribution deal. You know what I mean?
Did you guys see that Remington pulled out? That just broke during the show?
That actually happened.
I thought that was a while ago.
Yeah, it was in 2021.
Oh, they're putting it out. Like,
yeah, someone put it on breaking and it's spinning around. I shared a link from 2021, but Remington moved out. Gun manufacturers have been leaving the North. Smith & Wesson left Massachusetts last year.
Springfield. Didn't they leave Massachusetts?
Yeah.
That is heartbreaking. I am offended by that.
I took my very first permit tested at the Smith & Wesson in Springfield, Massachusetts.
I'm offended by Massachusetts and what they've done to the historic armories. I mean, the American Revolution started because the Crown tried to seize the guns of the American colonists, and that triggered the Battle of Lexington and Concord. And that was a full year and a month before the Declaration of Independence. And now, because of these psychopaths, it's almost like the Crown won. They're like, we're taking all your freedoms from you.
Kills me to see some of these cities with such rich history that are just like being run by people that have no respect for it.
All right. Betorn, is that what it says? Tim, think it through. New York will have to have seized properties appraised for auction sale, revealing Trump and the banks were right on their value to appeal. Are you going to switch to Super Chat with like option? I don't know what that is. What is Super Chat with like option? I can click like on the Super Chats right now. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, people can like Super Chats?
I don't know.
That's a new...
No, I don't think they'll auction Trump's building.
Why is that a fucking thing?
They will
It's
seize
stupid.
it and give it to illegal immigrants.
Liking Super Chats is
I'm
fucking
not, that's not a
retarded.
joke. That's what
Please
they're
don't turn that
They're
shit
going to
on.
seize Trump Tower on Fifth
My
Avenue,
God.
and they're going to convert it into a migrant housing facility.
Yep.
They will shut down the Trump steak shop, the ice cream parlor, put everybody out of work. They'll get rid of the luxury stores, and they will
Everybody's
turn
gotta have their fucking
Trump on Fifth
opinion on
Avenue
everything,
into
don't
migrant
they?
housing.
Give the
I want to be able to show people.
That's right.
I liked it.
I cannot like Super Chats, so maybe you need to turn on as the admin, turn on a setting so people can start liking
you
our Super
suck,
Chats.
Ian. Shut the fuck
I
up.
know.
No
I
one
can
needs to
click like.
like your Super Chat.
I don't know what not to do that, but we'll take a look.
Why? Why?
KCB says, you guys might know the law better than me, but couldn't
People
Trump
love
now
it.
sue all the banks that lent him money for not doing
Fucking
responsible due
super
diligence?
chatter?
Insurance companies too. No.
Why does
Because
he
the
want
argument
it?
is he is at fault for defrauding them.
He wants
they're
to have
allegedly
his,
the victims,
like,
despite the
is
fact
that
they
it?
said they're not victims, and they want to
He
do
likes
business
the
with Trump
feeling
again.
when his Super Chat is like,
Worst
people
victims
like
ever.
that I'm giving my money.
But Trump might win on appeal. However, I still think they're going to try. Look, this is what they did to Alex Jones. They said he defamed these
weird?
families. They then said, provide us documents. They then said,
hear that
Alex
much.
Jones has
Just
never
super
given us the
chatted.
documents. Alex Jones said, yes, I did. I gave them everything. They said, no, you didn't, and you'll be found in default unless you do. His lawyers were like, we gave you everything. What more? We can't give you anything else. And they were like, default, you lose. Done. Now we'll fight. Now we'll determine damages. This is the game they're playing. These judges are corrupt. They are as crooked as they could come. The judge in New York City is the definition of corruption. When you open the dictionary in 50 years and look up the word corruption, there will be a picture of the judge. Is Engeron, right?
Yeah.
That's the guy who smiled at the camera.
And the worst part is the guys.
are under a curse. And not just that, he said you're cursed with a curse.
He's alive right now.
For ye have robbed me. Lord have mercy. Even this whole
You need a touch of
nation.
Jesus in your
Even
life.
This whole nation. Bring ye all the tithes into
I know
the
what you need.
storehouse, that there may be meat in mine house. And prove me now herewith. God said, you can prove me. Didn't he say it? Yeah. He said, you can prove me. What did he say do? Herewith serve the Lord. He said, prove me in the tithe and the offering. Prove me herewith. Prove me right here with the tithe and the offering. Serve the Lord of hosts. If I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing,
Lord have
that
mercy.
there shall not be room enough. God said, I will open the windows. You know how big heaven is? Heaven is a huge place. So I figure the windows and the doors and all the stuff in heaven got to be proportionate to the size. So if heaven is a big place, that means the windows got to be some, like they used to say, some great big old windows.
What?
God said, I'll open them big old windows and start pouring you out. And look at what he says, I'll pour you out a blessing. You looking for 5 and 6. God said, you can't even handle the one I'm going to give you. No. That one blessing that I'm going to pour on you, it's going to bless everybody. Look at y'all done got quiet. Ain't that something? Amen. God said, I'll pour you out a blessing that you won't have room enough to receive. And I ain't saying nobody get glad about that. I'm trying to tell you, for people who testify, I came from the cotton fields of Mississippi. Ain't that wonderful that God said, I'll pour you out a blessing that you won't have room enough to receive. I'm the first president.
The cotton fields of Mississippi. He comes from that. What does that mean? Bro, he looks like he's about my age. You telling me he picked cotton?
And all you see is poverty. We had shotgun
I don't get
houses.
it.
And, amen, our whole family lived in one room. And all of this
I've seen those cotton fields out there. They didn't have slaves when I was younger.
I ain't worried about the
have, I don't even remember people picking it when I was younger. They had machines already.
Your ancestry has been poor, but your children are going to be blessed. Your grandchildren are going to prosper because it's all getting ready to pivot on you.
I've seen those cotton fields in Mississippi, dude. They're off the side of the highway. I've gotten cotton out of them. Dude, it's a trip. There's so many seeds inside of it. The cotton gin. The cotton gin changed America. We invented the cotton gin, right? From my memory. And it made a big deal. Big difference. It was a big deal.
Read, I got to hurry.
Separated the seeds from the cotton.
That there shall not be room enough.
Won't be room enough to receive it.
They've got us to stop using hemp as much, though, probably.
Oh, you ain't gonna lose your. I ain't saying nothing here. Everybody else 401k is drying up. God said, I rebuke the devourer for your sake. I'm trying to tell you, you look at somebody, tell them I'm blessed because I tithe. I don't care if everybody else loses it all.
Dude, his fingernails are long and kind of nasty because of it. They're like female length long. I just noticed. Yo, Richard Pryor stood up. I guess.
Do you know who I am? I'm a tither. You can't do nothing with that because my blessing don't flow through HR. My blessing flows from the window that God opened in the heavens.
They got some links on them. I guess they do that or I'm just seeing shit.
You better stop fooling with me. I'm a tither. If you ain't careful, I'll be writing my own checks. Look at y'all ain't saying nothing here. You gotta know that when you tithe and give an offering,
they're a little long. They're a little long.
And folk that's trying to mess
They
with
look like they're manicured, dude. He gets manicured, dude. He probably weekly. It's a weekly manicure.
Fool around with the tither.
Oh God. He probably does though. Well, he's got that Windsor knot, doesn't he? How fat that thing is.
Tithing has to be considered the foundation
That's
of all that we do.
a double tie knot.
In our attempts to prosper. Amen. Tithing. He said if you don't do it.
And he's got the top button unbuttoned, but with a big ass Windsor knot.
I'm telling you now.
Interesting.
Stop hooking up with cursed people.
He
I don't want to be
unbuttons
business partners with nobody that's cursed.
it. He always does that.
I don't want to marry nobody. Look at y'all ain't saying nothing here. You ought to be, y'all ain't asking the right kind of questions. What your credit report look like?
Why does he breathe like that into the mic?
Then that means I'm marrying your curse. If you just tithe and give the offering, he said, I'll open the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing that you won't even have room enough to receive. Lord, I want everything. You can't handle everything. He said, you can't handle the one thing that he'll pour out of heaven on you. You don't need everything. God got one thing that'll bless your whole life. When you honor God, you don't have to try to find other ways to prosper. You can just follow the pattern that he has ordained. Look at what he says in 2 Corinthians 9 and 10. He said, he that giveth seed to the sower. He said he'll give you bread for your food and he'll do what? Multiply the seed that you what? The seed that you sow. You believe that? There's no other investment you can make that has a guarantee like the word of God. I can't afford to tithe. You can't afford not to tithe. I can't afford to give an offering. You can't afford not to give an offering. He said, I will multiply the seed that you sow. In one portion of scripture, he asked the question, why is the seed still in the barn? What are you supposed to do with a seed? Huh? You're supposed to plant it. You sow it. But some of us just got our seed locked up in the barn. So he said, if you give it, I'll multiply it. You know what the challenge is? The challenge is trusting God to do what he said he'll do. And that's where a lot of people are, y'all want me to shut up. Y'all want me to be quiet? He said, I'll multiply the seed that you sow. If you sow it, God said, I'll grow it. Look at what he says in Luke 6:38. You know it, don't you? What did he say? Give. And then it shall be given unto you. Brother Hammond, I thought you said God already, he the one to give first. That's the only reason why you have it to give. He already gave it to you. And now he said if you give it, what did he say?
It shall be given unto you.
It shall be given unto you. Y'all believe this? He said if you give, I will give it back to you. What did he say?
Good measure.
Good measure.
Pressed down.
Oh, y'all ever rake leaves? See, my mom and daddy had us out there raking leaves. You know how you want to look like you did a whole lot and didn't do hardly nothing? You get them trash bags, you put a little leaves in there, then you tie the bag, and they can just come and kick the bag. No. If they kick that bag over, you ain't done nothing. What you got to do, for some of y'all, well, these kids now don't rake leaves. But you got to put them in there. That's what he said. He said not just good measure, but what?
Pressed down.
That's what they used to tell us. Stick your foot in that bag and stomp them leaves down. Don't be wasting trash bags on them few leaves. Now, you can put some more in there. Put them in that good measure. Then take your foot, stick your foot in there, and start pressing them down. Y'all ain't saying it. And what else did he say?
And shaking together.
And now y'all ain't saying it. You ever have to shake the bag? You can get some more in there. And God said, that's how I'm going to bless you. I'm not just going to put something in the bag. I'm going to press it down. Then I'm going to start shaking it together and cause it to run over.
That's wish he didn't have to breathe into the mic like that. I don't know if it seems intentional.
I want you to prosper. He said, I'll cause men to give to your bosom. Lord, my time
That's my only thing.
is running out. You don't have to do
He
all
says
that.
his time is running out an hour before he gets off.
No. Unnecessary payday loans.
It's not the yelling, it's
See, the
the
Bible said, when you don't
breathing
give God his money, he'll give you a bag with holes in it.
loudly.
You ever had a hole in your pocket? Anybody ever been embarrassed by putting
All
money in
kinds
your
of
pocket?
preachers scream. He's the only one that breathes loudly that I've ever seen.
And try to figure out where your money went. Where did it go?
Did CDJ do the
God said,
breathing
I'll give you a
thing?
bag with holes in it. You done robbed God and thought you're going to put his money in your bag? God said, no, I'll cut a hole in the bottom of that bag. You don't want me to have it, you ain't going to have it either.
Well, it's this Tuesday night church, though.
Then he
What's
said,
going
what you
on
did,
with
bring it in,
this?
he'll blow on it.
This is live. 2,000 people are watching.
You know how powerful the breath of God is? He blew it out at one time. Look at all of us still breathing. God will blow your money to Mars. Money just gone.
I'm surprised he doesn't have a super chat button. I just noticed. It's his church.
We don't have to do all of that.
I think
if
it's
we
his
obey
church.
the
It's the
pattern
second
that
time
God
I've seen him there.
has set. Amen.
In a
Payday
row.
loans and getting these unnecessary payday loans. Just because you saw some. Let me stop. Let me stop. See,
Picking.
we
What does that
think,
mean?
and the devil knows
Actual picking.
how to get you. Man, that thing was $199. Man, that's too much money for anybody to be paying for that. They mark it down to $195. Man, I can't pass this deal up. I got to go. I got to get this. I just need $200. Let me go get a payday loan. And then realize your obligations wasn't going to stop just because you got a payday loan. So if you felt like you didn't have enough with what you already making to pay all your bills, now how you gonna pay that $200 loan you just took out, plus your obligation that's coming anyway every month? Some folk had their car paid off and went and took out a title loan just to buy some clothes and some shoes. Good car, running good. God will bless you to pay it off, and then you're going to give somebody your title and miss a couple of payments, and now they got your whole car. Good thing you bought shoes, because you're going to need them.
I don't do that shit for this.
Or our page.
Yo, look at this cow.
So I can go over the roof. Dry details. My name is Mark Stewart. I am the owner here at Thistledew Farm. This is Hamish. Hamish Duncan is my 10-year-old Scottish Highland steer. Now, you guys are going to hear me call him a cow all the time. The reason I do that is because most people don't know the difference between a steer and a heifer or a cow or a bull. Most people don't care, you know, but a lot of people don't even know what they are. You know, these guys have been called yaks and buffalo and everything else. So when I talk about my Highlands, you know, I just call them cows. Everybody knows what a cow is. You know, it keeps things simple. Despite their large horns and size, they are considered to be one of the most docile breed of cattle there are.
How often do you have to do that?
Now, are they all as docile as Hamish and Kylo? No, they're not. You know, these guys are exceptionally so, simply because of the sheer amount of time that I spend with them. They're very easy keepers. You know, you
like a cat, bro.
Put horses and other breeds of cows out in the field. You know, it's overgrown or woody or whatever, and they'll just turn their nose up at it. But Highland cattle will not only eat poor forage, but they'll actually thrive on it. So I had somebody the other day say that you could turn a couple of Highlands loose in a forest and turn it into a park within a week. Well, maybe not quite that nice, but yeah, they can eat a lot of stuff that other animals, other cattle, just refuse to touch. They require very little as far as human assistance when calving. You know, most of the times they'll just wander off somewhere, and you'll go out there to feed them one morning, and you know, there'll be this little calf following behind his mama. Which brings up bottle babies while I'm at it. You know, I see a lot of people saying that they want a bottle baby. Please don't be buying bottle babies. If you're one of these people that think having a bottle baby is going to endear that calf to you even more so than a regular calf, you're wrong. It's actually going to wind up causing you more problems. Bottle babies aren't raised by other cattle, so they don't know the rules of, you know, being a cow around people. If you get a calf that's born into a fold of Highlands, you know, then they've got the structure and the mothering instinct. They're pushing them along and teaching them how to be cows, basically. But if you have a bottle baby, he's not going to learn how to be a cow. He's not going to learn how to respect you.
Doesn't even look real, dude.
Pretty rigorous at teaching him. You know, but a lot of people get overwhelmed. You know, they tend to focus on the cuteness of him and ignore the fact that he's, you know, bumping into them with his head and horns, and, you know, maybe not getting out of the way of them, you know, things like that. You know, basically he's going to think he's a dog. And when you got a 700-pound dog that decides to jump in your lap, you know, you're going to have a problem. So do yourself a favor. Don't be looking for bottle babies. You know, the general theory is, you know, that the cows will wean themselves when they're ready. Believe me, at 10 months, that cow is still plenty young to be able to forge a bond with. I mean, look at Hamish here. He was 10 months old when I got him. You know, I haven't had him since he was a baby. You know, and a lot of it is just the amount of time that you spend with him. You know, you can't get a bottle baby and throw it out in the field and then go out there and expect him to be all loving and patient and understanding.
Looks like it's been burned.
You know, it's just not going to happen. So, please, stop buying bottle babies.
Or it's just dirty, maybe.
You know, Highland calves need to stay with their moms.
Will they make you have 5 acres?
Usually the mother will wean them when she's ready. But a lot of people, you know, will go ahead and wean them at 8 months or so. 10 months is very common. You know, and if you know you're getting one, that gives you the extra time to get things ready for them. You know, you're going to need fences, you're going to need shelter. You know, there's a lot to getting a cow that, you know, isn't covered in a dog owner's handbook. So, anyway, that's my sermon for the day. All right, buddy. You're about as handsome as I can make you.
Dude, I'm blown away by how cool that cow looked. I was like sucked in. Oh, they can grow that out of their head too.
Proverbs 17 and 18 read, a man void of understanding,
a man that don't have a good understanding,
striketh hand, and becometh surety in the presence of his friends.
You know what that is? You know what surety means? When he says a man that is void of understanding striketh hands
News Miami
and becomes surety in the presence of
something else. What happened here?
Now at 6, tragic developments in the breaking news out of Lauderdale by the Sea. We've been following for more than an hour now. Fire rescue officials say one child has died and another remains at Broward General Medical Center after a 6-foot deep sand hole.
We losing!
Children.
We're losing!
Come on.
Medical Center after a 6-foot deep sand hole collapsed on the children at the beach.
Let's get right out to CBS News Miami's Anna McAllister with what we know so far. Anna, what can you tell us?
Elliot, Lauren, this is an absolutely tragic situation. A family just trying to enjoy their day on the beach, just taking a tragic turn. I want to show you over here to the scene that we have of this sand hole. We see that they're the sheriff's office, BSO. They're out here investigating the situation. The perimeter is roped off here. Now, I want to take you to some video. According to Pompano Fire Rescue, they received a call shortly before 4 p.m. that a boy and a girl, approximately 8 and 7 years old, were digging a hole on the beach with some adults, and that hole was about 5 to 6 feet deep when it collapsed. Good Samaritans on the beach, they tried digging these kids out of the hole. They were trying to hold on to the walls of this hole so it would not collapse further. The boy, he was buried up to his chest, and that little girl, she was completely submerged in the sand underneath of him. Pompano Fire, they pulled both of them out. The boy, he was taken to Broward General Health, where he's in stable condition, but the little girl, she was rushed to another hospital, and tragically, she was pronounced dead on arrival. Still very fluid situation, still developing. We do know that now BSO is the lead on this investigation, and as we learn more, we'll continue to keep you updated on air and online. But for now, reporting live from Lauderdale by the Sea, Adam McAllister, CBS News,
You can't just be
Miami.
hanging out in the fucking hole. Just you're digging. Unstable ground. Wait, dude, that's crazy. 6 foot deep, and a little girl, that would be so deep if they were, man, down inside of that. Fuck, dude. I wonder what's gonna happen with the parents. What they're gonna do with that. Man. But they're on vacation too, huh?
I'm saying Proverbs 6:1. I'll be done in just a minute. Here you are asking God to bless you and prosper you and get you back on track. Then you attach yourself to somebody else's bad habit. Proverbs 6.
Proverbs 6:1 reads.
What does he say?
My son, if thou be surety for thy friend.
If you made the mistake of co-signing for your friend.
If thou hast stricken thy hand with a stranger,
what is this?
thou art snapped.
What is
Except this video showing boys playing on girls' teams is anything but fair. It's dangerous.
Oh.
This isn't about the suspected transgender
Is
kid.
his hair real?
It really isn't. We should all have compassion for anybody who's going through such a difficult and confusing time as a teenager. So just put him or her or however they would like to be identified aside for a second. This is about all the other girls on the court. They also deserve fairness. There's nothing fair about playing against people born of the opposite sex who are twice one size. There's nothing fair about getting beat up on a basketball court where the referees live in fear of trans activists. There's nothing fair about a school where the coaches do the right thing only for the administrators to both sides their statement. Sylvia Hatchell is with us, former head basketball coach for the University of North Carolina Lady Tar Heels, the 5th most career wins in women's college basketball history. In an odd way, are you happy of all the issues that you had to deal with that this wasn't one of them?
Yes, I am. And I would like to pat the coach on the back for taking his team off and taking a stand, because, you know, playing against transgenders, it's not fair and it's not equal. It's not a level playing field. So the females should not have to play against transgenders.
We're going to get to sort of the issues of where this is going in society in a minute, but
Tennessee.
One thing that's sort of bothered me from the beginning about this, especially when it's a physical sport,
where was it?
That there's so clearly a difference, right? Average male player, 6 feet, wingspan 5'6", vertical jump 28 inches. Average women's players 5'6". I think this is in high school. 5'2" and a 20-inch wingspan. There's no comparison here, and obviously we can see the video. This individual we're talking about is over 6 feet tall, clearly physically very different. Do you have any idea why young men want to compete against young girls? I don't get it.
Well, maybe they can't be successful playing against guys, and so, you know, they play against women, just like the swimmer did against Brittany Gaines. You know, so I don't know, but it's just not fair and equal. You know, in 72,
there won't, though.
When Title IX
there
was
won't.
passed.
That's the problem.
Title IX was passed to make things
This
fair
right here.
and equal for females.
They won't have
And
enough of them
having
because
to
they're
play
that.
against transgenders is not fair, and
They're
it's
that
not
minority.
equal. If you just made this point, if you're 6'5", you're 6'5". I don't care if you've had an operation or you're taking hormones or what. You're still 6'5". And the wingspan, I mean, it's just not fair and it's not equal. It's really it's disappointing
Because the
that we're
male
actually having
trannies
to
won't
go
want to
through this
compete with the
and
female
debate this.
trannies.
So
that's the thing.
But
it
that also
does sometimes feel like you're arguing against the win when you're sort of saying what you're saying, which is this not fair. Look, in the case of Leah Thomas, the swimmer who you're talking about, there's no chance of people getting hurt, right? It's not fair. Perhaps that someone can, some young man or some man beats a woman's swimmer and takes away what is rightfully their honor of being the fastest swimmer or something. But in this case, you actually are dealing with kids getting injured. You've seen a lot of changes in sports, and obviously when Title IX was passed, it was extraordinarily controversial. Where do you see this going now? What has to happen, you think, for this to actually change?
Well, a lot of states have already made rulings, but it's probably going to end up in the Supreme Court. I mean, I would see that going there, but you're just talking about why would a transgender want to play, a male transgender want to play against females? Well, maybe he's not that successful playing against men, and he can feed his ego and be successful playing against females. So, but again, the injuries are there, and then also the opportunities for other women to be on that court and be playing, when the transgender is out there. But it's just. I mean, it's just crazy because it's not a level playing field on lots of levels.
Yeah. It's interesting, actually, the polling on this has started to move, even among Democrats, because it is a political issue now. But there is a growing group, significantly growing group of people who are agreeing with you. Coach, it was great having you. Thank you. We're
females that transition to male want to still play with the females.
Thank you. I've enjoyed it.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com.
There's also that. There was one that was going to the Olympics. He was going to play with the females. Now you got to play with the males because you're identifying as a male. Was it a skateboarder? I think it might have been a skateboarder. One of the X Game types. Like, no, you have to compete as a female. She's like, well, I'm not doing it then. I'm not doing it. And they said it was crazy because she'd have probably done pretty well even as a female, though. I mean, as a... Wait. She wanted to compete as a male, not as a female. Yeah, she'd have probably been done decent as a female, I'm saying. Yeah, that's what they said. Are you coming? Are you on your way? It's just not a good time, is it? I like music time. I'm about to be leaving this area, bro. I gotta go soon. Good time it is. Tired. I get tired, dude. Gotta go now. sorry. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you, Miss Sister T. For the people. Thank you for the people. Thank you, Sister T. Sister T. Sister T. Here's to Sister T. I gotta go though. And my time here is up. I've died. Take it easy. Everybody else, hope they got this in time. I forgot about the credits. We got like 10 more seconds or so. Oh wait, was it not? Oh, it was there. Maybe over there. Barely got it.